It's true that the dead who have been buried but have yet to decompose can be revived. But it's not only them who can be revived. The souls of every human, animal, and insect can be revived, too. The deceased whose corpses haven't decomposed will be able to use their bodies again or use their souls to take over the bodies of other lifeforms. Those who are unable to gain a body will consume each other, and the gathering of souls will eventually turn into undead creatures known as specters. That is my understanding of the sleeper's revival. Lin Yuan's hand landed forcefully on the chair made of the abyss red lotus stalks. His hand immediately split apart from the force, and fresh red and gold blood splattered out. Lin Yuan had already seen his fair share of the world, and his mental state was as steady and unshakable as a mountain. It was difficult to find something that could shock him, but now he had even broken his fist on this chair. Lu Jie and Wen Yu would definitely be shocked to see him now. They went a long way back with Lin Yuan but had never seen him lose control in such a way. So this was the real meaning of the sleeper's revival. The main world had already experienced 5 long epochs. Each of them involved the rise and extinction of thousands of species. When the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul became a divine kingdom, he developed it by using faith power. Now, life forms and derivation had appeared. This allowed Lin Yuan to slowly understand what an epoch was. The transition of epochs seemed to be associated with time, but the connection was not particularly strong. What was truly linked to epochs was the world and the succession of species inhabiting it. Each epoch's occurrence always brought about alterations in the world and the extinction of numerous species. In the Fey world that Lin Yuan had arrived at, there was one similarity to his previous world. Humans only appeared during the tail end of the 4th epoch. Humans started off as a weak species. Only after they learned how to harness spirit chi and contract phase, they began moving up the food chain and established their own glittering civilization. The rise of the human race significantly impacted many other species, leading some to rise or weaken. Some even went extinct. However, this didn't mark the end of the 4th epoch. For reasons unknown, the spirit chi of the 4th epoch disappeared, causing it to come to a close and giving way to the 5th epoch. The absence of spirit chi compelled humans to forge a new path, which led to crucial technological advancements. Just as the 5th epoch began and before humans were dethroned from their position atop the food chain, the spirit chi returned, signaling the start of the 5th epoch. Prior to the emergence of humans, numerous species flourished and perished during the 1st to 4th epochs. The history of the main world was adorned with countless species. Among them, the 3rd epoch stood out for its remarkable diversity. Many scholars especially like to hire spirit chi professional teams to excavate locations and dig out fossils. Because of the presence of spirit chi, life forms capable of absorbing it would turn into fossils after death. This transformation would occur as long as they had reached a certain level during their lifetime and remained undamaged after death. Tower Cannon's plan was to revive all the souls that had ever lived in the main world. They could take over the bodies of other life forms, the corpses that had yet to decompose, or even consume each other to turn into specters. In the past 5 epochs, there could have been hundreds of thousands of life forms that had died on every square inch of Earth. The total number of souls could not be calculated. If Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan were to come to fruition, it would threaten or directly lead to the end of the 5th epoch. This disaster, consisting of deceased souls, could trigger the beginning of the 6th epoch. Dead souls naturally hated the living. There was no way that the living could coexist with dead souls. Moreover, this was just the surface effects of the sleeper's revival plan. There had to be more than what 8th page Apoptosis knew. It was likely that his guesses were the hidden effects that would eventually unfold. This caused Lin Yuan to think of the major Federation Union that the Moon Empress wanted to form. In the face of this plot against the main world, it was crucial for all humans to unite. Only by coming together could they wield their greatest strength to fight back against the countless dead souls. Eliminating all of the dead souls might take millennia. Lin Yuan had considered stopping Tower Cannon before the Sleeper's revival plan began. However, 8th page Apoptosis mentioned that the pulsing fountain had already started affecting the ley lines. Since Lin Yuan didn't know where Tower Cannon's headquarters were, it was too late to prevent the plan from happening. Lin Yuan felt it was not just the humans who should unite. Although humans were the overlords of the terrestrial world, they could not claim to own the seas. The rulers of the sea were the sea clans. The sea comprised over 60% of the main world, with the sea clans having 2 to 3 times more lifeforms than terrestrial ones. This meant they had more experts than the humans. Although Lin Yuan had never directly contacted the vast sea labyrinth, they were connected through marriage with the Heavenly Family Cottage, making them closely related. With the Heavenly Family Cottage acting as a bridge, the vast sea labyrinth would undoubtedly take action once they learned of Tower Cannon's plan, as long as their leaders were not foolish. Having the humans' assistance would make it easier for the sea clans to deal with the countless dead souls appearing in the sea. At that moment, Lin Yuan was grateful for not being complacent or negligent in the past year. Given the Radiance Federation's previous understanding of the sea clans, they would be proposing an alliance with the 8 clans of sea emperors. This was because the humans did not know of the vast sea labyrinth's existence. They would have no idea how to contact the vast sea labyrinth even if they read about them from old records. The human lifespan was much shorter than that of the sea clans. The longer the lifespan, the more arrogant one would be. Thus, the powerful life forms of the sea always looked down on humans. Nonetheless, they would still agree to join forces with the sea clans. Lin Yuan's strong conviction to join forces with the sea clans did not come from his hope that the sea clans' experts would come up to land to help the humans. Given that they would have to face the same disaster, there was no way the sea clans' experts would be willing to do so. Even the Heavenly Family Cottage would invest all of their power into saving Phase rather than helping the Radiance Federation. While Lin Yuan was thinking, 8th page Apoptosis realized with a shock that when Lin Yuan's gold blood made contact with the black seed of spikes, the black seed absorbed the blood and turned red with gold flecks. This shade of red was gorgeous but was not related to flames or blood energy at all. This situation went beyond 8th page Apoptosis comprehension. Although 8th page Apoptosis was a Class 5 creation master and possessed a wide range of knowledge, he had never encountered such a situation. The sudden change in the color of a Fae could only be due to the change in type. However, the aura of the vines had not changed in the slightest. Lin Yuan had also noticed the change in the Abyss Red Lotus. As the Abyss Red Lotus contractor, Lin Yuan noticed that their contract had strengthened after it absorbed his blood. It also seemed that his blood was enabling the Abyss Red Lotus to mutate in an unknown direction. Lin Yuan immediately called out to Morbius. After hearing Lin Yuan's query, Morbius paused for a moment before it said, "Partner, I can't use true data to tell what exactly is happening to the Abyss Red Lotus, but my guess is that it's related to the level of your bloodline. The Abyss Red Lotus has a high natural bloodline rank, so it's extremely difficult to render a mutation. It's only when it encounters a bloodline of a higher level that it will begin to change in such a way. Partner, your bloodline has already far exceeded the level of humans. You have completely refined the human genetic model. Your body also contains the mermaid and demon bloodlines. Your bloodline is also affected by your contraction of the Abyss Red Lotus. Your bloodline can perfectly accept and refine the bloodlines of all other lifeforms. Thus, it's possible for your bloodline to influence the Abyss Red Lotus bloodline. Perhaps interesting things will happen to the Abyss Red Lotus if it is able to absorb your blood periodically from now on." Lin Yuan nodded seriously. It seemed that he had to donate his blood periodically from now on. The Abyss Red Lotus was already powerful. If it mutated, there was a high chance it could gain other abilities. Lin Yuan's bond with the Abyss Red Lotus would be strengthened as he continued feeding it. This would make it easier on both Lin Yuan and the Abyss Red Lotus when it used Lotus Locks the world, thereby allowing Lin Yuan to use its abilities with greater ease. Since he could not see effects anytime soon, Lin Yuan did not focus on the Abyss Red Lotus. He turned his gaze sharply to 8th page Apoptosis. According to 8th page Apoptosis, he had contributed significantly to the main world's impending disaster. Lin Yuan asked 8th page Apoptosis in a low voice, "I am very curious to know why you worked so hard to make this event happen. As a Class 5 creation master, you should know what kind of effect Tower Cannon's plan will have on the main world. Can it be that you want to destroy all the life forms in the main world and put an end to the main world?" Eighth page Apoptosis felt silent and only said a moment later, "I never wanted to destroy the main world. I am a life form born from this main world. I feel a sense of belonging to the main world. We were also trying to target a secret faction called Epic God Palace. This faction might go back even further than Tower Canon and seems to be searching for something in every epic. Rather than searching, Epic God Palace seems to be waiting. They don't interfere in the conflict between factions and federations, nor do they fight for resources. They seem to want nothing, but I don't believe that a large faction could exist without having any desires. If a faction operated in such a way, the leaders would have no way of compensating or uniting the members. According to Tower Canon's records, Epic God Palace runs smoothly, and there is no conflict in its internal affairs. I can't shake the feeling that there's more to Epic God Palace than what meets the eye, and I want to find out what exactly it is that they're after." Eighth page Apoptosis words caused Lin Yuan's eyes to widen. The main world was not as simple as he thought it was. There were actually other secret factions aside from Tower Canon. He had never heard of Epic God Palace. If eighth page Apoptosis had not breathed in the engulfing flames heart mushroom spores and honesty reflects the heart had not reacted to what eighth page Apoptosis said, Lin Yuan would suspect that eighth page Apoptosis was making this all up. In all of the Radiance Federation's records, there was not a single word that alluded to Epic God Palace. A faction that managed to survive to this day while remaining perfectly hidden had to be extremely powerful. It was unlikely that Epic God Palace would be able to remain hidden when the disaster struck. However, Lin Yuan still did not know if Epic God Palace was a friend or foe. Given his current strength, Lin Yuan dared not say that he had the confidence to lead the Radiance Federation and the other humans through and out of this danger. If a faction stronger than Tower Canon were to aid the deceased lifeforms, it would probably lead to the main world's obliteration. This would mark the fifth epic's conclusion and the sixth commencement. Eighth page Apoptosis mentioned that Epic God Palace seemed to be waiting or searching for something. If Epic God Palace did not successfully find or wait out whatever it was they wanted, they would probably step in when Tower Canon triggered the Sleeper's revival plan and tried to push along the changing of epics. But he had no clue what it was that Epic God Palace desired. If Lin Yuan could find it first, he might be able to take it to Epic God Palace and negotiate a trade, thereby gaining their help. With this thought, Lin Yuan shook his head. He had just learned about the Epic God Palace faction and had no idea where they were located. Even if he managed to locate their whereabouts, establishing contact was beyond his capability. As Lin Yuan lacked substantial information regarding the Epic God Palace, relying solely on eighth page Apoptosis, who struggled to provide clear explanations, he opted to shift his focus away from it and proceeded with his next question. Eighth page Apoptosis couldn't help but gulp at Lin Yuan's next question, realizing this was already his third. If Lin Yuan posed more than 5 questions, his life would be forfeited. Lin Yuan's persistent inquiries clearly indicated his profound interest in Epic God Palace, as each of his questions revolved around this elusive faction. "I want to know if Tower Canon has found a special dimensional world that contains undead creatures." Eighth page Apoptosis was astonished. He had not expected Lin Yuan to also be aware of this. It was one of Tower Canon's biggest secrets. Second page Revival used to guard the entrance to the dead world, staunchly refusing entry and frequently clashing with third page Eternal Sin. Back then, second page Revival outmatched even first page Fate in strength, dissuading any attempts to breach the dead world, no matter the curiosity. Fifth page Truth was the sole among the 8 pages to successfully penetrate this barrier, a feat shrouded in mystery regarding their arrangement with second page Revival. Similar in mastery, 8th page Apoptosis, a class 5 creation master, bore a heavier workload for Tower Canon than 5th page Truth. In pursuit of entering the dead world, he capitalized on his efforts, yet second page Revival's rejection was swift and unwavering. This marked the initial disappointment of 8th page Apoptosis in Tower Canon, leading to a noticeable decline in his once fervent dedication. 8th page Apoptosis had planned on telling Lin Yuan about the dead world. However, he knew far too little about it. He had not included it because he was afraid that Lin Yuan would ask too much about it. But eventually, Lin Yuan still asked him about it. He would only be able to stop this line of questioning if he told Lin Yuan everything he knew, regardless of whether his information had been ascertained or not. Lord, Tower Cannon has indeed taken control of the entrance to a dimensional world. It is a very special dimensional world. Unlike the other 5-dimensional rifts, it does not have class 1 to 5. The only one that opened is class 6, and it is under second page Revival's control. When she went missing, first page Crimson assumed control of it. Based on my knowledge, second page Revival and fifth page Truth are the ones who have ever entered. Fifth page Truth also seems to have taken something out of there. Lin Yuan thought that since fifth page Truth could remove items from the class 6 dead dimensional rift and give them to the Truth Association's members to use, so could the other 8 pages. But it turned out that that was not the case. Luckily, he had encountered fifth page Truth at the Startling Lines continent and not any other one of the 8 pages. Otherwise, he would not have discovered the dead world's existence. Lin Yuan had found out everything he wanted to know, and did not intend to ask 8th page Apoptosis any more questions. 8th page Apoptosis deserved a fate worse than death for wanting to destroy the main world. However, they were on the cusp of a disaster. It might be better to allow 8th page Apoptosis to live so he could help combat the disaster. Lin Yuan rose from the chair and said, "I don't have any more questions for you. You can swear your loyalty to me on your eternal heart. You will only have the right to remain by my side if you do so." 8th page Apoptosis had already expected that Lin Yuan would request him to declare his loyalty by such a method. He did not hesitate and summoned his eternal hearts and swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan. If he went against his word, the 3 eternal hearts would disappear. Once 8th page Apoptosis was done declaring his loyalty, Lin Yuan stored 8th page Apoptosis within the jeweled cave Golden Toad before taking him to the Marsh World so that Vine Source could take him to meet up with Eternal Source, who was at the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan could only rest easy if 8th page Apoptosis was guarded by Eternal Source, who had reached the afterlife realm. Ever since Lin Yuan received the message from the Moon Empress, he instructed Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor to head to the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift, where they would wait for Chef Supreme Iron Prison and the other citizens of the Radiance Federation to arrive so they could protect them. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison would then act as though they had made great efforts to attain a year of peace from the Marsh World before leaving with Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor. If the Mirror God and God of Fools still intended to target Chef Supreme and Iron Prison at that point, there would be no point in Lin Yuan showing mercy to the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. He did a calculation of the time and estimated that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison should be arriving at the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift soon. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison thought they would have to try to stall for time. However, the Freedom Federation ended up taking a long time to come up with the resources. After some time, they only managed to come up with the resources for the Radiance Federation and not the Azure Federation. As a result, they were a day late from the time they had agreed on with the Moon Empress. Regarding this matter, it would not be good to enter too early or too late. If they were late, whoever Lin Yuan had sent might have left. Alas, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had no choice but to wait. If they tried to enter the Marsh World before obtaining all of the resources, the Mirror God and God of Fools would become suspicious. Nothing could be allowed to go wrong at such a juncture. Iron Prison and Chef Supreme were slightly suspicious. With all the resources that the Freedom Federation possessed, why were they still not done gathering all the resources for the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation? It was true that their demands were significant, but it should not pose too big of an issue for the Freedom Federation. However, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had gotten it wrong. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were unaware of the extensive resources invested by the Freedom Federation in the Marsh World. Apart from the high costs of constructing the base, a substantial portion of their resources remained within the Marsh World. This share of resources constituted the largest portion of the allocation. This marked the depletion of Ka Ma's final resources. Even Na, who frequently clashed with Ka Ma, couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had no choice but to send a message to the Moon Empress through the Thoughts letter paper. The Moon Empress hurriedly contacted Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was relieved when he received the Moon Empress message. The 2.5 days he had allocated for the Moon Empress marked the minimum time needed for Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor to reach their destination. He had provided this time frame out of concern that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison might encounter difficulties within the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan aimed to avert any potential mishaps. With the delay in the arrival of the Radiance Federation's representatives, Eternal Source now had additional time to make preparations. Lin Yuan sent his reply to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan, Master, tell Iron Prison and Chef Supreme not to worry. I will be able to ensure their safety regardless of when they enter the Marsh world. My people will continue waiting at the entrance until they arrive. They won't leave before that. The Moon Empress immediately relayed the news to Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. Upon receiving the resources from the Freedom Federation, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison felt a sense of relief. They immediately began to review the provided materials. This sight incensed the Mirror God and God of Fools. They had already agreed to hand over the resources. Would they really shortchange them? All you can do is look at the resources now. Once you obtain a year of time for the Freedom Federation, watch how we take back all these resources. The Mirror God and the God of Fools had already discussed and reached a decision. Their plan hinged on learning Chef Supreme and Iron Prison's negotiation techniques. If successful, they would remain in their current location. However, failure would prompt them to relocate the Freedom Federation within the year. Situated within the river-fertile continent, the Lifted River Federation enjoyed a favorable climate, stunning landscapes, and abundant resources. A navigable sea separated that continent from its neighbors, with deep water areas perfect for docking island whales. All the criteria set by the Freedom Federation were met. Crucially, none of these continents harbored a Class 5 creation master, making them easily attainable targets. Furthermore, the Mirror God and God of Fools could also tell that the Freedom Federation's members of royalty were becoming increasingly mutinous. The Mirror God and God of Fools had thought about changing their attitudes. However, they slowly realized that this was too difficult as it did not align with their values. It would be better for them not to change and force others to suit them instead. Moreover, it was only right for the weak to submit to the strong. The weak did not have the right to have an opinion. If any of the members of royalty became stronger than them, the Mirror God and God of Fools would not be stupid enough to go against them. They would become obedient and subservient. Although Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were no longer worried, they still acted quickly. They did not want to waste time and make Lin Yuan's subordinates wait. After reviewing the resources, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were confident that there were no issues. They then proceeded to gather all the people from the Radiance Federation who had joined the mission to aid the Freedom Federation. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison noticed the absence of over 50,000 individuals from the Radiance Federation, who had not returned after embarking on their tasks. The Marsh world had come completely under Lin Yuan's control. According to the information shared by the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan hadn't dispatched excessively formidable dimensional lifeforms. It seemed impossible that they were responsible for their disappearance. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were convinced that the Freedom Federation was responsible for this situation. It appeared likely that they had covertly captured these 50,000 people. With this belief, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison promptly approached the Mirror God, demanding the release of their people. Indeed, the Mirror God had instructed Du Miao to capture those individuals. The Mirror God's intention was to hinder Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. He had coughed up all of the resources that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had requested. They should not have any complaints about him keeping a few of their men. The Mirror God had not expected Chef Supreme and Iron Prison to react so violently. They even refused to enter the Marsh world until their people were released. The Mirror God's expression blackened, but he had no choice but to agree to Chef Supreme and Iron Prison's request. After all, the Freedom Federation was begging the Radiance Federation for help and not the other way around. When the Mirror God released the Radiance Federation's people, he glared murderously at Iron Prison's back as he walked away. He was not even a Class 5 creation master, nor had he awakened his birth horoscope. How dare he act with such audacity before a spirit fire expert? He did not seem to be aware of his position as a weakling at all. The Mirror God had already decided that he would take his time torturing Iron Prison once he got him in his clutches. That would be the only way to quench his hatred. Once Iron Prison and Chef Supreme were captured, he would then take back all of the resources they had given to the Radiance Federation. He would kill Iron Prison and Chef Supreme if they refused to return the resources. Given how united the Radiance Federation was, it was likely that they would be able to squeeze them for more resources than what the Freedom Federation had given them. They might be able to earn a windfall. After the Radiance Federation members were returned, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison conducted a thorough check. Only when they confirmed the safe return of every individual did the group venture into the marsh world. One of them led from the front, while the other guarded the rear, ensuring the Mirror God and God of Fools couldn't attempt any tricks from behind. Iron Prison barely had a moment to contemplate how an abyssal demon had arrived in the marsh world before he was rendered motionless by the overwhelming auras of the Abyss Great Emperor and Eternal Source. Eternal Source had been waiting by the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift for a long time. When Eternal Source saw that someone had walked in, he immediately started conversing with Iron Prison as per Lin Yuan's instructions. When he was done, he gave the order for the dimensional lifeforms to be allocated to these spirit chi professionals. Eternal Source became very curious after Chef Supreme and Iron Prison arrived in the marsh world. He had been under the impression the Freedom Federation would send members of royalty to accompany Iron Prison and Chef Supreme. Firstly, they could keep watch over Iron Prison and Chef Supreme. Additionally, they could learn how to interact with the dimensional lifeforms. Normally, if not because of Lin Yuan, Eternal Source and the other Marsh Samsara Realm dictators would never have given up on invading the main world regardless of which federation tried to communicate with them. Eternal Source would only be willing to back down if he encountered someone who was stronger than him. Eternal Source and the other Marsh dictators had long become sick of staying there. A new world represented endless opportunities for a dictator with a long lifespan. It would also be a source of entertainment. However, the Freedom Federation's members of royalty were completely unaware of this. Eternal Source asked Chef Supreme and Iron Prison, "What is happening over with the Freedom Federation?" According to Lord Lin Yuan's instructions, you are to stay in the marsh world for 2 days before leaving. Then, I will transform myself and hide on your body. I can guarantee your safety and protect you from the Freedom Federation when you return and give them your reply. The Moon Empress had already told Chef Supreme and Iron Prison that Lin Yuan had taken control of the marsh world. But they still felt strange when they heard a powerful marsh dictator call Lin Yuan Lord Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan had already arranged everything perfectly, there was no need for Chef Supreme and Iron Prison to do anything, and they were ready to follow Lin Yuan's plans. The Mirror God looked downright murderous when Chef Supreme and Iron Prison demanded the return of the 50,000 people of the Radiance Federation. Chef Supreme was certain that the Mirror God and God of Fools would definitely try something. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison did not think that they had the authority to order Eternal Source around. They could only wait to see what Lin Yuan had planned. Once the Radiance Federation's Spirit Chi professionals were settled, Eternal Source immediately sent a message to Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan received the message, he used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to transport himself back to the Radiant Moon Palace. Originally, Lin Yuan had planned for a brief stay within the Radiance Federation, with the intention of returning to the Grotto continent after addressing 8th page apoptosis. Having acquired crucial information about Tower Cannon from 8th page apoptosis, Lin Yuan now needed to convey it to the Moon Empress. This would enable the Radiance Federation to make necessary preparations. Since this disaster involved the entire main world, the other federations also needed to be made aware. This provided an opportunity to engage the royalty members of these federations, fostering unity with the Radiance Federation and thus establishing the major federation union. With control over the marsh world, if the Radiance Federation lost a significant number of men during their aid mission to the Freedom Federation, Lin Yuan would be anxious. When Lin Yuan saw the Moon Empress smile, he knew that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had already updated her. But when he remembered the Sleeper's revival plan, Lin Yuan found it difficult to be happy. Normally, Lin Yuan would choose to handle such issues on his own. However, he had no choice but to inform the Moon Empress of this matter. At that moment, the Moon Empress said, "Little Yuan, Thanks to you, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison are safe. They were waiting for the Spirit Chi professionals to be returned. Lin Yuan nodded but did not carry on the line of conversation. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress noticed his somber expression and wondered about its cause. The Lin Yuan she knew was always cheerful. This new expression was unfamiliar. It indicated a grave matter. She contemplated this for a while but could not pinpoint the reason. This led her to ask, "Little Yuan, is something troubling you? You wield more power than I do now, yet I remain here to lend an ear. You're free to confide in me." As she spoke, a tinge of disappointment and frustration colored the Moon Empress' words. Since becoming Lin Yuan's mentor, she had once felt a profound sense of accomplishment. She believed she was guiding him in the right direction. However, this sense of accomplishment lasted less than 6 months. His growth rate was too exponential, and she did not have enough time to react at all. Would he be willing to share his troubles with her now? In a previous imperial meeting, Tianfeng noticed the Moon Empress state. He held her back after the imperial meeting and said concernedly, "Moon Empress, I was once in your shoes. I recovered quickly after taking in another disciple. You can try this too." Tianfeng was truly showing concern for the Moon Empress. However, the Moon Empress was annoyed by what she heard. Based on his logic, should a husband swap out his wife once she was no longer of interest to him? She was not such a person. The Moon Empress never intended to accept a disciple. She made an exception for Lin Yuan due to her limited time and the desire to leave a legacy in the Radiance Federation. Her sense of fulfillment didn't stem from taking in a disciple but from Lin Yuan himself. It was only a coincidence that Lin Yuan became her disciple. She was content with this one disciple. Even if she happened to encounter another young man in a similar plight to Lin Yuan, she would only give him pointers. But the Moon Empress would not have the desire to accept him as her disciple. The Moon Empress's eyes widened. Lin Yuan always preferred to be casual. Even when a matter was very serious, he would speak of it relaxedly because he did not want her to worry. Even when Lin Yuan found himself within the water world dimensional rift before, with all the flesh stripped from his hands, leaving only white bone, he reacted with surprising silence, not uttering a scream even upon waking from the ordeal. Yet, he had described this matter as being related to the life or death of the main world. The Moon Empress hurriedly asked, "What happened, Little Yuan? Tell me so I can be prepared." The Moon Empress' approach to issues was to try and find ways to fix them rather than cowering and hiding. Despite not knowing what this problem was, the Moon Empress was already thinking of ways to address it. She started to make guesses. She believed that it was likely that Lin Yuan had obtained information from 8th page apoptosis. If he had obtained information related to the world on the other side of the Barren Sea, he would have told her about it immediately after returning to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said grimly, "There are 2 dimensions to the Sleeper's revival plan. We only guessed the hidden dimension but didn't think of the obvious one. According to 8th page apoptosis, the Sleeper's revival plan involves tower cannon tapping into ley lines to revive every life form that has ever died in the main world." Lin Yuan told the Moon Empress everything that 8th page apoptosis had told him. The Moon Empress' expression became stormy, and a lethal aura rose around her. She forcefully slammed a hand down on the soft table before her. "Tower cannon needs to be exterminated. Little Yuan, I am going to hold an imperial meeting now to tell the other members of royalty about this. Then, I'll invite the royalty from other federations here so we can begin establishing the major federation union. This will allow us to put up a fight against the Sleeper's revival plan." The Moon Empress was well aware of how defenseless the smaller federations were. Luckily, they had managed to find out about the situation in advance. Once they told the other federations about this, they would be able to stand a chance. Whether it was the royalty from other federations bringing their troops to the Radiance Federation for a joint attack, or if they opted to stay put and ready themselves for war, they'd receive the chance to decide and make preparations. At the very least, they wouldn't be taken by surprise, left with no option but to be engulfed in the catastrophe when it hit. This would also give them the time to stock up on rations. It would be better if they were killed by the dead rather than die of starvation. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. With the Moon Empress here to make the preparations, he would not have to worry. If he did not make sufficient preparations, the lack of powerful experts would render all other preparation useless. When the Moon Empress was done speaking, she left the Radiant Moon Palace and headed off to hold another imperial meeting. Lin Yuan immediately returned to the Grotto continent. He once again had to endure the accompanying dizziness and nausea. Chu Ci had been waiting on the other side of the space tunnel, aware that Wen Yu was occupied with her tasks. In this situation, Chu Ci believed that she might not be helpful and could even be a distraction for Wen Yu. However, Chu Ci's concern was mainly directed toward Lin Yuan. With nothing demanding her attention in the Grotto continent, she decided to wait for Lin Yuan's return. Once Lin Yuan arrived, he sat down on the ground and began vomiting. Chu Ci anxiously squatted next to him and patted his back. Her heart ached for him. She had not seen him in such a weak state for a very long time. The last time that she saw him this week, he was still not a spirit chi professional. When she saw that he had recovered considerably, she helped him up and asked with concern, "Big brother, what happened to you?" Chu Ci had a basic grasp of spatial teleportation and had even ventured to the abyssal world to explore the mirrored cities. Although she had experienced slight discomfort, it quickly faded within seconds. However, she lacked any experience in teleporting over long distances within the main world. Her fear stemmed from the possibility of Lin Yuan's health being compromised and the possibility he was concealing it from her. Back when Lin Yuan managed the Fei store, he intentionally withheld information to spare her needless worry. When Lin Yuan heard Chu Ci call him Big Brother, he hurriedly smiled and said, "How could there be anything wrong with my body? This only happened because I teleported across too far of a distance. You were in the precious instrument the previous time I did it, so you couldn't see. But I had just as bad of a reaction." Chu Ci still did not believe him and said, "Big brother, you must tell me if there are any problems. Don't shoulder everything on your own." Lin Yuan patted down her stray hair and said, "If there were any issues with my body, Master would never have let me come out on my own. Don't worry, you are my only sister. I will definitely let you know if there are any problems with my body." Chu Ci thought about how the Moon Empress treated Lin Yuan and finally believed what he was saying. A thought struck her, and she said with a hint of lingering fear, "Lin Yuan, we have taken full control of the city. Dazzling Silver and Bei Su have even gone up to the surface." Chu Ci had only gone out to train and sharpen her combat skills. She always had Cold Moon by her side. Although she occasionally got hurt, she was never in any real danger. She thought that that was the kind of training that spirit chi professionals needed to experience. But after all that she had gone through, her perspective had changed. Perhaps true training came from Lin Yuan bringing her to the Grotto continent. All that she had seen in the Grotto continent opened her eyes to just how cruel the world was. It turned out that lives were worth so little in the Grotto continent. It was a luxury just to be able to live comfortably. The average lifespan of regular citizens in the Radiance Federation was more than 90 years. Having lived all her life in the Radiance Federation, Chu Ci did not think 90 years was especially old. But since coming to the Grotto continent, she found out that the regular people only lived to around 23 years of age. Any older than that and they would be seen as having a long lifespan. She would never have believed that such a world existed without witnessing it herself. She finally knew what it meant when people said that reading always fell short of experience. Chu Ci did not have creation master talent. Suddenly, she felt she should not return to the Advanced Spirit Chi Occupation University next semester. It was important to Cold Moon that Chu Ci received an education and knew how to act in society. According to her plan, Chu Ci would be done with the university's cultural classes in another 6 months. At university, the most that Chu Ci would be able to learn was how to interact with others and how to assimilate into the university's environment. She would definitely be able to grow faster by training in the Grotto continent than she would by enjoying her life in university for the next 4 years. However, Chu Ci did not make the decision for herself now and intended to talk it over with Cold Moon when she returned to the Radiance Federation. She would tell Cold Moon about her thoughts and seek her opinion. Chu Ci was extremely respectful of her master. Unlike Lin Yuan, Chu Ci did not have a clear memory of their parents. She had been too young, and her memories of them were very blurry. She only knew how they looked like from the photographs she had seen. As such, she only held them figuratively in her heart. After the time that they had spent together, Chu Ci felt something akin to parental love from Cold Moon. It was the same way that Lin Yuan felt about the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard what Chu Ci said. Given the powers of Dazzling Silver and the other 4 Samsara realm dictators, it would be child's play for them to take control of the Grotto continent. Chu Ci said that Dazzling Silver had already brought Bei Su to explore the surface. It was likely that she had already discovered the Barren Sea. Lin Yuan contacted Dazzling Silver through the Thoughts letter paper, and she rushed back immediately after receiving Lin Yuan's message. Dazzling Silver did not bring Bei Su back with her. Instead, she brought Wen Yu, who had accompanied her, to take a look at the Barren Sea. She had spent enough time with Lin Yuan to know that Wen Yu played an important role in his life. He transformed from dirt into a pearl. To dimensional life forms, only experts deserved respect. Lately, Wen Yu was constantly by her side. Having Wen Yu present, Dazzling Silver refrained from vying for the opportunity to showcase herself in front of Lin Yuan. Instead, she yielded the chance to Wen Yu. When Wen Yu saw Lin Yuan, she said, "Young master, the Grotto continent is indeed an underground continent. The Barren Sea completely separates it from everything else, which explains why it's so impoverished. There aren't many more resources on the surface than what the Grotto continent already has stocked up. The ground above the Grotto continent is very hard, and there is also a layer of extremely hard rock. Only small and short plants can survive. There's no way that large plants will be able to extend their roots far. The Barren Sea is north of the Grotto continent. The aquatic life forms in the Barren Sea aren't very suited to be contracted by spirit chi professionals. I have also explored the other directions and discovered that rocks surround the area. To the south, the terrain becomes increasingly steep the further you go. If you head north, there are more plants and they also become increasingly taller. Judging from how the environment has progressed, my assessment is that heading north will give us the highest chance of stumbling on other federations." Lin Yuan nodded. He always trusted Wen Yu's abilities. Could be said that Wen Yu had done all the necessary scouting within the short span of 2 days. Lin Yuan had already guessed that the ground above the Grotto continent would be very hard. Otherwise, there would have been cave-ins and sinkholes. If cave-ins and sinkholes happened, the spirit chi professionals from the Grotto continent would be able to reach the surface. Lin Yuan felt that if the spirit chi professionals from the Grotto continent were given the opportunity, they would definitely flee to the surface instead of continuing to suffer in a place devoid of sun. The people in the Grotto continent had very short lifespans. This was largely due to the lack of sun. Even with access to sunlight, which aided body growth, they could still live to a minimum of 30 years while maintaining their current lifestyles and diets. Lin Yuan did not come to the Grotto continent to harvest resources. His goal was to find the continent vein core. Moreover, Wen Yu had only scouted the area above the Grotto continent. She had not had the time to venture further. They considered the possibility of a place with abundant resources on the other side of the Barren Sea. However, one thing remained certain. This side of the Barren Sea harbored unique phase that couldn't be found elsewhere. At this point, the books from the abyssal and subterranean worlds had merged into complete tomes, which Lin Yuan needed to master. From his prior experiments, Lin Yuan knew his rest period would range from a minimum of 7 days to a maximum of 2 weeks. This duration couldn't be shortened. Lin Yuan opted to seize this time, while Tower Cannon hadn't yet acted, to take control of these tomes. Once he controlled the tomes of the abyssal and subterranean worlds, he would shift his focus to the tome of the alien insect world. I must enter seclusion underground for over a month. During this time, you will lead Dazzling Silver and the other 4 in scouting and managing the situation. I already told you about the continent vein cores. Take the Abyss Red Lotus with you. It will help you to sense the location of the continent vein cores. You can dig at whatever location you sense the continent vein cores. Don't worry, young master. I will do my best to find the continent vein cores. But when it comes to searching, manpower is more important than capabilities. Although we have taken control of the Grotto continent, they have their own experts. However, we can't guarantee that they will be loyal. As of now, we are only able to tame them using our power. It will be difficult to convince them to put in effort for our sake. So, I would like to enlist some help. When you knew Lin Yuan could control dimensional lifeforms and hoped he would send her some dictators. If he did so, she would be able to show him satisfactory results by the time he came out of seclusion. Lin Yuan already expected such a request from Wen Yu. Frankly, even if she did not make the request, he had already prepared help for her. There were 200 dictators in human form waiting by Klein Hub. Lin Yuan called these 200 dictators out from the marsh world. Firstly, he had already taken control of every single one of these marsh dictators through the abundance treasure tree. Moreover, Lin Yuan was no different from a god in the marsh world. Almost all of them were already contributing faith to him. Normally, only Samsara realm dictators like Eternal Source had the opportunity to see Lin Yuan and be by his side. The Turning Will realm dictators rarely had the opportunity to interact with him. The Turning Will realm seemed like a pipe dream to intermediate dictators. They would never dare to hope to be dispatched by him. But now they could finally stand beside Lin Yuan and carry out his orders. They stood before him excitedly and waited for him to issue an order. Lin Yuan told Wen Yu, "I have already prepared help for you. You can assign them as you see fit." As Wen Yu looked at the 200 dictators, she said confidently, "Young master, I will definitely be able to give you a pleasant surprise when you come out of seclusion. I won't disappoint you." When Lin Yuan was done organizing plans for the future exploration, Chu Ci looked at him and asked softly, "Lin Yuan, can I go with Sister Wen Yu? I want to use this opportunity to expand my horizons." Chu Ci was afraid Lin Yuan would not agree to her request and hastily added, "I will stay with her. I won't run off on my own." Wen Yu picked up Chu Ci's hand and said, "Young master, I can ensure Chu Ci's safety. If she comes with me, she will definitely be able to grow significantly." Lin Yuan told Chu Ci in a nagging tone, "You must stay with Wen Yu. If you run off, I will have Dazzling Silver bring you back here immediately." Upon hearing this, Chu Ci realized that Lin Yuan had accepted her request, causing her to be filled with excitement. Prior to this, Wen Yu had informed Chu Ci about an expedition to the Barren Sea, a mysterious and forbidden location within the perspective of the main world. Wen Yu believed that this expedition presented a valuable opportunity. It would allow her to aid Bei Su in his personal growth and broaden his horizons. As such, Wen Yu said, "Young master, why don't I take Bei Su with me on this trip?" It was very difficult to raise Bei Su's power. His overall power would only be able to increase when his Spirit Chi professional rank was promoted. What he needed now was to open his eyes to the world and gain more experience. Bei Su always acted reliably and did his best. Wen Yu liked his dependable character, so she was very willing to give him this chance and teach him. Lin Yuan shook his head. It would not be a bad idea for Bei Su to go with Wen Yu to train, but this was not his only option. Back when he first started developing the Astronomical Parliament, he had an idea. Every member of the Astronomical Parliament would become an outstanding leader wherever they were located. Su Iran, Yin Lin, Bu Pe, Ta Lei, Luolan, Peace, and Waluan were all proceeding as per Lin Yuan's expectations. Many of them were already showing signs of success. If Bei Su wanted to take control of the Grotto continent, he needed to conquer Skybearer City quickly. If he took too long, it would diminish his might. In actuality, Lin Yuan did not need Bei Su to take control of the Grotto continent and become its leader. He could just assign a few dictators to manage the Grotto continent. But if he did that, Bei Su would definitely not be pleased to see others leading the continent where he grew up. Wen Yu, I don't think Bei Su should go with you to train. I will leave him with 10 dictators and Hornless Dragon Source. Since the Barren Sea is north of here, exploring that direction is unnecessary. You can pick 2 of the 3 remaining directions and leave the last for Bei Su. Once he has taken control of Skybearer City and its elites, he will lead them in exploring that direction. This will train him, and he might be able to weed out the bad seeds from Skybearer City. He will only have an easier time managing Skybearer City if he removes those who are disobedient. Wen Yu was stunned when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She had not expected Lin Yuan to have such high hopes for Bei Su. He was even willing to assign 10 dictators and a Samsara realm dictator to him while he was exploring. Bei Su sure was lucky, but after pondering for another moment, when you realized that Lin Yuan seemed to treat the other members of the astronomical parliament the same way. Although Lin Yuan was only a young man, when you felt he had more determination, gentleness, and depth than many fully grown adults. Young master, you can rest assured and go into seclusion. I will help to make arrangements for Bei Su. Lin Yuan called over the 10 dictators and hornless dragon source from the marsh world before he flashed into the spirit lock spatial zone. With absolute certainty, he turned the abyssal world's books into a tome and dropped it into the fountain of faith. Lin Yuan was using this time to fuse with the tomes formed from the dimensional world's treasures. Although he was slumbering in the spirit lock spatial zone, the storm clouds in the main world were showing no signs of stopping in their tracks. Rather, they were even showing signs of growing stronger. Wen Yu did not waste time and immediately contacted Bei Su through the Thoughts letter paper. She instructed Red Beauty to take Bei Su back into Skybearer City. Wen Yu usually played the role of Lin Yuan's assistant in the astronomical parliament and rarely reached out to the other members privately. But as the first member to take a seat on one of the golden thrones and the contractor of the astronomical parliament, Wen Yu still had a lot of sway in the astronomical parliament. No one would dare to defy or sub her. Bei Su was very curious about Wen Yu's reason for calling him. When Bei Su and his blood zombies arrived where Wen Yu was, she handed over the marsh dictators to him and said seriously, Bei Su, I know that you were longing to meet Lin Yuan. Now you finally have. Initially, he had no intention of coming to the Grotto continent immediately. He also has other things to do. He only decided to rush here because he wanted to protect you. I wanted to bring you out with me to train, but Lin Yuan decided to allow you to take over Skybearer City. Then you will personally lead a team to explore a direction. Lin Yuan also sent Hornless Dragon Source here to protect you. You can order these 10 dictators around and use them to help you expand your territory. I'm sure you can tell how important you are to him. So make sure not to disappoint him. Lin Yuan chose not to tell Bei Su how much hope he had for him. However, when you felt it was necessary to bring this up to Bei Su so that he would be aware of it. If Bei Su did not do well even after he was made aware of this, the problem would be in his capabilities. Bei Su felt a tangle of emotions. He was always worried that he would befall danger and Lin Yuan would be delayed in attending to his own business because he needed to save Bei Su. Wen Yu's words told him that he had indeed inconvenienced Lin Yuan and messed up Lin Yuan's plan. Lin Yuan believed in him so much and was even allowing him to explore and venture in one of the directions. Since Lin Yuan trusted him so much, he had to do this task well. Wen Yu did not comment when she saw how motivated Bei Su was. She instructed Red Beauty to lead the other 4 Emperor Mermaids and 100 dictators to split into 2 directions and begin exploring. When you chose the 2 directions where other federations were most likely to be found and left the easier one to Bei Su. This was her way of helping to alleviate Bei Su's pressure. When you knew that Lin Yuan did not need the resources from the Barren Sea. There was a myriad of resources in the Barren Sea. The only option was to slowly discover and harvest them. What Lin Yuan truly needed were the continent vein cores. Knowing this when you had a clear goal, she immediately utilized the Abyss Red Lotus to sense the continent vein cores. When you planned to follow the Abyss Red Lotus, gradually gathering the continent vein cores from this side of the Barren Sea until she obtained them all. With 4 Emperor Mermaids and 100 dictators at her disposal, when you could confidently confront factions of similar power to the Freedom Federation. This journey didn't trouble her in the least. Since forming a contract with the Elemental Paper and aiding Lin Yuan in gathering and organizing information, Wen Yu swiftly became adept at information gathering. Her visits to the Hidden Moon Pavilion consistently yielded substantial results. Mystic Moon had previously informed Wen Yu that the continent vein cores were typically located in regions with optimal environments and climates. This implied that the locations of these cores were the most prosperous on their respective continents. If that were indeed the case, utilizing the Abyss Red Lotus to locate and control the continent vein cores might also lead her to the areas with the highest concentration of humans. When you immediately began searching while Bei Su led Hornless Dragon Source and the 10 dictators away to begin their endeavor of taking control of Skybearer City. Those who were disobedient or prevented her from taking control of Skybearer City would all be picked out by Bei Su. He intended to give them one last chance. If they still did not cherish that chance, he would use the most merciless method to teach them a lesson. Once they knew how powerful he was and they still refused to recognize him as the ruler of Skybearer City, he would wipe them off the face of the earth. That would be the fastest way to establish a new system and culture in Skybearer City. Once Bei Su did so, he could build its influence until it spread across the entire Grotto continent. From what Wen Yu said, Bei Su knew that Lin Yuan intended to make him the ruler of the Grotto continent. Bei Su trusted Su Yiren, Luolan, Yin Lin, and the rest implicitly because they all had the potential to stand at the top of an entire continent. They were able to execute their will over an entire continent. Now, he finally had his chance to become a ruler. Before meeting Lin Yuan, every single one of Bei Su's days had been dark and laborious. He did not want anyone to have to lead such a life after he became the ruler. He intended to change everything in the Grotto continent. Bei Su had the confidence and the resolution. However, this change could only take place slowly. Bei Su intended to contact Su Yiren and Yin Lin to ask and learn from them. In truth, many of the elites in Skybearer City had already sworn their loyalty to Bei Su. Dazzling Silver, Blue Umber, Light Green Umber, Red Beauty, and the other Emperor Mermaids possessed power far beyond the comprehension of these elites. People were always afraid of that which they could not comprehend. Very few elites dared to challenge Bei Su's might when he was able to order around 4 Emperor Mermaids. Bei Su was willing to give these elites 3 chances so they could have a say in whether they lived or died. But he would not spare those who questioned him. If they still did not learn their lesson, more would question his power in the future. Bei Su was well aware of this now that he had been a leader for some time. Meanwhile, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were strolling relaxedly in the Marsh world. Ever since they led the people from the Radiance Federation into the Marsh world, all the psychological pressure and burden were lifted off of Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. It would be easy for Chef Supreme and Iron Prison to put on this act. Chef Supreme noticed that regardless of what happened, Iron Prison's expression remained as stony as ever, and not much change took place. Chef Supreme was very curious to know if Iron Prison was not tired from wearing such an expression constantly. Chef Supreme could not help but say with amusement, "Iron Prison, you are on such bad terms with so many members of royalty because you always have such a grumpy expression hanging off your face. Now that you don't have much pressure pressing down on you, why don't you smile more?" Iron Prison shot a look at Chef Supreme and said with a smile, "Chef Supreme, you don't look good when you smile. Your gums are too prominent. Moreover, when you smile, your nostrils widen too much. My pinky can probably fit in there." Chef Supreme's smile faded instantly when he heard what Iron Prison said. Chef Supreme was uncertain whether Iron Prison's statement was a joke, or if he was simply being straightforward. They hadn't interacted much before. If Cicada Song were there, he would be able to discern what Iron Prison's true meaning was. After Iron Prison's words rendered Chef Supreme speechless, the latter stopped trying to initiate a conversation with him. He focused all of his attention on the Marsh world's environment. Although Chef Supreme was a Class 5 creation master, he never had the chance to visit the Marsh world. It went without saying that the Freedom Federation would never allow one of the Radiance Federation's Class 5 creation masters to enter the Marsh world. Chef Supreme had never been to the Marsh world but was very familiar with the Abyssal world. Compared to the Marsh world, the Abyssal world's environment was horrible. It was not suitable for human development at all. Chef Supreme had called for numerous imperial meetings over this. Unless there were any external factors, the Freedom Federation would definitely be able to develop the Marsh world quicker than the Radiance Federation could the Abyssal world. Luckily, no waves of dimensional lifeforms burst out from the Abyssal world like they had from the Marsh world. Otherwise, the Radiance Federation's 32 cities would be destroyed. This was a loss that the Radiance Federation could not afford. Chef Supreme was not naive enough to believe that no issues would crop up in the abyssal world. Incidents could break out at any moment. However, Lin Yuan had removed the danger before such incidents could take place. Lin Yuan was the key player in the conflict between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. At that moment, Iron Prison asked Chef Supreme seriously, "Chef Supreme, do you think that the Freedom Federation will try to attack us if we really help them resolve their issue?" Chef Supreme dared not say for sure what would happen before they actually happened. However, Chef Supreme still did not believe with certainty that the Freedom Federation would attack them. After all, the Radiance Federation had helped them to gain a year of safety. The Freedom Federation was a massive establishment. Were they really going to abandon everything and start from scratch somewhere else? The losses from doing so were unimaginable. Suddenly, a thought formed in Chef Supreme's mind. If the Freedom Federation's royalty decided to take over another territory and rebuild it atop the foundation of another federation, they would be able to save numerous resources and a lot of time. Based on Chef Supreme's understanding of the Mirror God and God of Fools, he believed there was a high chance they would choose this course of action. When he saw that Chef Supreme still had yet to respond to him, Iron Prison said seriously, "I think that when we leave and assure the Mirror God and God of Fools that the problem has been addressed and that we have gained that year of time for them, they will definitely attack us. All of the Spirit Chi professionals who came with us from the Radiance Federation will also end up killed. That is the only reason to explain why the Mirror God agreed to our demands so easily. He didn't even try to negotiate. When we made our first proposition, it took them almost 2 weeks to come to a decision, not to mention that we asked for far more this time. I was always indignant of the Moon Empress in the past and always felt that she was self-centered and undisciplined. But now, I really admire her." Chef Supreme waited to hear what Iron Prison admired about the Moon Empress. But Iron Prison did not elaborate. After mulling over what Iron Prison said, Chef Supreme nodded in agreement. "What do you think Lin Yuan will do if the Mirror God and God of Fools decide to attack us?" Since Iron Prison had asked him questions, Chef Supreme had to ask him questions, too. This back and forth made for positive communication. However, Iron Prison only shook his head. "I don't care about what decision Lin Yuan will make. But I can be sure of one thing, which is that the Freedom Federation will no longer burden the Radiance Federation." A rare smile spread across Iron Prison's face. Chef Supreme's lips twitched. He felt that Iron Prison was bragging about the Moon Empress on her behalf. But soon, a cheerful smile appeared on Chef Supreme's face. "You're right. The Freedom Federation will no longer be a pain in the Radiance Federation's neck. The Radiance Federation will finally embark on a new chapter in the main world." Chef Supreme and Iron Prison did not have any large burdens, nor did they have any yearning to seek worlds outside of the main world. As members of royalty, their biggest hope was to watch the Radiance Federation grow stronger and more prosperous with each passing day. They wanted every citizen of the Radiance Federation to be able to live in peace and for their average lifespan to increase. That was all they could dream and hope for. If there were other large and expansive worlds, it should be the young people who traveled there to explore, fight, and dream. When Eternal Source saw Chef Supreme and Iron Prison, he hurriedly greeted them and said in a friendly voice, "We are done with all the preparations. We can accompany you back to the main world at any time. Lord Lin Yuan has already given me instructions. You just need to allow us to remain on your bodies once we have transformed ourselves." Firstly, he had been by Lin Yuan's side the entire time. The only time they were apart was when Lin Yuan instructed him to take over a certain dimensional world. He did not have the chance to interact with people from the Radiance Federation and did not understand what it meant to be a member of royalty. Thus, Eternal Source did not see Chef Supreme and Iron Prison as Lin Yuan's seniors. Eternal Source was only polite to Iron Prison and Chef Supreme because this was a task from Lin Yuan. As such, Eternal Source would do his best to complete it. Since he did not know how close these people he had been ordered to protect were to Lin Yuan, he assumed they were Lin Yuan's closest kin. He was terrified of being careless and earning Lin Yuan's ire. In the past, Eternal Source had no clue about the emotional ties between humans. Dimensional life forms only needed to force each other to submit. There was no need for them to be friendly or try to earn favor with one another like humans did. As dimensional lifeforms from various worlds converged around Lin Yuan and began competing, the necessity to cultivate friendship and favor suddenly arose. Eternal Source had picked up a fair amount himself. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison exchanged a look. Both of them were still wondering how Lin Yuan would react if the Mirror God and God of Fools attacked them. They had not come to a satisfying conclusion even after extensive discussion. Out of curiosity, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison asked Eternal Source, "What kind of plans does little Yuan have? If we are made aware of them, we will be able to prepare in advance." Eternal Source's eyes widened instinctively when he heard how Chef Supreme and Iron Prison addressed Lin Yuan. Little Yuan. These two humans, who were even weaker than Samsara realm dictators, had actually called Lord Lin Yuan Little Yuan. This implied that they either held a higher status than him or were his seniors. After some pondering, Eternal Source believed that the second possibility was more likely. The two of them were so weak. How could they have higher statuses than Lord Lin Yuan? Eternal Source was very glad he had been so polite to them. Otherwise, if they complained to Lin Yuan, he would definitely be displeased or even blame Eternal Source. If that happened, all of his efforts would go to waste, and his position among the ranks of Lin Yuan's subordinates would be destabilized. Ever since Eternal Source saw Lin Yuan demonstrate his power, he knew he would head for a brighter future if he joined Lin Yuan and worked hard. Given that Lin Yuan's plans included Chef Supreme and Iron Prison, it was understandable for them to have questions. Moreover, there was a high chance that the two of them were Lin Yuan's seniors. Thus, there was no way Eternal Source would turn them down. If the Freedom Federation agrees to allow the two of you to return to the Radiance Federation, we won't take any action. The other experts from the Radiance Federation will be returned to the Radiance Federation through alternative means. But if the Freedom Federation attacks you, we will immediately step in to restrain your attackers before taking control of all the experts in the Freedom Federation. Then, we will hand them over to the Moon Empress to deal with them. Eternal Source did not care if the Moon Empress was stronger than Lin Yuan. Since he saw her as his teacher, Eternal Source would afford her such respect. After being momentarily stunned, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison guffawed. Lin Yuan's plan was straightforward and satisfactory. As long as the Mirror God and God of Fools' intelligence did not fail them abruptly, they would definitely attack the two of them. It was impossible for the second possibility to unfold. After this matter, the Freedom Federation would become a thing of the past. Even if the Moon Empress chose to spare the Freedom Federation, they would become a subsidiary of the Radiance Federation. Once they were done laughing, Chef Supreme said, "If that's the case, then I will have to trouble the two of you to attach yourselves to our bodies. We will return to the Freedom Federation now." Eternal Source told Red Thorn, "Choose one of them and attach yourself to him. I will go after you." Eternal Source was this courteous to Red Thorn because it was a fey that Lin Yuan had contracted. He had personally witnessed Red Thorn's takeover of the Abyss Great Emperor's corpse. Seeing this ability, Eternal Source understood that if anyone defied Lin Yuan's orders out of arrogance, he could eliminate and have Red Thorn control their body, effectively making them another tool. Eternal Source has been somewhat traumatized since he witnessed Red Thorn seizing control of the Abyss Great Emperor's corpse. Red Thorn did not bother to be polite to Eternal Source. It knew that Lin Yuan was very respectful toward Chef Supreme. As such, it instructed the Abyss Great Emperor to transform and attach himself to Chef Supreme's body to protect him. After Red Thorn made its choice, Eternal Source attached himself to Iron Prison. A grand imperial meeting was being held in the Freedom Federation. This was the first real and official imperial meeting that was being held since the Freedom Federation lost control over the Marsh world. Unlike previous gatherings, the absence of the Goddess of Mercy was not a result of rebellion. The Mirror God and Goddess of Mercy had already stripped her status. Na, who was under the Goddess of Mercy, took the third seat, causing a shift in everyone else's positions. The Freedom Federation's royal members would typically be delighted to shift to higher seats. However, now they all wore troubled expressions, clearly preoccupied. This made the Mirror God frown, and he turned towards the God of Fools, who met his gaze. Glancing briefly at Kama, The mirror god then returned his attention to the god of fools. After a moment of silence, the god of fools nodded to the mirror god, who revealed a cold smile. The mirror god raised his hand, and a seven-headed phoenix appeared to him. The phoenix's body was purple and gold, and its feathers were covered with glittering patterns. When light reflected off of the feathers, purple rays of light fanned out into the air. However, no one admired this fae. All the other members of royalty had austere expressions that soon turned to astonishment. They did not know why the mirror god had just summoned his fae and even instructed it to release such an imposing aura. With the pressure of the spirit fire level pressing down on them, the other members of royalty had no choice but to circulate their spiritual power in order to hold on. At that moment, the seven-headed gold and purple phoenix let out a cry before shaking out its feathers. Purple and gold light immediately landed on Kama's body, holding her securely in midair. Kama immediately put up her guard. She had been confused about why the mirror god had summoned his fae and had not expected him to use it to target her. Bright flames were burning Kama's body, and she cried out in terror, "Mirror god, what do you mean by this? Why are you attacking me?" Kama could sense the murderous aura pouring out from the mirror god. However, she dared not summon her own higher devil. If she did that, she would publicly declare war on the mirror god and god of fools. The mirror god had unleashed his lethal aura but had yet to use actual force. But once she summoned her own higher devil and established the stance of opposing him, there was no way that the mirror god would allow her to continue living in this world. It was likely that the main topic of this imperial meeting would be the issue of handling the Radiance Federation Envoy Group, Iron Prison, and Chef Supreme. They were going to discuss whether they would imprison Chef Supreme and kill them after their resources were returned and the two of them had been taught a lesson. So why was she suddenly being targeted? The gears in Kama's brain turned quickly. She did not think that the mirror god had the right to decide whether she lived or died. The mirror god's murderous aura had not decreased after she was restrained. If she wanted to save herself, she would need to enlist the help of the other members of royalty. With this thought, Kama said, "Mirror god and god of fools, you said that you wanted to respect the other members of royalty and give us the right to contribute to the planning. I have been doing as you said and haven't done anything to cross you. Are you holding a grudge against me just because I asked Du Miao to relay my request for the three-headed dark phoenix? I can give up on it. When I brought it up to Du Miao, I forgot that you were once interested in it." Kama thought, "I already put it in such a way. There's no way that the mirror god and god of fools will continue targeting me, or they'll risk becoming hypocrites. My life should be safe now." Yet, right after she uttered the final word, silver flames erupted from the mirror god's form and reduced Kama to ashes. The mirror god's methods were vicious. It was extremely different from the gentle approach he used to intimidate the goddess of mercy. Spiritfire experts were able to exert a certain degree of pressure on birth horoscope experts. Kama had not even reached the birth horoscope level or summoned her higher devil. She was very different from the goddess of mercy, whose body contained the mermaid bloodline, making her a fae. The other members of royalty thought that the mirror god had uncovered some dirty deeds that Kama had done and was teaching her a lesson. She had lost her main fae, and the mirror god had given up on the three-headed dark phoenix a few years ago, leaving it in the Freedom Mystic Temple. There was no reason for the mirror god to be this stingy. His attitude would not only disappoint Kama but the rest of the members of royalty as well. However, not only did the mirror god decide not to patch up the situation, but he even killed Kama. It was clear that he wanted to make an example out of her. This meant that any one of them could be next. The mirror god and god of fools possessed absolute power, so the other members of royalty did not have the right to oppose them. If they wanted to, they could kill the rest of them just like how Kama had just been killed. They would be no match for the mirror god and god of fools even if they summoned their fays and made advanced preparations. Li Yong had not been performing well of late. He was currently the least capable member of royalty. The only thing differentiating him from Kama was that his main fae was still alive. This made him more valuable than her. If they were intending to kill more members of royalty, there was a high chance that Li Yong would be next. With this thought, Li Yong hurriedly rose to his feet and knelt in front of the mirror god and god of fools. He dared not speak for fear of accidentally angering the mirror god. It would be enough for him to put on such an attitude toward the mirror god. When the other members of royalty saw that the mirror god had not halted Li Yang's actions, they knew this was what the mirror god wanted. The mirror god and god of fools were not speaking as they were waiting for them to make their stances clear. Now that they knew this, Du Miao and the other members of royalty hurriedly followed in Li Yang's lead and knelt before the mirror god and god of fools. At that moment, Na could no longer hold back and anxiously asked the mirror god and god of fools, "Don't you think that you're going too far?" The mirror god was the one who ended Kama's life. Yet Na was posing her question to the god of fools. This was because she knew that the mirror god was very obedient to the god of fools and followed all of his decisions. The mirror god had to already have discussed the matter with the god of fools. Na did not understand why they had chosen to do so when the Freedom Federation was in the midst of its most perilous moment. Na said what she said to the mirror god and god of fools because she knew they were close. She was also not as difficult of a character as the goddess of mercy. Given that she was a Class 5 creation master, it was unlikely that the mirror god and god of fools would attack her for asking this question. Du Miao was surprised that Na would choose to speak out first at such a moment. She was never the type to stick her neck out first. From the fact she had asked such a question to the mirror god and god of fools, it meant that she was wholly disappointed in them. The mirror god frowned when he heard Na's question. Before the god of fools responded to Na, he said in a low voice, "Na, all you need to do is what you are told. From now on, you just need to listen to our orders. You no longer have the right to ask questions. I won't punish you heavily now because of this new rule. You can continue standing there and listening to our orders for the rest of this meeting." The god of fools' words caused the expressions of all the members of royalty to change drastically. All of them now looked floored. What? From what the god of fools said, he saw them as his servants. This was completely the opposite of what they usually said during imperial meetings. Normally, even if they did not mean what they said, they would still put on an act. But now they had not even bothered to do that. As top experts of the main world, none of them were willing to bow their heads to anyone else. Any one of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty could start their own federation elsewhere and enjoy the treatment of a king. There was no need for them to be the subordinates or servants of someone else. Although the mirror god and god of fools also showed signs of having such attitudes, they were never obvious about it. Becoming subordinates to the mirror god and god of fools could be acceptable if it brought substantial benefits. However, the reality was that aligning with them would likely lead to them monopolizing all advantages. They might even refuse to share resources they had no interest in. Thus, striving for their favor seemed pointless. But regardless of what they thought, there was not much point in it. Given all that the mirror god and god of fools had already done, there was no way that the rest of them would be allowed to leave the Freedom Federation. Na stood frozen. She dared not show too much movement in front of the mirror god and god of fools. Previously, Na always felt that the goddess of mercy had been unable to differentiate good from bad. Although she had to endure some discomfort, she did not need to oppose the mirror god and god of fools. Now, Na was experiencing the emotions the goddess of mercy once felt. This suffocating sensation tempted Na to reproach the mirror god and god of fools, mirroring the actions of the goddess of mercy. However, upon observing their expressions, Na hesitated to offer any resistance. When the mirror god saw how the rest of them reacted to his forceful method, he felt he had been too gentle in the past. There was no need to be gentle with these ungrateful creatures. The god of fools did not ask the kneeling members of royalty to stand. Instead, he carried on with the imperial meeting. "I called you here because I need to tell you about an important decision. Later, all of you will remain hidden around the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. I will immediately strike when Chef Supreme and Iron Prison emerge from the entrance. The rest of you will be in charge of taking down the other Spirit Chi professionals from the Radiance Federation. Kill as many of them as you can." Li Yong had been the one who communicated the mirror god and god of fools orders to Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. He had already guessed that the Mirror God and God of Fools would attack Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison's demands were excessive. The Mirror God and God of Fools seemed unwilling to part with them, planning to regain the resources after appearing to surrender them. Liang had anticipated an attack from the Mirror God and God of Fools but hadn't foreseen their intent to eliminate the 5 million Spirit Chi professionals of the Radiance Federation. This decision was ruthlessly calculated. Those professionals numbered in the millions. Killing them would label the Freedom Federation as treacherous, forging an enmity with the Radiance Federation that could never heal. In the past, when Liang still considered himself a member of the Freedom Federation's nobility, he might have obeyed the Mirror God and God of Fools' commands to uphold the Federation's dominance. But now that he wanted to leave the Freedom Federation, he did not want to make an enemy of the Radiance Federation. If he really did what the Mirror God and God of Fools wanted, the Radiance Federation would seek him out for revenge even if he fled from the Freedom Federation. But given the current circumstances, Liang had no choice but to continue kneeling on the ground alongside the others and act as though he was willing to follow the Mirror God and God of Fools' orders. The Mirror God looked at the kneeling members of royalty. He felt that his past methods had been wrong. He should have discussed with only his brother and kept all the other members in the palm of their hands. They would never receive any opposition if they held imperial meetings like this. All they needed to do was make the decisions themselves. Go prepare. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison have been inside for more than a day. They've either failed in their negotiation and been killed by the Marsh dictators, or they'll come out soon. Once the Mirror God and God of Fools were done speaking, they began leading the group to the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. The other members rushed to follow. Nana was the only one who was still rooted to the spot and did not leave immediately. The Mirror God and God of Fools had already decided to take control of them. Even if she did not follow their orders instantly to rush to the entrance, the worst-case scenario would be them becoming displeased with her. But they would not actually touch her. Nana walked over to Kama's seat and circulated her spiritual power to collect the ashes. After she was burned up by spirit fire, there was not much of her left. The ashes that remained did not contain any real part of her, and Nana only did so out of grief and sentiment. Although they were not on good terms, they had still known each other for more than a century. When she looked at Kama, she felt as though she was getting a glimpse of her own fate. Nana placed the pile of ashes in Kama's favorite strawberry garden before heading to the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. When she arrived, she saw that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had just walked out from the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. They had pained expressions on their faces. The Mirror God and God of Fools hurriedly walked up to receive them. The Mirror God's brow furrowed deeply when he saw their expressions. He almost thought that their negotiation with the Marsh Samsara Realm dictators had not been successful and that they had failed to secure the time for the Freedom Federation. Nonetheless, the Mirror God asked, "What happened to the two of you?" The Mirror God prayed that Iron Prison and Chef Supreme had managed to help the Freedom Federation out of their crisis and gained that year of time. Otherwise, this attempt at negotiating might lead the Marsh dictators to think they were weak and induce them to launch an attack on the Freedom Federation. Without that year of time, there was no way that the Mirror God and God of Fools would be able to secure sufficient resources. When Chef Supreme heard the Mirror God's question, he started reciting the script he had already practiced. "We held up our word and successfully solved the Freedom Federation's problem. The Radiance Federation suffered a great loss in helping you grant your request. All of our people were taken as collateral. Many of them have already lost their lives." Chef Supreme said that because he was trying to give the Mirror God, God of Fools, and the rest of the Freedom Federation a chance. Iron Prison knew he was not skilled at acting, so he did not say anything and allowed Chef Supreme to steer the show. The Mirror God and God of Fools were delighted by the answer. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had really managed to help the Freedom Federation to obtain a year of time. However, the Mirror God and God of Fools did not believe the Radiance Federation outright. Instead, he cast his gaze on the late Nana and said, "Nana, you will be the one to represent the two of us in heading into the Marsh world to verify the situation. Return to report to us once you have verified the truth." Nana's eyes narrowed. She never expected the mirror god to pick her for such a dangerous task. Wasn't this task more suited for the weaker and less valuable members of royalty? Apart from the mirror god and god of fools, she was the most valuable person in the entire Freedom Federation. Were the mirror god and god of fools not worried that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were lying and that she would be killed by the Marsh dictators immediately after entering? Na was going to decline when she caught the god of fools' murderous gaze. Compared to the mirror god, the god of fools was much more restrained and rarely showed his true feelings. There was nothing he hated more than people knowing how he really felt. But now the god of fools wanted to kill her. Was it because she had been the latest to arrive? The god of fools' murderous glare sucked away all of Nana's courage to turn down the task. Eventually, Nana had no choice but to drag herself through the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift. Nana's thoughts had been accurate. The god of fools was genuinely displeased by her lateness. He sensed a familiarity in her that reminded him of the past, and he aimed to impart a lesson. His intention was to make her realize that everyone there was replaceable. The god of fools did not believe that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison would lie about such a matter because it would never be able to hold up. It was likely that after her trip to the Marsh world, Nana would become pliant and know never to disobey the god of fools. Furthermore, the god of fools was getting the urge to make another example out of someone. He had killed Kama, who had the least value. Although the others had knelt, they would believe they were safe due to the value they posed. But if he attacked Nana, the other members of royalty would realize that their lives meant nothing to him. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison looked at each other. They had already predicted such a result and prepared for it. They had even arranged for 1 million Spirit Chi professionals to remain by the dimensional rift and pretend to be hostages. They even had marsh crocodile blood smeared on their bodies. Unless they were inspected at a close distance, it would be difficult for third parties to see they were actually completely fine. It did not take long for Nana to return. Chef Supreme pursed his lips when he heard what Nana said. This was the second chance he was giving the Freedom Federation. It was said there would be first and second chances but no third and fourth ones. Should the Mirror God and God of Fools fail to seize their second chance, he would notify the Moon Empress upon his return. This would allow her to make an informed decision when addressing the Freedom Federation's royal members. Chef Supreme waited for the right moment before saying, "Iron Prison and I are injured as well. Prepare a room for us so we can properly recuperate." Iron Prison's lips twitched when he heard what Chef Supreme said. Chef Supreme mentioned that he would be giving chances to the Freedom Federation. However, he felt as though Chef Supreme seemed to be baiting them instead. Iron Prison always saw Chef Supreme as wily, but he had not expected him to be this conniving. With the types of characters that the Mirror God and God of Fools had, how could they resist such bait? Once Chef Supreme was done speaking, he sensed the Mirror God and God of Fools release their auras. They summoned their phase, and 2 balls of spirit fires materialized in their palms. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were pushed by the pressure and almost lost their balance. Chef Supreme had told Eternal Source and Red Thorn he hoped they refrained from attacking the Mirror God and God of Fools before they actually tried to kill him and Iron Prison. Eternal Source had not been happy to hear this. But when he remembered how Iron Prison addressed Lin Yuan as Little Yuan, he agreed to Chef Supreme's request. This was because fighting the pressure and resisting became much more challenging once the opponent's attack had begun. If he got the timing wrong, it could endanger the person he aimed to protect. With Chef Supreme's advanced preparations, Eternal Source and Red Thorn would not make their move even after the Mirror God and God of Fools summoned their phase and spirit fires. Chef Supreme looked shocked and asked the Mirror God and God of Fools shrilly, "What is the meaning of this?" Iron Prison's lips twitched when he saw Chef Supreme's shocked expression. Chef Supreme sure was good at acting. There was no way that he could pull this off as well as Chef Supreme. Iron Prison believed there was no need to continue this charade before the Mirror God and God of Fools. They had already called upon their phase and spirit fires. Lin Yuan's 2 dictator subordinates could effectively handle the Mirror God and God of Fools. However, Iron Prison respected Chef Supreme's judgment and chose not to intervene. Chef Supreme, the oldest Class 5 creation master in the Radiance Federation, commanded Iron Prison's utmost respect. Iron Prison planned to conclude this performance alongside Chef Supreme, using it as an opportunity to gauge the extent of the Mirror God and God of Fools' actions. These actions would undoubtedly impact some of the Moon Empress' future decisions. What the Mirror God wanted the most now was to see Chef Supreme's frantic expression. The Mirror God smiled coldly and told Chef Supreme, "The Radiance Federation has obtained so many resources from the Freedom Federation. Now, it's time for you to cough all of them back up." During his youth, Chef Supreme bore a striking resemblance to his first disciple, Li Chonglin. It was this constant reminder of his own past that softened Chef Supreme's treatment toward Li Chonglin, making him more lenient than he would have otherwise been. Chef Supreme loved to prank and tease others when he was younger. But ever since becoming a Class 5 creation master and a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty, he subdued his playful personality. But now, as he was being infuriated to the point of laughter by the Mirror God's shamelessness, Chef Supreme felt his old playful personality spark back to life. The Radiance Federation never robbed the Freedom Federation of its resources. The Freedom Federation is the one that sought help from the Radiance Federation. All we did was receive the compensation that we had agreed on. Mirror God, you claim that the Radiance Federation took what belongs to the Freedom Federation. Are you trying to go back on your word? The Mirror God was in no rush to attack Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. He said with amusement, "You are now nothing but a pathetic insect that I can kill at any time. What right do you have to accuse me of going back on my word? The weak don't have the right to discuss honor with the strong. Chef Supreme, you have already lived out a significant portion of your life. Aren't you aware of such a simple rule?" The words of the Mirror God changed not only the expressions of Chef Supreme and Iron Prison but also those of the other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty. No wonder the Mirror God treated them that way. From the very moment these individuals joined the Freedom Federation, everything seemed like a massive joke if this was how they were seen. The Mirror God and God of Fools stood united, with the latter's concepts closely mirroring those of the former. The recent events had left Na, Li Yong, Du Miao, and others deeply wounded. Kama's demise had numbed them, eroding their trust in the Freedom Federation. The words of the Mirror God shattered any lingering hope the remaining members had clung to. The Mirror God's words utterly repulsed Iron Prison. "Rather than dwelling on the fact you went back on your word, let's shift our focus to revenge. No matter the resources the Radiance Federation demanded, the truth remains. We've journeyed here in response to the Freedom Federation's plea for aid. You can't dispute this fact. While treachery might define the Mirror God, taking the reins of the Freedom Federation in this revenge scheme will only lead to their public humiliation across the entire main world." Now that the dust had settled, Iron Prison did not want to waste any more time fighting with the Mirror God. But the Mirror God's words had crossed the line. Iron Prison had seen his fair share of shameless people, but it was difficult for even them to utter such words. It was true that experts were at the top of the pyramid in this world, but they were not the end-all and be-all. Iron Prison only came to understand this after becoming a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. When he first reached the eternal level, Iron Prison felt that using his fist was the answer for everything. But once he became a member of royalty, his sense of responsibility shaped his character and changed his mindset. Iron Prison's words were meant to sting the Mirror God, but they were also a cross-examination. The Mirror God was livid. As a Class 5 creation master, Chef Supreme did have the right to rebuke and spar verbally with him. But Iron Prison did not have any right to do so. A spirit chi professional who had not even awakened their birth horoscope did not even deserve to appear in the Mirror God's line of vision. When he saw how the Mirror God had lost control, the God of Fools shook his head in exasperation. Despite his prolonged seclusion, the Mirror God had been leading the Freedom Federation. After emerging, the God of Fools had anticipated his brother's growth, but he was dismayed to witness his persisting impulsiveness. A bothersome insect just needed to be killed. There was no need to argue and reason with it. Trying to do so would be lowering himself. The god of fools unleashed his inky black spirit fire to teach Iron Prison a lesson. Iron Prison, a spirit chi novice who hadn't even awakened his birth horoscope, was about to learn his insignificance before a true spirit fire expert. As the spirit fire got near Iron Prison, his own words would surely appear absurd to him. The old fogey from the Radiance Federation had set his spirit fire alight, but had chosen to fuse his glorious spirit fire body with the Radiance Federation because he wanted to protect it. As a result, he would never be able to leave the Radiance Federation for the rest of his life. But now, there was no one there who could save Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. The god of fools wanted to see just how tough they could stay when they were being burned up by spirit fire. Although the god of fools did not say anything, he always had his own plans and schemes. Killing to make an example out of someone would be just as useful on the Radiance Federation's royalty as it was on the Freedom Federation's royalty. By killing Iron Pison, he could keep Chef Supreme under his thumb and force him to submit to the Freedom Federation. This way, the Freedom Federation would be able to gain another Class 5 Creation Master to replace the Goddess of Mercy. But just as his inky black spirit fire was about to make contact with Iron Prison, a ball of purple and red flames burst to life next to Iron Prison. This ball of purple and red flames pushed his black spirit fire aside and even suppressed it. Eventually, his spirit fire was extinguished. Although he had only released the flames from his original spirit fire, it was still of the spirit fire level and should not be extinguished by other kinds of fire. Astonishment bloomed across the god of fools' face. Redthorn did not give the god of fools a chance to react. The ball of purple and red flames passed through Iron Prison's legs and barreled toward the god of fools, trapping him in a purple and red prison. The moment the god of fools made his move, Eternal Source also attacked the mirror god. Eternal Source transformed into his original body and used his afterlife realm aura to suppress the auras of the mirror god and god of fools phase before slapping the mirror god across his body. If he had not promised Chef Supreme not to use lethal force against the opponent, Eternal Source would have already dealt his final move. He hated those who were treacherous and ungrateful and went back on their word. For an expert, nothing held greater importance than their character. Since the mirror god lacked the demeanor of an expert, he was pathetic, regardless of how much power he possessed. Given Eternal Source's understanding of Lin Yuan, he would not be interested in someone like the mirror god. The other members were all stunned when they saw how the Abyss Great Emperor and Eternal Source swiftly took control of the mirror god and god of fools. Soon, relief and joy replaced their previous expressions. They hadn't harmed Chef Supreme or Iron Prison, nor had they killed any Radiant Spirit Chi professionals. Hence, there was no reason for the Radiance Federation to target them. Even if the Radiance Federation chose to control them, they would still be treated better than being servants to the Mirror God and God of Fools. Li Yang, the weakest member of royalty from the Freedom Federation and the one with the least feeling of safety, stepped forward. Once he was sure that the Mirror God and God of Fools were completely subdued, he bowed to Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. He shared all the details about the Mirror God and God of Fools plans for the Radiance Federation and then said in a hushed tone, "If possible, I'm ready to cooperate with the Radiance Federation and work for them." Chef Supreme and Iron Prison exchanged glances, both realizing that Li Yang aimed to align himself with the winning side. Li Yang's actions unveiled the Mirror God and God of Fools' sinister schemes, which they had devised long before Chef Supreme, Iron Prison, and the 5 million Radiant Spirit Chi professionals arrived to offer assistance in the Freedom Federation. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison couldn't help but reflect on how, without Lin Yuan's safeguarding, they might have witnessed the slaughter of those 5 million Radiant Spirit Chi professionals at the hands of the Mirror God and God of Fools. They envisioned their own powerlessness in such a scenario. Red Thorn hadn't explicitly ordered the Abyss Great Emperor to reveal himself. His task was solely to confine the God of Fools using his spirit fire. Eternal Source had reverted to his original form, and unless members of the Freedom Federation's royalty were oblivious, they'd recognize his true identity. His marsh dictator aura was unmistakable. Even after uncovering the collusion between the Radiance Federation and the Marsh world, the Freedom Federation's royalty remained willing to ally with them. This stance strongly indicated their discontent with the Mirror God and God of Fools. Li Yang was very smart and knew how to strive for survival in such a situation. Otherwise, he would not have declared his willingness to cooperate with the Radiance Federation. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison lacked the authority to determine the fate of the Freedom Federation. The Moon Empress held that power. Still, they doubted that the Moon Empress would collaborate with the Freedom Federation's royalty. Thinking of cooperation while facing imprisonment was overly optimistic. Had the Freedom Federation been in control of the Radiance Federation, its royalty would have been treated poorly. Hee. You can serve the Radiance Federation, but don't expect cooperation. After addressing Li Yang, Chef Supreme declared loudly, "We've given you an example. Now you must state your position. Your stance will shape how the Radiance Federation treats you." The Freedom Federation's royalty swiftly expressed their stances after Chef Supreme's words. Their sincerity exceeded Li Yang's. Li Yang grew pale upon hearing that. It was clear that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had said this because they were not the decision-makers. They would definitely relay the stances of the Freedom Federation's royalty to whoever was the real decision-maker. Although he had been the first to declare his allegiance, his sincerity had been lacking. The Radiance Federation might execute him to set an example. With this, Li Yang cast aside his status, saying, "I was unclear. I didn't mean cooperation. I'll follow the Radiance Federation's orders and use my abilities for them." He inwardly cursed his fellow Freedom Federation royalty members as he spoke. "Look at how all of you tried to outperform me. Now, it's my turn to set you up. If you refuse to leave me a way out, we'll all suffer together." Li Yang's expression had changed, but his words now caused all the other members of royalty, both those who had declared their stances and those who had yet to do so, to change as well. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison noticed this. They looked at each other and contemplated. The Freedom Federation faced a tough situation, not because of an attack from the Marsh-dimensional lifeforms but due to conflicts among its members of royalty. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had gathered information from the Moon Empress, learning about the Freedom Federation's predicament. Lin Yuan had seized control of the Marsh world and confirmed details from the dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan orchestrated a trap for the Freedom Federation. This resulted in powerful Samsara realm dictators discovering the Freedom Federation's base in the Marsh world. Had the Mirror God and God of Fools promptly confronted the Samsara realm dictators upon learning the situation, they could have bought valuable time. This would have allowed the Freedom Federation to withdraw its Marsh world resources, preventing their current vulnerability. By stopping the Goddess of Mercy's advancement, the Mirror God and God of Fools unintentionally caused her mutiny. Once she merged with the mermaid bloodline, igniting her spirit fire would be feasible. Despite the circumstances, the Freedom Federation's royalty still pursued personal gains, astonishing Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. They intended to inform the Moon Empress about this, knowing she wouldn't accept them into the Radiance Federation once she learned everything. This was similar to how the Moon Empress and the Spacetime Elder had decided not to allow the Goddess of Mercy to become a Class 5 creation master associated with the Radiance Federation. Iron Prison could not handle whining and whinging. "Okay, we have told you everything that we need to. Now, some people will come to watch you and transport you to the Radiance Federation." Iron Prison had just finished speaking when the Samsara Realm dictators emerged from the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift. 2 Samsara Realm dictators were assigned to watch one Freedom Federation member of royalty and ensure they did not have the chance to flee. With this, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison knew their job was done. Now, everything would be up to the Moon Empress. Time kept passing, and Lin Yuan successfully fused with the Abyssal World's tome. He checked the time and realized he had slept for over 9 days, which was as expected. Upon waking, Lin Yuan didn't immediately proceed to fuse with the Subterranean World's tome. Instead, he began to read the Thought's letter paper. Once he confirmed that everything was normal, he stored the Thought's letter paper and headed to the Pure Land of Bliss. The Subterranean World's 2 endless gems had come together to form a treasure. Lin Yuan's plan was to establish a contract with it. This treasure, known as the Earth Source Cube, was a cube with a brownish-yellow hue. Its faces spun continuously, generating mineral veins one after another. Lin Yuan had been looking forward to the formation of the subterranean world's treasure for a very long time, because he wanted to use the millions of land imps to perform something big. These land imps swiftly constructed Thick Soil City in a very short time. During that period, Lin Yuan had only a few hundred land imps under his command. Yet, within merely 2 months, they managed to lay Thick Soil City's foundation. The main world was on the brink of a crisis. From 8th page Apoptosis, Lin Yuan learned that Tower Cannon had spent thousands of years using the aura of death to manipulate ley lines. This made the Sleeper's revival plan almost inevitable. Lin Yuan couldn't avert this catastrophe even if he found Tower Cannon's headquarters. With his current strength, Lin Yuan lacked the confidence to defeat Tower Cannon. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had experienced the might of First Page Crimson firsthand. He was undoubtedly an Afterlife Realm powerhouse. Initially, there were just 8 pages of Tower Cannon, which meant there were at least 8 Afterlife Realm experts under Tower Cannon's command. Lin Yuan had been tirelessly pursuing Tower Cannon, trying to catch up. Presently, by merging with the Abyss Red Lotus, Lin Yuan could surpass the Afterlife Realm. However, he only had 2 subordinates in the Afterlife Realm. First Page Crimson had already demonstrated his Afterlife Realm prowess. But who could guarantee that was his maximum capability? The utmost priority was to fortify their defenses to confront the disaster caused by Tower Cannon and to stand against innumerable undead lifeforms. Within a month, the millions of land imps from the subterranean world could erect a formidable defense for the main world. Power was crucial, but neglecting defense was not an option. The Sleeper's revival plan involved tapping into ley lines to revive every single lifeform that had died in the main world. The Radiance Federation's history was only a drop in the ocean in the timeline of the main world's existence. It was impossible to estimate, in all the lengthy epochs of the past, just how many lifeforms had ever died on the land that the Radiance Federation cities currently sat on. Once dead spirits rose from the ground, they would immediately begin attacking the Radiance Federation cities. The land imps could combine metal spiritual ingredients that could suppress or cleanse death aura with extremely durable metal spiritual ingredients to create planks that were around 50 meters thick. These planks would be laid over every corner of the Radiance Federation cities to ensure that the undead lifeforms would not be able to emerge from the ground. Even if some powerful dead spirits managed to break through the defense, they would be killed by the guards stationed there. The land imps could also use the metal spiritual ingredients to build a dead spirit's well, and guards would be stationed around it to kill any dead spirits that burst out from it. If he left this task to spirit craftsmen, it would take them hundreds of thousands of years to complete it. After all, it was not easy to stack numerous types of metal spiritual ingredients to create planks. Fortunately, the subterranean world offered ample resources, which were enough to sustain defense fortification. The Earth Source Cube emerged at the perfect time. Lin Yuan had instructed Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow to gather all land imps, irrespective of their strength. This task was likely completed. Lin Yuan's blood scattered onto the Earth Source Cube, which eagerly consumed every drop. The myth-breed Jasmine Lily's healing abilities had vastly improved from its original level, could now easily help to replenish Lin Yuan's blood. Although he already had 3 experiences behind him, Lin Yuan was still weakened and his legs turned to jelly by the time he was done contracting the Earth Source Cube. Lin Yuan hurriedly took out numerous blood-producing golden dates so he could consume them and recover. He then handed the Earth Source Cube to Carnage Source and instructed him to take it into the subterranean world as quickly as possible. Once his body recovered, Lin Yuan placed the subterranean world's tome into the Fountain of Faith in his divine kingdom and went back to sleep. He hoped that by the time he woke up, the main world would not be in the middle of a fight with Tower Cannon, as his plan still required another 3 months of development. Undoubtedly, Tower Cannon had never been afraid of the power of the Federations. The only thing that truly scared Tower Cannon was Epic God Palace. 8th page Apoptosis had sounded extremely austere when he spoke about Epic God Palace. It seemed as though Tower Cannon had never been able to get a leg up on that faction. The mastermind controlling Tower Cannon had awoken. First Page Crimson might not have acted in the main world due to fear of Epic God Palace. Epic God Palace limited Tower Cannon's actions, indicating their sinister plan couldn't proceed fast. Even with these thoughts, Lin Yuan didn't pin his hopes on them. He had to prepare quickly. Now, Lin Yuan was ready for the worst. When Lin Yuan fell asleep again, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison successfully transported the imprisoned Mirror God, God of Fools, and the remaining members of the Freedom Federation's royalty to the Radiance Federation. Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor aided in this effort. To maintain stability within the Freedom Federation after the departure of the Mirror God, God of Fools, and the royalty, Eternal Source deployed 50 Samsara realm dictators in the Freedom Federation. This measure aimed to prevent any potential chaos from erupting. Although the Mirror God, God of Fools, and the other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty had previously visited the Radiance Federation, their current physical and psychological states significantly differed from their previous visits. They had felt smug and arrogant on their previous trips to the Radiance Federation. But this time they were under the Radiance Federation's thumb, and their lives were no longer under their control. This was so ironic. This especially applied to the Mirror God and God of Fools. As Spiritfire experts, they never imagined that they would one day end up in such a state. Once they arrived at the Radiance Federation, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison finally let out a breath of relief. They had undertaken significant risk on this trip to the Freedom Federation. As such, they were carrying enormous pressure. In spite of the protection that Lin Yuan had provided, the pressure they felt was another separate matter. Luckily, nothing had gone wrong, and everything had ended smoothly. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison brought the Mirror God, God of Fools, and the other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty to the Radiant Moon Palace, where the Moon Empress would decide their fate. The Moon Empress had already received news that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were on their way back, so she was waiting for them. At the same time, she pondered over what she would do with the Freedom Federation's royalty. Even being who she was, she could not come up with any ideas. She had thought about discussing this with Lin Yuan, but he had already said he did not want to be involved in this matter and that she had full authority in making all decisions. If she still sought him out, it would make her seem useless. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison left the Freedom Federation's royalty at the foot of Leaning Moon Mountain while they headed up to meet with the Moon Empress. Ever since the Moon Empress became a Class 6 Creation Master and awoke her birth horoscope, the Spacetime Elder handed the Radiance Federation to her. He even stopped attending every Imperial meeting. From this, all of them knew that the Moon Empress had succeeded the Spacetime Elder's position. It was true that she deserved it. The Moon Empress and Lin Yuan had completely renewed the Radiance Federation, allowing it to become the true #1 federation in the world. Both Chef Supreme and Iron Prison greatly respected the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress did not immediately go and see the Freedom Federation's royalty after meeting up with Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. Instead, she asked them about the details of their trip to the Freedom Federation. Although she had been communicating with them through the Thoughts letter paper, it could not compare with face-to-face communication. It was difficult for Chef Supreme and Iron Prison to report fully to her through the Thoughts letter paper and could not include a significant portion of details. Both of them knew that the Moon Empress had succeeded the Spacetime Elder and was very busy. Once Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were done reporting the details to the Moon Empress, she frowned and thought, "It's a good thing that I already told little Yuan about the situation. Otherwise, Chef Supreme, Iron Prison, and the 5 million Radiant Spirit Chi professionals would have lost their lives in the Freedom Federation." The Moon Empress waved her hand and said, "I am going to call for an Imperial meeting now. The two of you can describe everything properly then. Bring the people from the Freedom Federation to the Imperial meeting, too. We will decide the fate of the Mirror God, God of Fools, and the rest during the Imperial meeting." Iron Prison and Chef Supreme both nodded in understanding. Hearing this, they realized that the Moon Empress had not yet decided how to handle the royalty of the Freedom Federation. This was a complex issue indeed. While using the Freedom Federation's royalty wasn't a straightforward choice, disregarding them would appear wasteful. Managing the royalty might be manageable, but dealing with the vast Freedom Federation posed challenges. The Radiance Federation was preparing for another Imperial meeting. This upcoming gathering would include not only the usual members but also the Mirror God, God of Fools, and other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty. The Radiance Federation's Imperial meeting shocked the Freedom Federation's royalty. They discovered that the Radiance Federation conducted its Imperial meetings differently. During the Radiance Federation's meeting, their royalty communicated efficiently and listened to each other. This was quite unlike the meetings at the Freedom Mystic Temple. This meeting reminded the veteran members of the Freedom Federation's royalty of the past. Decades ago, their meetings in the Freedom Mystic Temple used to be smooth and effective. However, everything changed when the Mirror God and God of Fools ignited their spirit fires. Yet, it was evident that the core issue wasn't the spirit fire ignition itself. The Radiance Federation's Spacetime Elder had also ignited his spirit fire, but the transformation he underwent was not the same as the Mirror God and God of Fools. After the discussions during the meeting, the Moon Empress made her decision. The royalty of the Freedom Federation would pledge their loyalty to the Moon Empress, binding themselves through their willpower runes, law runes, eternal hearts, and related means. This ensured her complete authority over them. Subsequently, they would return to the Freedom Federation. Considering the vast number of Freedom citizens, someone needed to oversee their management, as the dimensional lifeforms were unfamiliar with human affairs. Lin Yuan lacked time to handle Freedom Federation matters, so the Moon Empress made that choice. Although the Moon Empress decision was unsettling for the Freedom Federation's royalty, they all understood they lacked the right to refuse. The Radiance Federation controlled them now, and dissent could lead to their elimination. If only a few of them agreed, they would be able to gain control of the Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation's royalty were used to scheming and hoped their cohorts would not agree so they could gain a bigger piece of the pie. During their journey, they slowly embraced their current roles. They were all smart and understood the outcome of refusing. Even the Mirror God and God of Fools hesitated a bit but eventually agreed to the Moon Empress decision and solemnly gave a wisp of their spirit fires. The Moon Empress now had the power to decide whether the royalty of the Freedom Federation lived or died. She didn't need to worry anymore, so she told the Mirror God, God of Fools, and the others to go back. If she needed anything, she would just tell them directly. The Moon Empress spoke with each one of the Freedom Federation's royalty privately before they left. The conversation left every member feeling like they had the authority to control the others. On the way back, the Mirror God was incensed when he remembered how Li Yong had voluntarily submitted to the Radiance Federation after he and God of Fools had been restrained. However, the Mirror God dared not attack him for it. Firstly, he could not touch Li Yong now that they were all under the Moon Empress control, as Li Yong could just go running to the Moon Empress to complain. Previously, he always felt that authority came from power. But now it was clear that this no longer applied. Whoever the Moon Empress trusted more would have more authority. Li Yong, Du Miao, and the other members were no longer afraid of the Mirror God and God of Fools, nor did they act as though they were subservient. Rather, some of them were even trying to come up with ways to trip up the Mirror God and God of Fools. The two brothers were no longer intimidating in the slightest, and Na became the one who had the most speaking authority. Na had been thinking about one thing the entire journey. The overall power of the Freedom Federation was not weak. But when they were in a time of crisis, they always encountered many problems and were unable to band together. This was the reason for their federation's loss of unity. But now that the opportunity had arisen, Na wanted the Freedom Federation to regain its unity. However, even if they managed to regain their unity, breaking free from the Moon Empress grasp would be difficult. Nonetheless, it would allow them to right the attitude of the Freedom Federation so they could develop positively in the future. As a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, Na felt she had let down the Freedom Federation by allowing it to spiral to such a state. Na ignored the Mirror God and God of Fools and addressed the other members. Let's have a proper meeting once we return to the Freedom Federation so we can discuss the Federation's future development. Everyone should be certain of their responsibilities. I'm sure that the Moon Empress told all of you about the development deadline during your private chats with her. If we can't meet the deadline, we will no longer be able to continue remaining members of royalty. At that time, the Radiance Federation will send someone to manage our federation while we will be demoted to assistants who can only carry out the decision-maker's orders. I'm sure no one wants to see that happen. Na was very sincere when she said this, so everyone agreed with her. Firstly, she was sufficiently formidable. Secondly, everything she said was true. All of them had sworn their loyalties to the Moon Empress. She now controlled whether they lived or died, and they could not fight back. The biggest form of kindness the Moon Empress could give them was to allow them to retain their positions as members of the Freedom Federation's royalty. This was also related to the Radiance Federation's state of management. Currently, they could not spare anyone who could manage the Freedom Federation. Still, this was an opportunity that the Moon Empress was giving them. If they did not seize it, they would be hopeless idiots. The Mirror God and God of Fools, the strongest powerhouses, were now dispensable outsiders. This left them in very awkward positions. However, their martial strength had no utility. The Freedom Federation could no longer address any issues with its martial force, leaving the Mirror God and God of Fools in a stalemate. The Mirror God and God of Fools knew that the other members were well aware of this. There was no way they would continue to respect the two brothers now that they were no longer under their control. Interrupting now would not only be useless but would likely be met with scathing mocking. The Mirror God and the God of Fools could not deny that Nana's choice was the best one given the circumstances. The descent of their statuses greatly aggrieved the two brothers. Alas, there was nothing they could do to change this. Nonetheless, the two of them knew that the Freedom Federation could not develop without them. If the other members excluded them, they would be heavily punished by the Moon Empress. She wanted to control the Freedom Federation and for it to develop. She did not want the other members to misinterpret her orders to vent their personal unhappiness. Nana hated the Mirror God and God of Fools to her core. She believed that the Freedom Federation would not have landed in such a state if not for their cruelty and selfishness. Still, she extended invitations to them because she feared they would complain to the Moon Empress about how the others were treating them. She truly wished for the success of the Freedom Federation. Her goal was to ensure their federation stayed among the top 3 major federations in the world. She didn't want other federations to replace them. The Moon Empress had mentioned the major federation union during their conversation. The Mirror God, God of Fools, Nana, and all the other members wanted to secure a leadership role in the major federation union so that the Freedom Federation could preserve sufficient authority. While the Radiance Federation established the major federation union and formed its core, they needed a strong supporter to back their choices. The fact that the Moon Empress now ruled the Freedom Federation hadn't become public. To others, the Freedom Federation appeared unchanged. Once Nana reached a consensus with the other members, she extended an invitation to the Mirror God and God of Fools. Mirror God and God of Fools, the two of you are the more capable when it comes to developing the Freedom Federation. You will also have the heaviest responsibilities. Why don't you handle the management of the Freedom Federation's troops? When all the other members heard that, their expressions changed at once. Regardless, none of them uttered a word. It was only reasonable that Nana invited the Mirror God and God of Fools. When she made her arrangements, she had to include them. Otherwise, they would run to the Moon Empress to report this issue to regain some authority over the Freedom Federation. It was true that they hated the Mirror God and God of Fools, but Nana had to resent them more than they did. The Mirror God and God of Fools had ignored Nana's safety and allowed her to enter the Marsh world to verify the situation. The other members would never have been able to swallow such an injustice. If Nana allowed the Mirror God and God of Fools to manage the troops, they would have to nurture the troops on their own. This meant that Nana had given the most resource-consuming responsibility to the Mirror God and God of Fools, thereby reducing the responsibilities of the other members. If the Mirror God and God of Fools wanted to continue being part of this group, they would have to make compromises. They were definitely aware of this. Without saying anything, the Mirror God and God of Fools nodded in agreement to Nana's invitation. Their lives were now under the Moon Empress' control, meaning they no longer needed to be selfish. If the Moon Empress were interested in the resources they had accumulated in the past, they would have no choice but to hand them over to her. Upon witnessing nods from the Mirror God and the God of Fools, Nana's perception of them shifted. This incident appeared to have greatly transformed them. This change wouldn't have occurred if someone else hadn't taken control of their lives. The Radiance Federation's trap had a detrimental impact on the profits of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. Still, it was beneficial for the development of the Freedom Federation. Once they returned to the Freedom Federation, the powerful Marsh dictators would no longer be any threat to them. Instead, they would even provide aid when the Freedom Federation needed help. The Freedom Federation was about to enter an extended period of stable development. The Moon Empress had indeed mentioned the threat that Tower Cannon posed. However, Nana, the Mirror God and God of Fools, had not thought much of it. This was because they were now fully reliant on the Moon Empress, so she could be the one who worried about all these matters. Frankly, the Radiance Federation was much stronger than the Freedom Federation now. The latter had lost control of a dimensional world and did not have any experts beyond the Spiritfire level. An intangible transformation was unfolding in the Freedom Federation. The Moon Empress was glad that all the members of the Freedom Federation's royalty understood and had resigned to their situation. After all, the Radiance Federation did not have enough manpower or time to spare to manage their federation. Moreover, it would be a struggle for the Radiance Federation to go in and assume control of the Freedom citizens. The Moon Empress did not want to start a massacre. It could be said that the issue of the Freedom Federation had been addressed. Now, the Moon Empress needed to move on to analyze and study the issue of the major Federation Union. All seemed to be going according to plan, yet hidden dark currents churned relentlessly beneath this apparent tranquility of the main world. By now, Lin Yuan was finally done absorbing the subterranean world's tome. Morbius had also taken this time to form the alien insect world's treasure and tome. As usual, Lin Yuan checked the thoughts letter paper after waking up. Once he was certain that everything was normal, he headed toward the pure land of bliss, so he could form a contract with the alien insect world's treasure. At that moment, Morbius said with a solemn tone, "Partner, it will definitely take a toll on your soul if you use the fountain of faith in the divine kingdom to take control of the dimensional world's tomes. After taking control of two-dimensional world's tomes in succession, your soul has already suffered. I don't think you should continue like this. To protect your soul, you should rest for at least a week after each time." In spite of how anxious Lin Yuan was, he did not ignore Morbius' advice. He knew the condition of his body better than anyone else did. He could already sense aching coming from his soul. It was true that he needed to rest before he could take control of the alien insect world's tome. Otherwise, if his soul were affected, his body would suffer greatly as well. He knew he could wield the most power by fusing with the Abyss Red Lotus. Having obtained all 10 of the endless gems, Lin Yuan planned to use his free time to evolve Purple Afterglow, Rememberling, the Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom, and the other spirit-locked phase to Myth Breed. Morbius would evolve as well, granting it a new exclusive skill. Lin Yuan was looking forward to the Morbius Myth Breed exclusive skill. Okay, I was already planning on taking a rest before I took control of the alien insect world. Let me form a contract with its treasure first. Then, I'll head to the Sand Island continent so I can take a look at what Su Iran has done with it. After that, I will head into the alien insect world to take a look at Kira. Lin Yuan had promised to provide the alien insects with more genes so they could expand their species. He told them they would have to use their own resources to trade with other powerful lifeforms while he would provide them with an avenue to obtain high-grade genes. Lin Yuan could use this time to satisfy the alien insects' requests as well as make good on his word. Morbius felt relieved upon hearing that. His partner always provided a sense of reassurance. Morbius was afraid that Lin Yuan would try to take too large of a step and end up falling. Injuring his soul during his attempt to control the dimensional world's tomes could lead to a much lengthier recovery than a week or two. While his ability to control phase wouldn't be affected by a soul injury, it could impact his fusion with Dark Blue and the Abyss Red Lotus. The sense of assurance that Morbius felt from Lin Yuan pulled at a thread of memory. But when Morbius focused on it, it was only able to draw a blank. Lin Yuan arrived next to the pure land of bliss and saw that there was a large flesh-colored chrysalis on it. The flesh-colored chrysalis was constantly spinning as it released vitality. Morbius explained, "The alien insect world's treasure is called the spinning chrysalis. In terms of abilities, it's very similar to that of the other dimensional world's treasures. Lin Yuan nodded. He had already contracted treasures from 4-dimensional worlds and was very familiar with the process. He instructed the source sand to produce a few feathers, which he used to slice his palm. His red and gold blood dripped onto the spinning chrysalis. Because the spinning chrysalis was so near to the ground, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged as he held his hand over it. While the jasmine lily worked its healing magic, he fed himself dragon blood crystal thread dates using his free hand. Once he relished these dates, but now their scent turned his stomach. Yet, he had no other spiritual ingredients that matched the blood-replenishing power of the dragon blood crystal thread dates. Unfortunately, he had given the blood brew grapevine to the mother of bloodbath. These grapes could restore his blood far more effectively than the dragon blood crystal thread dates. In a way, the blood brew grapevine was fortunate to grow near the mother of bloodbath. It showed a strong inclination to mentor and nurture the grapevine as its disciple. 2 days flew by quickly, and Lin Yuan finished forming a contract with the spinning chrysalis. He let out a breath of relief. He would likely not have to give up so much blood again in the future. The feeling was truly terrible. When Lin Yuan stood up, he shook his head before leaving the spirit-lock spatial zone. When Yu and Bei Su were exploring the Grotto continent, so neither of them was in Skybearer City. As such, Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation through the space tunnel. He did not linger after returning. Once he summoned Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor and greeted the Moon Empress, he rushed off to the Sand Island continent with Eternal Source by his side. In Lin Yuan's memory, the Sand Island continent appeared terribly chaotic. Hunger, barrenness, and violence were rampant as the federations continually clashed. The Sand Island Federation embodied the prime antagonist on the continent. Almost every military leader had once led a bandit group. Upon Lin Yuan's return to the Sand Island continent after several months, he noticed a change. Despite poverty and people still lacking proper shelter, they didn't look as frail, emaciated, or starved as before. This signified that Su Iren ensured the people had enough to eat. She hadn't utilized all the soldier ration radishes he had given her for the Dark Continent, instead allocating some to the Sand Island continent. Just like its counterpart, the Dark Continent was also in its initial developmental phase. After reclaiming the Dark Continent from Seventh Page War, Su Iren faced a chaotic situation there. Despite this, she managed to assist in the development of the Sand Island continent. This showed she took Lin Yuan's advice seriously. Presently, it was already a huge win to eliminate starvation from the Sand Island continent. In Lin Yuan's previous visits to the Sand Island continent, he witnessed people weakly staggering through the streets, often collapsing due to hunger. Sadly, they never regained consciousness. Their frail bodies made them vulnerable, and the other starving individuals didn't assist those who fainted. With fewer rivals, they could secure more resources. This created a hostile environment among the homeless, each perceiving the other as a foe. During the sunset, an unusual sight caught Lin Yuan's attention. A substantial line of people formed outside a large white tent, adjacent to which stood a statue of Lin Yuan himself. It became evident to Lin Yuan that these people were either channeling faith power to him or were connected through faith, likely to become his followers in the future. Lin Yuan had not given Su Iren any instructions relating to this. It was likely she had done this because she had experienced developing the Iron Hammer Federation with Luolan. He had given Luolan such an instruction, yet he had not expected Su Iren to apply it to the Sand Island continent as well. Lin Yuan had come to the Sand Island continent to check on how it was progressing. These few days would be part of the small pockets of time that Lin Yuan allowed himself to rest. Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to stop while he put on the faceless paper and watched the homeless people enter the white tent, where they received the leaves of the soldier ration radish. One soldier ration radish leaf could provide a person with energy for 10 days while leaving them feeling full for 5 days. Su Iren wanted to save the Sand Island continent, so she needed to use her resources in the most efficient manner. As such, she cut one soldier ration radish leaf into 10 and allowed people to enter the tent every day at sunset to claim one small piece. They also had to eat the leaf under the watchful eye of her staff, Su Iren did this to help with her management of the Sand Island continent, as well as to protect these homeless people. Lin Yuan had assigned the task to Su Iren. She wanted to prevent chaos on the Sand Island continent while she managed it. Chaotic situations might make Lin Yuan doubt her abilities. Due to this, Su Iren believed she held more importance compared to other astronomical parliament members. However, as she spent more time with Lin Yuan, she realized he valued each member equally. The number of talented individuals on Lin Yuan's side was only increasing, especially those at the dictator level. After spending time with them, Su Iren realized they were all very smart. This made her feel even more nervous and stressed. She feared a single mistake could get her kicked out of Lin Yuan's main group. So, while she was recovering the Dark Continent, she didn't forget about the Sand Island continent. Suddenly, Lin Yuan saw a thin woman rushing into the white tent. She was carrying a young girl, maybe around 4 or 5 years old. The woman's swift movement, even while carrying the girl, showed she was quite strong. The girl didn't look sickly, her face was actually rosy. It seemed like she was getting enough food. Lin Yuan then noticed the young girl's right leg was wrapped in gauze. Black, foul-smelling blood was dripping from it, likely due to a poisonous insect bite. Normally, if an average person or someone without a home got bitten by a poisonous insect on the Sand Island continent, they would be in big trouble. As the woman entered the tent with the girl, she explained what had happened. A middle-aged man soon emerged from the tent. He guided the woman to a green tent nearby, which also had a statue of Lin Yuan beside it. The woman walked out of the green tent with the girl in less than half an hour. Although the girl's leg was still wrapped up, it wasn't bleeding black anymore. She was awake and seemed eager to get down and walk on her own. The middle-aged man walked out of the tent and guided the woman and girl to bow to the statue of Lin Yuan. The woman sincerely knelt and paid her respects before setting the girl down. Although the girl's leg was injured, the woman still made her kneel at the statue. The young girl was very timid and still knew nothing of the world. Lin Yuan felt a link form between the young girl and the fountain of faith in his divine kingdom, while the woman directly became his believer. It turned out that Su Iren not only ensured that the regular citizens and homeless people in the Sand Island continent were well fed, but also dispatched a group of healing-type spirit chi professionals to heal them. The homeless people and regular citizens in the Sand Island continent did not possess many personal possessions, so the healing had to be free. Lin Yuan felt that he should give Su Iren more resources. She would definitely use them in the right places. Lin Yuan, an eternal source, rushed to the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift while he observed the environment around him. Even Eternal Source could not help but marvel at how the Sand Island continent had changed. Lin Yuan took out the Thoughts letter paper and saw that Su Iren had been periodically reporting the situation in the Sand Island continent and Dark Continent to him. From what Lin Yuan just saw, the situation in the Sand Island continent was even better than what Su Iren had described. Lin Yuan thought for a while before he sent a message to Su Iren. Lin Yuan, I am in the Sand Island continent now. It is being managed well. I will have Waluan ship 1,500 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls of various types, 5,000 tons of energy ores, 2,000 bronze/epic and 100 bronze/legend phase of various types, as well as 50,000 bottles of grade 4 potions to you. Furthermore, I will leave Di Wanmi with you for now. If you need anything done, let her handle it. Lin Yuan had his reasons for providing Su Iren with so many resources. All of these resources would be able to cause a stir in any federation. They were all top resources. It would be difficult for even a Class 5 creation master to produce them within 80 to 100 years. There was no need for Lin Yuan to hide anything from his own people. Since Su Iren could manage 2 continents, Lin Yuan could provide her with a stable platform to do so. After all, these resources were not that important to him. Di Wanmi was the first Class 5 creation master subordinate Lin Yuan had gained. She represented invaluable strategic significance. But now, Sky City had numerous Class 5 creation masters. The Goddess of Mercy could also be considered a member of Sky City. As such, Di Wanmi was no longer as important as she used to be. Lin Yuan could now produce creation master resources beyond the capabilities of Class 5 and 6 creation masters. Although Di Wanmi was no longer as precious to Lin Yuan as she used to be, Su Irin would be so delighted that her jaw might dislocate from smiling. Su Irin had contracted a vitality sloth in order to do her best as a manager. If she spent time sleeping, it would be difficult for her to achieve everything she needed. Now, she only slept 2 hours a day while the other 22 hours were spent trying to recover the Dark Continent and protect the Sand Island continent. It could be said that she had spent the past 2 months working tirelessly. Su Irin was accustomed to telling Lin Yuan about every single little achievement she made. It was her way of recording her achievements as well as demonstrating her value. Just as Su Irin was about to tell Lin Yuan about her results in the Dark Continent, she received a very long message from him. Su Irin was over the moon when she received this message. She loved it when Lin Yuan praised her. But when she got to the bottom of the message, she placed both hands on the table to steady herself for fear she might faint. The resource the Dark Continent lacked the most was energy ores. 5,000 tons of energy ores would be able to sustain development in the Dark Continent for almost 2 years. Seventh Page War was horrible and had stripped the Dark Continent of almost all of its energy ores in the past few years. Thus, the Dark Continent did not have many left. Lin Yuan needed to provide the Dark Continent with energy ores to help it develop continuously. He had already provided Su Irin with a significant amount of resources. She could not bring herself to ask him for more. Besides the resources that were necessary for the Dark Continent's development, Lin Yuan also provided her with 1,500 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls of various types, as well as 2,000 Bronze/Epic and 100 Bronze/Legend phase of various types. These top resources would significantly raise the level of the Dark Continent's experts. The Dark Continent did not have many Creation Masters left, as any somewhat capable Creation Master had already fled. This was a massive blow to the Dark Continent's foundation. If Lin Yuan only provided the Bronze/Epic and Bronze/Legend phase, Su Irin would not have the resources to nurture them. However, he also provided her with potions. He was so thoughtful. Furthermore, he also assigned a Class 5 Creation Master subordinate to her. Su Irin could not be more aware of the significance of a Class 5 Creation Master. Her grandmother had been a Class 5 Creation Master. Thanks to her, the fighting in the Dark Continent had stopped, and the 7 federations could unite and grow together. Since Lin Yuan had sent Di Wanmi to her, it meant he would not recall Di Wanmi anytime soon. Having a Class 5 Creation Master meant she would have a stable source of high-class Creation Master resources. But more importantly, she would be able to motivate the people and give hope to the people in the Dark Continent who had chosen to submit to her. Su Irin could clearly tell that these people had been rather demoralized, and she had yet to devise an effective way to lift their spirits. It was easy to talk about motivation but difficult to actually enact it. But now she finally had a good way of motivating them. Su Irin hurriedly sent a message to Lin Yuan to thank and assure him she would not let him down. She also became resolute in her plans to develop both the Dark Continent and Sand Island continent. After checking the time, Su Irin decided to hold the second Imperial meeting since returning to the Dark Continent. The previous meeting had been to cement her position as the ruler of the Dark Continent. Su Irin hoped that this meeting would allow the Dark Continent to light up with hope. She also wanted to eliminate all those who refused to cooperate. She did not want Lin Yuan's resources to go to the likes of them. After making her decision and sending out the notification, Su Irin said to 2 of the Samsara realm dictators Lin Yuan had left with her, "Shocking Flame and Piercing Horn, I will be relying on you later. Just kill whoever I tell you to." They felt concerned when Lin Yuan assigned them to Su Irin, interpreting it as a form of exclusion. Although they weren't the mightiest abyss demons in the Samsara realm, they weren't weak either. Shocking Flame and Piercing Horn did not know why Lin Yuan had chosen them out of all the abyss demons. Regardless of how important the jobs that Su Irin gave them were, they would have more opportunities remaining by Lin Yuan's side. Although Shocking Flame and Piercing Horn had some grumbles, they dared not disobey Su Irin. If they did and she complained about them, they would be doomed. "Okay. Please let us know of any requests that you have. We will do as you ask." Su Irin felt herself relax. She had been struggling to figure out how to deal with the former associates of the 7 states of darkness. Su Iren could only make this decision because of the resources Lin Yuan had provided. Many of these former associates had worked with her grandmother and could be seen as her elders. They might have served her grandmother faithfully and for the benefit of the 7 states of darkness in the past, but now they were working for Su Iren and could influence how she managed the organization. It was only at this moment that Su Iren realized she had to be tough. Su Iren's attendants had conveyed her orders, and she arrived promptly at the imperial meeting. As she walked into the room for the important imperial meeting, she noticed that the long table, set to accommodate over 100 people, was only halfway occupied. About 20 to 30 individuals were still missing. She had not contacted the ones she had sent out and were tied up to attend this imperial meeting. Everyone she had informed had more than enough time to arrive and take part in the gathering. Their absence was evidently linked to their attitudes. After Su Iren looked around and made a note of who had not arrived, she told Shocking Flame, "If these people don't arrive in the next 10 minutes, you can go ahead and kill them. For the sake of the completeness of the imperial meeting, I can wait another 10 minutes from the set start time." Su Iren turned and sat down in her seat. Her words caused the expressions of those there to subtly change. A few thought they were lucky for coming early and avoiding Su Iren's anger. Others sighed, waiting to see if she would follow through on her threat. A group stood up, ready to ask permission to leave and bring those who hadn't come yet. As the new ruler of the 7 states of darkness, there was no way that Su Iren would make an empty threat. Those who had not shown up were in deep trouble. Upon seeing those people standing and preparing to leave, Su Iren knocked on the table and said coldly, "Whoever leaves now will go right to the end of the table when they return. You can leave if you want." Ranking was very important in the 7 states of darkness. Their seat determined the amount of power that they wielded. Power equated to profit, and no one here wanted to risk losing profit. Their reason for not turning up to the imperial meeting on time was very simple. All of them wanted to undercut her authority at this second imperial meeting. Thus, to them, arriving half an hour late would also be considered early. After waiting for 10 minutes, Su Iren instructed Shocking Flame to close the door and began the meeting. Since these people were willing to respect her enough to arrive at the imperial meeting on time, she was also willing to give those who were not fully cooperative a chance to change. During the imperial meeting, Su Iren outlined her expectations for the development of the Dark Continent and acknowledged those who had truly worked hard for her. At that moment, cries of despair echoed outside the door. Most of these cries were familiar, making it evident that Su Iren hadn't made idle threats. Those who had arrived late were now facing the consequences she had warned them about. The room's occupants grew visibly pale. Even those who had previously challenged her authority were forced to take her seriously. Regardless of whether they respected her, she had the power to end their lives effortlessly. If they continued to oppose her, they risked meeting the same fate as those outside the room. Many absent from the imperial meeting had influential backgrounds, which had given them the audacity to skip it. However, Su Iren remained indifferent to their connections and pedigrees. Once she made the aims of the Dark Continent's development clear, Su Iren tapped on the surface of the table and said seriously, "You are all holding pens and were taking notes while I was speaking. Lu Shi, collect all of their notes later. I want to see if they are clear on all of my requests." Su Iren's words caused the expressions of numerous people to change. Many of them had only been going through the motions and had not been taking notes seriously. A few of them were even doodling. When Su Iren saw this, she would definitely be displeased. If she wanted to kill someone to make an example out of them, they would definitely be picked. Lu Shi was a poppy fruit from the Love Music Center that Su Iren showed special favor to because she showed a very strong talent for governance. As such, Su Iren brought her around as a close attendant. When Lu Shi received Su Iren's orders, she stood up and smiled at the people sitting around the table as she said, "Your Majesty, I will collect them now." You weren't speaking quickly at all. Those who are sincere would definitely have been able to follow. Those who are ingenuine wouldn't know how to come up with something now, even if they wanted to. Lu Shi then stepped away from Su Iren's left side and started to collect the meeting notes. She walked around the table until she arrived at Su Iren's right side and placed the notes neatly in front of her before she returned to her original seat. Lu Shi knew that her words had offended many people, but she did not care. Su Iren was the one who had given her her life as a poppy fruit. All she needed to do was follow Su Iren's instructions. Lu Shi was linked to Su Iren's sacred source lifeform's ability, so she could be considered a part of Su Iren. This was how every poppy fruit saw herself. With everyone watching her, Su Iren flipped through the meeting notes and separated them into 3 piles. When she was done looking through all of the meeting notes, she knocked on the table and cleared her throat before saying, "Lu Shi, hand out the stack. All those who receive one, stand up." Lu Shi received the pile and distributed it. There were a total of 10 people who received a set, and none of them were worried as they stood there. They had made detailed notes of the arrangements that Su Iren had outlined during the meeting. Su Iren could only be intending to reward them. Once Lu Shi was done distributing the pile of notes, Su Iren stood up as well. Any federation with a Class 5 Creation Master would not follow the regular system and gain authority based on their ranking during imperial meetings. Instead, members of royalty would be established and become the Federation's core. From now on, the 7 states of darkness will be renamed the Dark Federation. All those standing will become the Dark Federation's members of royalty. Su Iren's words caused everyone in the meeting room to freeze. Everyone looked at each other regardless of whether they were sitting or standing. Was it so easy to select members of royalty? 4 of the 10 who were standing did not believe they were sufficiently powerful to handle the role of a member of royalty. Members of royalty needed to hold up their titles with martial force. Otherwise, no one would listen to what they had to say. If Su Iren made them into members of royalty, she would definitely run up against significant obstacles in the future. Nonetheless, it was good for them to be selected by Su Iren. At this moment, Su Iren spoke again. "Besides announcing the members of royalty, I also need to make another announcement. The Dark Federation has a Class 5 Creation Master again. Those who are chosen to become members of royalty will be able to receive Class 5 Creation Master resources. Everyone will be given 3 Bronze/Legend phase and 30 Bronze/Epic phase to contract and nurture." Su Iren's words caused the meeting room to erupt into shouts. Her words were too astonishing. It turned out that she had such impressive capabilities and even had a Class 5 Creation Master supporting her. It was no wonder she was confident enough to establish members of royalty. Those whom Su Iren had picked to be members of royalty pressed their lips together tightly. They had not expected this meeting to change their lives. None of them had even been able to lay eyes on Bronze/Legend phase before. Now, not only could they contract such phase but would also be able to receive Class 5 Creation Master resources. If they possessed Class 5 Creation Master resources, they would be able to surpass the rest rapidly and cement their positions as members of royalty. Rather than saying that Su Iren had picked members of royalty, it was more accurate to say that she was creating them. Those who stood up were over the moon, while those who were not standing felt worse than if they were being punished. If they had known that such benefits were in store, they would have written down every word Su Iren uttered. But now it was too late and all the positions had been assigned. Moreover, they would no longer be able to enjoy any special treatment or authority in the Dark Federation once this meeting was over. They would have no power to influence any important decisions in the Dark Federation. Su Iren placed the last set of meeting notes in Lu Shi's hands. "Give this pile out. The ones who receive a set will be able to keep their family estates and continue leading their families. Those who did not receive a set of meeting notes belong in this pile. These people will have their family estates confiscated. However, I will give you a chance. From today onward, you will be sent to the Sand Island continent, where you will be able to build up your families again." Su Iren had made her arrangements in the span of 2 or 3 statements. It seemed as though she had made these statements casually, but they were actually decisions she had made after careful consideration. To follow Lin Yuan's order to develop the Sand Island continent, she needed to shift some of her manpower there. Normally, no faction from the Dark Federation would be willing to leave all they had accomplished in the Dark Continent and start over in the Sand Island continent. The Dark Continent had a tropical climate and was only lacking mineral resources. They had just as many resources as any other large continent. On the other hand, the Sand Island continent had a sand environment. Not only did it lack mineral resources, but it was also difficult to even procure food. The general view of the Sand Island continent was that it was a barren land. Su Irin had to find a reasonable segue to carry out her plan, and this was her best chance. By sending these factions to the Sand Island continent, it would be given a new lease on life. Both those who had received meeting notes from the second pile and those who had not received one were very unhappy with Su Irin's arrangement. However, Piercing Horn had already released his Samsara Realm Dictator aura, so no one dared to speak out. Anyone who had the audacity to speak now would end up with the same fate as those outside the room. Su Irin did not know she had picked up Lin Yuan's habit of knocking on the table because of all her time with him. Is anyone displeased with my arrangement? This will be the last of such meetings, so you can speak if there's anything that you don't find satisfactory. Those who had complaints all felt shivers run up their backs. They all felt that she was baiting them. If they spoke now, there was no way they would receive a positive result. As no one spoke, Su Irin decided to end the meeting. But right before that, she said, "Those who I picked out as members of royalty will stay while the rest can leave. You should know what to do based on the instructions I just gave out." When Su Irin was done speaking, she took out a piece of paper and mapped out her plans for the Dark Continent's development. The Iron Hammer, Divine Wood, and Great Lush Federations had all chosen their individual envoys. Su Irin used to be a Dark Envoy and intended to choose 5 Dark Envoys to participate in the upcoming Major Federation meeting. This would declare to the other federations that the Dark Federation had been revived. At the very least, the Dark Federation would not be pushed to the bottom of the pyramid like the Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer federations. Su Irin was very intelligent, and intelligent people always understood their own circumstances. Back when she was still by Lin Yuan's side, she had been more important than Luolan in terms of capabilities and function. But now that she was overseeing the Dark and Sand Island continents, she was no longer by Lin Yuan's side. Thus, her status and function were the same as that of Luolan. It was not just Luolan. Su Irin also felt there was not much difference between her and Yi Huailong and Jin Chenxuan. All of them were competing in the same field as they were all managing federations. Although Su Irin was managing more and larger federations, requiring more resources, she did not want the Dark Federation's development to fall behind any of the Startling Lines continent's 3 federations. She did not care that the 3 federations had begun developing earlier than the Dark Federation. She had picked 10 members of royalty and assigned roles to them. Clearly, these 10 people would play pivotal roles in the Federation's development. Since she was the one who had chosen them, she would have to teach them slowly and personally. After the rest left, Su Irin gestured for the 10 people to sit next to her. Next, she distributed the meeting notes and said softly, "Your diligent recording of my expectations for the Dark Continent's development was what earned you this chance. Now, I need to know where each of your skills lie. As members of royalty, you will not only receive the associated benefits but will also have to shoulder the required responsibilities and duties. From now on, someone will watch over you. I hope you won't disappoint me and make me think I chose the wrong people." Everyone turned stern when they heard what Su Irin said. All of the people who were sitting there and had been taking notes seriously were those who had sincerely submitted to Su Irin. Now, Su Irin was also promising them this mountain of benefits. There was no reason for those present not to do their best in carrying out the responsibilities and duties that came with being members of royalty. Could be said that before today, none of these people believed they had such capabilities. All of them reported their skills to Su Irin, and she wrote them down seriously. Lu Shi also stood next to Su Irin and made notes. It took 5 hours for Su Irin to fully digest and delegate the roles of these 10 members of royalty. Lin Yuan had sent her almost 20 Turning Will Realm dictators, and Su Irin decided to assign one to each member. This was to ensure their safety and watch over them as they performed their duties. After sending them away, Su Irin reached out and rubbed her temples as she felt a wave of exhaustion roll over her. She was exhausted despite having contracted the vitality sloth. This was proof of how drained she was. But as tired as she was, she did not head off to rest. Instead, She came up with 3 proposals to plan how she would develop the Sand Island and Dark Continents in the shortest amount of time. While Su Iran was drawing up her proposals, Lin Yuan had arrived at the entrance of the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. Currently, there were 2 turning wheel realm dictators standing next to the entrance to prevent anyone from the Sand Island continent from entering the alien insect world. The turning wheel realm dictators recognized Lin Yuan an eternal source. Kira had become loyal to Lin Yuan and had absolute control over all the alien insects through their genetic locks. Kira had purposefully and carefully memorized Lin Yuan's appearance to ensure that no alien insect would mistakenly clash with him. She could change the will of the alien insects by manipulating their genetic locks. The alien insect species now saw Lin Yuan as a god. When the 2 turning wheel realm dictators saw Lin Yuan, they hurriedly knelt and paid their respects to him like alien insects with the inferior class 3 genetic locks paid their respects to the female insects. After Lin Yuan nodded to the 2 turning wheel realm dictators, he entered the alien insect world while riding on Eternal Source. Before Lin Yuan had left, he had ordered Kira to relocate the alien insect's nest near the entrance of the dimensional rift. Kira had earnestly carried out Lin Yuan's order. Immediately after entering the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift, Lin Yuan spotted the insect empress's nests. In the past few months, Kira had reorganized the alien insects with the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift at the center. Now that Kira had successfully recovered, there was no need for the alien insect's inheritance ground. Kira had built a tall nest for herself, and alien insects were usually not allowed to enter. Even the insect empresses had to give their reports outside of the nest. Eternal Source did not retract his aura while carrying Lin Yuan. So any alien insect that was somewhat powerful could sense Eternal Source and Lin Yuan's presence. With Mexa at the front, the alien insects gathered to welcome Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could see alien insects bowing to him in every corner of his line of vision. The feeling left him breathless as he swept his gaze across the scene. But soon he furrowed his brow. He did not see Kira. Kira should be even more excited than the insect empresses about his arrival. Lin Yuan asked Mexa, "Where is Kira? Take me to her now." Mexa hurriedly said, "Lord Lin Yuan, Mother is in her demon insect palace. We don't have the right to enter the demon insect palace, so we have no idea what she is doing at this moment. I can take you to the entrance of the demon insect palace, and you can enter on your own." Lin Yuan was quietly shocked. He was witnessing the extent of control of the genetic locks over the alien insects. Mexa had addressed Kira as Mother. From the attitudes of the other alien insects, it seemed that being able to call Kira Mother was a privilege. That was the truth. Kira had given Mexa this privilege because she had sensed that Mexa had distinguished herself to Lin Yuan. She had even given part of the might of the demon insect lock decoder to Mexa, making her more powerful than the other alien insects. "Okay. Take me to the demon insect palace." Lin Yuan was not afraid that Kira had stopped cowering in respect for him. He had taken full control of her. As long as she was intelligent, she would know what the right attitude to take would be. He was worried that something bad had happened to her. If anything happened to Kira, Lin Yuan would suffer a great loss. After all, he had plans to use the demon insects heavily. Lin Yuan intended to bring Lu Jie, but the latter had already entered the Midnight Palace's seclusion. He was going to try and contact a few new insect species carcinoma phase while transforming his current ones into fairies. Since Lu Jie had already made his plans, Lin Yuan did not take him into the alien insect world. With Mexa and the other insect empresses surrounding him, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the demon insect palace. He took out the spinning chrysalis and instructed Mexa to protect it before he left it at the entrance of the palace. Soon after, the spinning chrysalis rooted itself in the alien insect world's ground. Then, a fuzzy carpet of fungi appeared below it and began spreading outward. The alien insects that made contact with the fungi swiftly fell under the spinning chrysalis control. Now that the spinning chrysalis had begun working, Lin Yuan entered the demon insect palace. Once he entered, he heard Kira's weak spiritual communication. "Lord Lin Yuan, I did not expect you to come at such a time. I am currently attempting to birth the first batch of demon insect eggs. The birthing process can't be stopped once it starts. If it is forcefully halted, I might not be able to retain my status as a female insect. Is it possible for you to wait for me? Kira spoke with a nervous tone. Demon insects abided by the law of the jungle, so those of lower status could not make those of higher status wait for them. However, Kira was afraid that stopping the birthing process would cause her to suffer irreparable consequences. If she lost her function as a female insect, she would not only be unable to build up the demon insect species, but might also lose the ability to activate the demon insect lock decoder. There were numerous new demon insects who met with accidents and lost their female insect abilities. In the sky beyond the clouds, the demon insect's enemies had discovered this characteristic and constantly picked fights when the new females were laying eggs. Otherwise, the demon insects would not have deteriorated to such a degree. Lin Yuan did not blame Kira. Instead, he asked seriously, "Given your current situation, do you need any help? You can speak freely. I will wait for you outside, so you can relax and lay the eggs." Lin Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down. He took out the thoughts letter paper and started communicating with the members of the Astronomical Parliament. He told them all about the main world's current situation. Lin Yuan had already gained an understanding of the Sleepers' revival plan, so he needed to ensure that the Astronomical Parliament's members were prepared as well. Su Iren's eyes widened when she saw Lin Yuan's message, and she immediately made adjustments to her plans. She was certain that the Dark Continent was not equipped to handle Tower Cannon's plan in its current state. She intended to migrate every person from the Dark Federation to a location nearer to the Radiance Federation. The sooner she did this, the better she would be able to protect the Dark Federation citizens. Since Lin Yuan had left the Sand Island continent in her care, Su Iren also needed to prepare for it. When Lin saw the message, she told her parents and grandfather about it. She did not leverage her identity as an Azure envoy to report it to the Azure Federation's Imperial Court. Lin had great faith in the friendship between the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. There was no way that the Radiance Federation would hide such a matter from the Azure Federation. As such, rather than trying to earn a reward from the Azure Federation, bringing the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation closer would be better. Lin did not know how the Azure Federation's Imperial Court would react once they found out about this matter, but she was going to try to persuade her parents and grandfather to suggest to the Imperial Court to migrate the citizens of the Azure Federation. The Azure Federation had struggled to even deal with the opening of the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift. Given the circumstances, the best plan of action would be to band together. Lin had witnessed Lin Yuan's strength. If the Azure Federation united with the Radiance Federation, more federations would be induced to gather together with the Radiance Federation as well. They would eventually form a coalition of humans who would work together to take on Tower Cannon's evil scheme. They would then take back their territories in the main world and move back once the storm had blown over. Waluan, Bupa, Luolan, and Peace had exactly the same thoughts. Waluan did not feel strongly about the Violent Wind Federation. Since he had almost died once, nothing was more important to him than his safety. He was already prepared to relocate himself and his ship's crew. Waluan would not report such a matter to the Violent Wind Federation. The Violent Wind Federation had a Class 5 creation master, so the opinions of peasants meant nothing. The decision-makers in the Violent Wind Federation's Imperial Court might not believe him and might even arrest him. Waluan did not want to deal with something so troublesome. After all, when things became serious, the Violent Wind Federation would catch wind of the news and decide. Luolan's thinking matched that of Su Iren and intended to move the citizens of the Iron Hammer Federation nearer to the Radiance Federation. She also sent the information to Yi Huilong and Jin Qianxuan. Waluan and Luolan were able to make decisions on their own. On the other hand, Bu Pe had become the only remaining Spirit Mother reserve disciple but was not able to make decisions on the Spirit Mother's behalf. He needed to tell the Spirit Mother about this matter. But after their previous interaction, he did not need to be evasive in front of the Spirit Mother and could speak his mind. After making their decisions, Waluan, Luolan, and Bu Pe did not feel much pressure about this disaster. However, Peace immediately felt crushed by the pressure. There were very few places in the world with a higher death rate than the Broiling Rock continent. Peace was currently trying to develop the city and was seen as the green continent goddess who could solve the city's water scarcity issue. But just because she could solve the city's water scarcity issue, that did not mean she could deal with the dead spirits that rose from the ground. The others could make migration plans, but Peace had only just made contact with the cities outside of the green continent city. She had no idea where the other members of the astronomical parliament were located and could not migrate to Lin Yuan's location even if she wanted to. If this was any other matter, Peace would handle it alone. But she knew she would not be able to address this situation on her own. If she tried to address this situation, she would be jeopardizing the safety of the green continent city's citizens. Peace solemnly sent a message to Lin Yuan on the Thoughts letter paper. Peace. Leo, after reading your message, I would like to migrate the residents of the green continent city to the Radiance Federation you mentioned. Are you able to zero in on the green continent city's location in the broiling rock continent, so I know which direction to go toward? When Lin Yuan saw Peace's message, he did not panic. Ever since when you arrived at the grotto continent, she told Lin Yuan she could clearly sense that she was nearer to Peace. If that were the case, Lin Yuan would be able to meet Peace soon. When you and Bei Su were currently exploring the other side of the barren sea, they would eventually reach Peace's location. Lin Yuan believed that Peace was worried sick. Otherwise, given his understanding of Peace, she would never voluntarily ask him for help unless she had no other choice. Lin Yuan intended to soothe the distraught Peace. Lin Yuan, Peace, you don't have to panic. I am aware of your situation. I will be able to help you with your situation soon. Lin Yuan sent this message. But he remembered that Peace always lacked a sense of security and went on to explain things to her seriously. Lin Yuan, Libra can locate you based on the constellations. We have already found Bei Su. Previously, we were unable to find the grotto continent, where Bei Su is located. This also goes for the broiling rock continent. After arriving at the grotto continent, Libra noticed that she is nearer to you and is now able to sense you clearer than before. I will send Libra to meet up with you and help with the migration. Once the danger has been resolved, you can choose to continue developing in this thriving continent or return to the green continent city to continue striving toward your current goal. Lin Yuan's guess was right. His initial explanation had not been enough to assure Peace. Peace always lacked a sense of security. Despite knowing Lin Yuan would never lie to her, she still found it difficult to feel assured by a simple explanation. But Lin Yuan's next message gave her solid assurance. Peace finally relaxed and looked forward to Wen Yu's arrival. She could use this time to gather resources in the green continent city so as to prevent wasting resources when the time came to migrate. After growing up in the broiling rock continent, Peace saw wastage as the worst habit. In other continents, resources could be easily found and harvested in the wild. But in the broiling rock continent, resources were as important as one's life. After communicating with Peace, Lin Yuan spoke with the other members of the astronomical parliament before storing the Thoughts letter paper back in the spatial equipment. The members of the astronomical parliament immediately began busying themselves with preparing for the impending crisis. Bupa hesitated for a while before he went to the Spirit Mother and solemnly described the situation. Bupo's words immediately caused the Spirit Mother's usual nonchalant expression to falter. Little Pa, are you sure that this information is accurate? Bupa nodded seriously. I can take responsibility for my words. You are the Spirit Mother of the Spirit Mother Federation, not me. What you choose to do after getting this information will not have anything to do with me. I won't interfere, but if you choose to fortify the Spirit Mother Federation, I will leave with my sister. I hope you won't force me to stay. Mountain Ridge Source was still on Bupo's body, so he had the confidence to communicate with the Spirit Mother without worrying that the latter would try to force him using martial force. If what Bupa said was true and this was Tower Cannon's plan, the organization behind him should be aware of this. Lin Yuan had just kept the Thoughts letter paper away when he heard Kira calling him. Lord, are you able to give me some pure spirit chi? If you do, I will do my best to repay you in the future. Once the words fell from her lips, Kira realized she had misspoken. Her life and soul were now fully in Lin Yuan's hands. Since she fully belonged to Lin Yuan, how could she speak of repaying him? Normally, Kira should not require so much pure energy to lay the first eggs. Lin Yuan had provided a significant amount of pure energy the last time. Kira used the vitality to strengthen herself so her demon insect genes would improve. Thus, she had used up most of the spirit chi that Lin Yuan had given her. She was only able to gain the chance to lay eggs so soon because her demon insect genes had been refined. Kira brimmed with immense ambition and had injected the pure spirit chi into every egg that she had laid. A demon insect that had revived had the greatest talent and potential. Their strength determined how strong the species they created would be. A strong demon insect would have hundreds of times the power of a weak one. They could not be compared. This amount of pure spirit chi should have been sufficient based on Kira's calculations. However, she had overlooked her enhanced genetic lock, which would lead to increased egg production. She also intended to infuse pure spirit chi into the remaining eggs, ensuring the optimal development of the demon insect species. Even though Lin Yuan had been casual about pure spirit chi, its worth was undeniable. Kira's request seemed inappropriate and ignorant. Additionally, it hadn't been long since Lin Yuan generously provided her with a substantial amount of pure spirit chi. If Lin Yuan perceived this as wasteful, it could lead to trouble for Kira. While Kira felt increasingly anxious, Lin Yuan was elated. Kira's growing need for spirit chi indicated her increasing strength. Present, what Lin Yuan lacked the most was time. Lin Yuan was delighted that Kira could quickly boost her power and enhance the insect species. While Kira cherished pure spirit chi, Lin Yuan saw it as mere resources. Let me enter. This way, I can provide you with as much spirit chi as you need. Instead of immediately entering the demon insect palace, Lin Yuan paused and directed his attention toward it, signaling that he awaited Kira's input. This action instantly filled Kira with a sense of respect for Lin Yuan. Kira said gratefully, "Lord, I respectfully invite you to come in. I am extremely grateful for your help." The genetic locks brought the demon insect species into existence. Despite no genetic lock binding Lin Yuan and Kira, her loyalty to him equaled the security of such a bond. She had vowed allegiance to Lin Yuan with her soul. Yearning for the admiration and favor of those one stood by was a common human desire. Lin Yuan granted her plea and treated her with great respect. He committed to providing an ample supply of pure spirit chi, as much as she required. Should her initial set of eggs be nurtured by pure spirit chi, the species she birthed could shatter historical records among demon insects. Upon receiving Kira's response, Lin Yuan entered the cave. Before long, he encountered a feeble Kira lying on a stone platform. Though the empress of demon insects, Kira consistently retained a human form, concealing her true appearance. In actuality, Kira assumed the shape of an insect, a spider to be precise, boasting 16 legs. Kira adamantly clung to her human form, regardless of her weakness, unless she faced imminent death. Arranged beside her were 4 rows of insect legs, each housing 18 eggs, summing up to 72 eggs. Evidently, the first quartet of eggs within the initial 3 rows radiated stronger auras than their counterparts. Kira started softly explaining to Lin Yuan, "Lord, I am asking pure spirit chi from you, so I can strengthen these eggs. This will ensure they remain strong after hatching. To us demon insects, the first batch." Before Kira could finish speaking, Lin Yuan took out a handful of spirit chi crystals and relaxedly crushed them. A powerful wave of spirit chi immediately surrounded the eggs, and they began greedily absorbing the spirit chi around them. Lin Yuan saw that the first 4 eggs in the first, second, and third rows were also absorbing the spirit chi. This meant that the eggs that Kira had strengthened before had not yet reached their full potential. Lin Yuan asked, "It is probably beneficial for these eggs to absorb their fill of spirit chi, right?" Kira was stunned. Absorb their fill? What did that mean? Lin Yuan's question stumped Kira. None of the records of the demon insects mentioned the eggs having or not having their fill of spirit chi. She could not give Lin Yuan an answer to a question she knew nothing about. However, it would definitely be beneficial to the demon insect eggs to absorb more spirit chi. With the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan provided, he could only give 1 or 2 spirit chi crystals to every egg. Kira could only nod timidly since she had no answer to Lin Yuan's question. When Lin Yuan saw Kira nod, he demonstrated a mountain of wealth so gigantic that Kira would never forget about it. A small mountain of spirit chi crystals appeared next to Lin Yuan. He reached his hand in and crushed a few of the spirit chi crystals. Then, almost as though he felt that he was not crushing the spirit chi crystals quickly enough, he stepped on the ground, and hundreds of granules of sand appeared below his feet and shaped themselves into a large hand. 3 hands of sand were formed, and they gathered around one egg and started crushing the spirit chi crystals. The eggs that craved pure spirit chi badly all swelled when the spirit chi made contact with their shells. Kira could not help but gulp. It turned out that such immense wealth existed in the world. If she had become loyal to Lin Yuan when she was still in the sky beyond the clouds, the demon insects would not have deteriorated to such a degree. As time ticked away, the mountain of spirit chi crystals by Lin Yuan's feet shrunk and grew 3 times. Kira realized with shock that this first batch of 72 eggs had absorbed their maximum capacity of pure spirit chi. This allowed her to write in the future history books of the demon insects that demon insect eggs indeed had a maximum capacity of spirit chi they could absorb. After absorbing their fill, the eggs would not reject spirit chi but would stop absorbing it. Moreover, the eggs that had absorbed their fill would become crystallized and radiate verdant light akin to that of jade-colored glass. After absorbing the maximum capacity of spirit chi, the demon insects that hatched from these eggs would be longer and able to fly immediately after hatching. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction when he was certain that the demon insect eggs could not absorb any more spirit chi. He looked at Kira and said sternly, "I made a huge investment in the demon insects because I hope you will be able to develop them into an elite army of soldiers for me. If you have any needs in the future, you can inform me immediately. Don't hinder the development of the demon insects. There will be many possible situations where I won't be able to reach you in time if you don't give me advance notice. For example, if I hadn't come this time, developing the eggs in the best direction would have been difficult for you." After receiving Lin Yuan's warning, Kira immediately felt as though she was living in a magical world. Her master did not chastise her for using too many resources. Rather, he wanted her to use even more. In the past, Kira would never have dared to dream that such a master existed. She and the demon insects would be blessed if she could remain by Lin Yuan's side. Kira said happily, "Master, I will remember what you said. From now on, I'll just let you know if I have any needs." Now that Kira had taken his words to heart, he did not give her any more orders. Instead, he said, "Go and recover yourself. I promised the alien insects to provide them with the chance to trade bloodlines. I came for this reason. You are controlling the entire alien insect species through the genetic locks, so you can take the lead on this matter. Don't forget that both parties must be willing before the alien insects trade with any life form. You can't force them. You can also make records of the genes obtained by the alien insects in the demon insect lock decoder." Kira stood up and said, "Master, I am not that weak. I will go and carry out your order now." Kira bowed deeply to Lin Yuan before saying seriously, "Under your leadership, the demon insects will definitely achieve true prosperity. The demon insects will work hard to become your strongest weapons." Kira was sincere and straightforward. Even if she had been hypocritical, she would have been honest only with Lin Yuan, avoiding empty promises. In the past, when Kira was uncertain about Lin Yuan's circumstances, she wouldn't have dared to claim that she could transform the demon insects into elite soldiers for him. The demon insects were formidable, but Lin Yuan's ability to produce such pure spirit chi amazed Kira. She didn't know much about Lin Yuan's background, but she believed that he could command thousands of species to submit to him if he wished. Countless species waged wars to acquire more pure spirit chi, yet what they obtained paled in comparison to Lin Yuan's purity. Kira's confidence in making such a claim to Lin Yuan only stemmed from the significant qualitative transformation of the demon insects. Lin Yuan smiled, appreciating Kira's passion and determination. If the demon insects could genuinely progress in this direction, all his invested resources would not be in vain. As Lin Yuan escorted Kira out of the demon insect palace, the other insect empresses awaited them at the entrance. The usually highly respected insect empresses now sincerely bowed to Lin Yuan. Kira found this behavior odd. The insect empresses had clearly noticed her but hadn't acknowledged her presence. Her genetic lock had already taken full control of these insect empresses. Kira did not know what method Lin Yuan had used to supersede her genetic lock's control. This was enough to make Lin Yuan seem increasingly mysterious to Kira. Lin Yuan knew that this was happening because he had taken control of the alien insect world through the spinning chrysalis. Kira's roots were not in the alien insect world, so she was not affected by the spinning chrysalis. Lin Yuan had instructed her to handle the alien insects' trading of genes with other life forms. As such, Kira stepped forward and took on the attitude of a matriarch. She spoke with the insect empresses and gave a concise version of Lin Yuan's orders. She emphasized that both parties had to be agreeable before the trade could take place so that not only the alien insects would benefit. Kira knew that the dictators from the other dimensional worlds would definitely agree to trade with the alien insects due to Lin Yuan. However, the number and frequency of the trades depended on whether the alien insects were willing to satisfy the dictators from the other dimensional worlds. Otherwise, regardless of how much potential the alien insects had, Lin Yuan could not take the blood of other species in order to strengthen the alien insect's power. He would not be considered an excellent elite leader if he did that. The lines of authority in the alien insects depended on genes. As such, the obedience and degree of submission to orders was far greater than that of other species. Lin Yuan's orders did not take long to spread and be disseminated. All of the female insects became excited at the prospect of using the genes of other species to produce stronger male insects. The female insects were always cruel toward male insects and saw them as tools. But all of them were romantics and liked to seek comfort in the male insects they birthed. They would then take in the male insects they favored as concubini. It sounded impressive to be a concubiness, but a female insect could have as many concubini as it wanted. It would have many other options if it lost interest in its current concubini. It could either keep its concubini without showing favor to them or eat them to turn them into its energy source, ending their short-lived relationship. In order to prevent something like that, the concubini always did their best to curry favor with the female insects. Once they lost the favor of the female insects, they would not only lose their status but also risk losing their lives. The female insects would never pick other dimensional life forms to become their concubini. But the female insects could absorb the genes of other life forms and morph them to produce new male insects that they chose to become their concubini. They could have fun while having full control over the relationship. This was the same excitement as a poor person waiting to hit the jackpot overnight or a geeky homebuddy waiting for new figurines. The alien insect world, though somewhat lacking, held its own treasures. Providing satisfactory compensation to the other dictators for their trades wouldn't be a challenge. After fulfilling his promise to the alien insects, Lin Yuan promptly left. The sky-plundering beast had been in Lin Yuan's company for a while. It had a fondness for wood elemental energy, vitality, and spirit qi, as these aided in its growth. Resources in abundance were at Lin Yuan's disposal. Lin Yuan crafted a 10-square-foot garden in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and filled it with sky-plundering flowers, a favorite of the sky-plundering beast. He allowed it to feast on as many sky-plundering flowers as it desired, promoting its rapid growth. Nourished by the pure spirit qi within the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the sky-plundering beast underwent a transformation, much like Genius had. It evolved from a regular beast into a normal grade Fae. Before this transformation, Lin Yuan formed a contract with the sky-plundering beast, as he had done with Genius and Chimey. The energy needed for this contract was negligible, leaving Lin Yuan unaffected. This deepened the bond between Lin Yuan and the sky-plundering beast. Lin Yuan's genuine care for the beast touched its heart. Genius, Chimey, and the wind-speed rapid antelope all befriended the sky-plundering beast. After millennia of solitude, it was no longer lonely. However, the journey to strength wasn't easy for the sky-plundering beast. Lin Yuan didn't want to elevate its grade and quality until it fully regained peak health, as this might affect its potential. Such a premature evolution could hinder the sky-plundering beast from attaining the best abilities and exclusive skills. The sky-plundering beast was obedient and good-natured. However, after spending a long time underground, it became curious about the surface world and started to explore everything. Lin Yuan supported this curiosity. It was important for the sky-plundering beast to learn about the world. However, the sky-plundering beast did not have good life habits. It would defecate wherever it wanted in the garden once it had eaten its fill of the sky-plundering flowers. As such, Lin Yuan had no choice but to train it in the right way to act, just like one would do with dogs and cats. This reminded Lin Yuan of when he first started nurturing Genius and Chimey, and he felt very nostalgic. After leaving the alien insect world, Lin Yuan summoned Purple Afterglow, the Rememberling, and the Engulfing Flame's heart mushroom out at the entrance of the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. Once Purple Afterglow, the Engulfing Flame's heart mushroom, and Rememberling evolved to Suzerain/Myth, Morbius would be able to evolve to Suzerain/Myth and gain new abilities and exclusive skills. The Endless Gems had unlocked Purple Afterglow, Rememberling, and the Engulfing Flame's heart mushroom so Lin Yuan could see their complete abilities and exclusive skills. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Purple Afterglow and Rememberling which one of them wanted to evolve to Myth breed first, he heard Red Thorn's voice in his head. Yuan, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, that disappointment, is finally able to evolve to Fantasy breed. It is showing signs of comprehending a willpower rune. Come and help it. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was always adoringly obedient toward Red Thorn, but the latter could not care less about it. But it did care about the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee at crucial moments. Otherwise, it would not ask Lin Yuan to help the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was part of Lin Yuan's earliest batch of phase. Although he had not formed a contract with it, he controlled it via Red Thorn's Mouth of Relinquish, which was hosted within it. Lin Yuan had not found the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee externally from the wild. When he helped Millstone Town to defend against the Pinnacle Class one-dimensional rift, the Mother of Bloodbath had found the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee in the dimensional hub. When Lin Yuan first started fighting on Star Web, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had been his secret weapon. But as time passed, its importance to Lin Yuan faded. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee needed to comprehend a willpower rune from nature. However, it showed no signs of any changes even after such a long time had passed. This had caused Lin Yuan to slowly forget about its existence. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, this forerunner, was finally going to comprehend a willpower rune and successfully move forward. Lin Yuan hurriedly let Red Thorn's original body out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Red Thorn's Mouth of Relinquish grew increasingly larger as its power climbed. It looked very terrifying and ferocious. The three furnace-like mouths of Relinquish squeezed together and let out roars. 5 ramets that had mutated grew out next to the 3 mouths of Relinquish. The ramet's vines grabbed dimensional lifeform body after dimensional lifeform body in preparation to feed them to the mouths of Relinquish. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee emerged from one of the mouths of Relinquish and flew up to the sky. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's appearance had changed radically. At that moment, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee seemed more like an invisible assassin than the mother of a species. It would not be effective for the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee to charge forward recklessly. But now, while it was evolving to Fantasy breed, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's body expanded, and its abdomen also started to change. After the transformation, its abdomen took up a larger proportion of its body, and the 2 stingers on its posterior also shortened. This made the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee seem more like a queen bee. However, this caused Lin Yuan to knit his brows. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's abilities Wing Stealth, Bone-Penetrating Stingers, Queen Bee's Premature Death, and exclusive skill 2-Strike Kill were all ferocious abilities that it could rely on to do combat. In its current state, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's wings could not increase its flying speed and were smaller and rounder than they used to be. This would make it very difficult for the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee to use them in battle. Abilities like Parasitic Pupa required the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee to break through its enemy's defenses in order to place the pupa parasite in the target's body, thereby injuring the target from the inside out. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's body had stopped changing, and a willpower rune full of life entered its body. Lin Yuan hurriedly used True Data to check on the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Fey name, acid corrosion queen bee, Fe species. Vespidi/Bactrocera, Fe grade. Diamond, 10/10. Fe type. Source/poison, Fe quality. Fantasy eye, abilities. Wing stealth. Flaps its wings at high frequency. The fast-flapping reflective wings allow the acid corrosion queen bee to be stealthy. Bone-penetrating stingers. The super-hard and impactful rotating stingers rapidly cause deep injuries. Parasitic pupa. The stingers on the acid corrosion queen bee's forelegs can release a fast-hatching parasitic pupa into the target's body while stinging. Acid-swallowing larvae. With sufficient acid, the acid corrosion queen bee will hatch numerous acid-swallowing larvae that can be used as food for it to rapidly restore its consumed energy and venom reserves. At the same time, the acid-swallowing larvae will replicate part of the acid-swallowing queen bee's mother genes, so that if the latter dies, the former can activate the genes to become the new mother. Acid corpse poison bee. A large amount of acid in the body is consumed to produce an acid corpse poison bee, which will reside in the body of a dead life form or dimensional life form and control the latter's actions. These acid corpse poison bees will turn into poison silkworm pupae again if the acid corrosion queen bee does not activate them. Queen bee's premature death. After the queen bee dies, the two types of venom in its posterior stingers will combine to explode its body. During the explosion, the combined venom will shoot out, and the target that comes into contact with the poison will trigger two-strike kill. Two-strike kill. The two abdominal stingers contain two different kinds of acid corrosion venom. If the abdominal stingers hit the same part of the target, the two types of venom will instantly disintegrate the target's part. Parasitic acid bee colony. Momentarily combine with the parasite home. A colony of bees will be quickly produced from the acid in the home. The colony of bees will inherit all abilities and exclusive skills that do not involve procreation. As a soul-type Fae, the remembrant soul whale could not use its body to take on the world cleansing just like Blackie did. If any of the world cleansing's attacks made contact with its body, it would be heavily injured. Lin Yuan looked at Eternal Source, and he immediately flicked his fingers toward the hole in the sky. A gold and green screen immediately appeared in front of the gold and green screen. All of the lightning strikes hit this screen but could not cause any damage to it. Half an hour later, no more lightning emerged from the hole, and the world grace started forming in the hole. Eternal Source flicked toward the hole again, and a beam of energy shattered the screen. The world grace passed through the hole and landed on Rememberling's body. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt as though constellations had appeared in Rememberling's body. It was clear that Rememberling's body had not grown larger, yet the constellations made it seem vast. When the star patterns appeared on Rememberling's horn, they formed a road of stars. The star patterns leaped out from the horn and swirled around the road of stars. Rememberling's wings had also grown larger and heavier. Although they had both evolved, Rememberling had not had as hard of a time as Blackie. At that moment, the evolving Rememberling let out a low cry as though it was enjoying a comfortable massage. Rememberling's aura had changed, and Lin Yuan was certain that it had evolved. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Rememberling. Fae name. Praying Universe Soul Whale, Fae species. Soul Whale species / single-horned whale species. Fae grade. Suzerain, 1/10. Fae type. Soul. Fae quality. Myth eye. Abilities. Soul knot. When faced with the body of a dead target, singing the whale song will combine all the hidden souls in the body and awaken the soul within the target. If there is enough soul in the target's body, the memories in the soul will be activated. Whale fantasy. When faced with an attack, the body can be turned into soul power and spread out into the surroundings. This will be able to dodge any attack. When heavily injured, the soul will attach itself to the closest object. Once out of danger, the soul can resolidify into its original form, singing soul. The soul energy will be spent, and the soul's past experiences will be recited. This will help to recover the soul's memories. Whale soul tears. After consuming the fragments of the soul and draining the energy within them, the energy can be released through the eyes as sacred items and be used to heal and nourish souls. Sacred Whale Song. When the sacred whale song is sung, curses placed on the soul will be broken. The impurities in the soul will also be cleansed. Whale horn piercing crystal. The whale horn will pick out souls hidden within non-life forms. Rememberling's soul energy will begin to mold the soul pieces until they solidify into crystals that cannot be returned to the main body. Soul Universe Guide. The whale horn can communicate with and make prayers to the universe. The collected souls can be guided to its side, and universe power will be used to guide the souls while protecting them and preventing them from dissipating. Exclusive skill. Burning soul new life. By using spiritual ingredients full of soul power, the soul energy can be directed to and solidified in the soul. The soul energy can be used to recover damaged souls and return them to whole. Soul Remember Gift. By combining with the collected dead souls, the dead souls will eventually become soul imprints once they are completely absorbed. When the soul imprint is applied on a life form of the same species, the life form's comprehension ability will be raised, and they will be able to comprehend willpowers and laws more easily. Universe Prayer. Cry out in unison with the universe space through its own bloodline. This will earn the chance to communicate with the universe space. After sincerely praying, the whale's tears will be the guide that calls the universe's thoughts and wills to it as a form of direct compensation. Lin Yuan saw that Rememberling's name had changed to the Praying Universe Soul Whale, but its species was still Soul Whale Species / Single-Horned Whale Species. From its name, Lin Yuan was in amazement. The star patterns and road of stars on Rememberling's body all aligned exactly with the expansive universe. Lin Yuan looked closely at Rememberling's abilities and exclusive skills. Its original abilities and exclusive skills had not changed, but it had gained Soul Universe Guide and Universe Prayer. Soul Universe Guide was an ability it gained when it reached Suzerain, while Universe Prayer was an exclusive skill it gained when it reached Mythbreed. The names were enough to know that Rememberling's bloodline was why it evolved to the Praying Universe Soul Whale. Lin Yuan had initially assumed that Rememberling would have no more chances to increase its power, and that its set of exclusive skills and abilities were already perfect. But as its bloodline continued to evolve, Rememberling had turned into a fae that would be seen as a treasure even in the sky beyond the clouds. Soul Universe Guide would allow Rememberling to use its horn to communicate with the universe and pray to it. It would search for souls in all spaces of the universe, and the found souls would be called to its side. In order to prevent the soul from dissipating or weakening during the guiding process, it would also be able to use universe power to protect the guided soul. When Rememberling was searching for a lifeform soul, the lifeform soul would not have to be present to be revived. Universe Prayer was the base for the ability Soul Universe Guide. Universe Prayer allowed Rememberling to cry in unison with the universe space through its bloodline. This deepened its connection to the universe and earned it the chance to communicate with the universe as equals. Rememberling would use its tears as the medium to gain compensation from the universe. The experts from the sky beyond the clouds would also lose their loved ones through accidents. With Rememberling's abilities and exclusive skills, Lin Yuan now had the leverage to negotiate with the true experts from the sky beyond the clouds. When Rememberling was done evolving, it was very tired as all the energy had been used up to evolve its bloodline. Lin Yuan took out a pile of spirit chi crystals and soul-type spiritual ingredients to rejuvenate Rememberling. Once it had nourished itself, Rememberling fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yuan brought Rememberling back into the spirit lock spatial zone and came down from the high of his joy. Next, he turned his attention to the Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom. He was going to evolve it next. The Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom had also evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V. The Abyssal World's endless gems allowed him to unlock the Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom's abilities. In the past, Lin Yuan had not paid much attention to the Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom's abilities. This was because he was too busy and did not have much time to rest. But now that he was continuously collecting the endless gems and unlocking more and more phase, Lin Yuan slowly lost the anxiousness he felt when he first unlocked the Jasmine Lily. Now, he finally had the time to observe the Diamond X/Fantasy V Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom and see the new abilities/Fey name. Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom, Fey Species. Parasitic Fungus Species/Flaming Fungus Species, Fey Grade. Diamond, 10/10. Fey Type, Fire. Fey Quality. Fantasy V. Abilities. Seeping Flames. The flames will seep into the target's mind, spirit, and soul through the heart and brain. The spirit and soul will begin to burn. If the flames begin to die out, it can absorb the energy from the heart and brain to reignite itself. Body-penetrating flames. When burning the mind, spirit, and soul, the flames will also burn the body. The damage will be translated from the elemental form to the physical. Before the fire in its mind, spirit, and soul was extinguished, the flames afflicting the body will continue to cause harm. Thought-separating flames. When burning the target's mind, spirit, and soul, if the target's mind, spirit, and soul has any thoughts or feelings linked to another life form, the thoughts will become a guide that allows the flames to extend, strengthen spores. The fungi produced will be strengthened and be able to absorb and take control of more energy. The fungi will be deeply rooted in the target's soul and be more difficult to remove. Truth colony. When questioning a target, the precise answers given will grow a truth colony. When the colony absorbs energy, it will grow into a truth mushroom. When the truth mushroom is fed to a target, the target will be forced to tell the truth, making it easier to obtain true answers to questions. False colony. When questioning a target, every lie told by the target will produce a false colony. When the false colony absorbs energy, it will grow into a false mushroom. When the false mushroom is fed to a target, the target will be unable to break while questioning, preventing them from answering questions. Exclusive skill. Honesty reflects the heart. The spores will host themselves deep within the target's spirit and soul and determine the genuinity of the target's exterior. Crumbled parasitic cycle. The bacterial strain will be sacrificed. After being sacrificed, the energy around it will crumble, along with other energy-containing entities. Lin Yuan could not help but let out a soft gasp. Remember, Ling had already given him an enormous pleasant surprise. But the engulfing flame's heart mushroom had delighted him just as much. As a fire-type fae, the engulfing flame's heart mushroom was more skewed toward functions rather than attacking. Rememberling was Lin Yuan's safety net for those around him, while the engulfing flame's heart mushroom was the tool he used to obtain accurate and true answers. He had gotten a taste of the benefits of the engulfing flame's heart mushroom when he used it on 8th page apoptosis. The engulfing flame's heart mushroom not only ensured that Lin Yuan would be able to obtain true answers, but also placed extreme stress on the one being questioned. The engulfing flame's heart mushroom would definitely become useful when he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. When he first arrived at sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would not have much information about it. The engulfing flame's heart mushroom would ensure that he only received accurate answers, allowing him to gain an understanding of sky beyond the clouds as quickly as possible. Each time Lin Yuan evolved his phase, he would be substantially pleasantly surprised. Lin Yuan pondered over this seriously. He believed that this was directly linked to how he only used the best resources to nurture his phase. The engulfing flame's heart mushroom's elite ability, body-penetrating flames, and normal ability, seeping flames, would be able to work in perfect conjunction. Seeping flames allowed flames to enter the target's spirit, mind, and soul to burn them. The target's heart and brain would be the bases, and energy would be absorbed from the target's heart and brain. The flames would be reignited when they were weakened. Body-penetrating flames would transfer the burning effects from the target's spirit, mind, and soul to its body and intensify the flame damage. More importantly, body-penetrating flames made it more difficult to extinguish the flames on the body. This was because both the flames from seeping flames and body-penetrating flames had to be quenched first. Lin Yuan felt that only a wicked mushroom could produce the ability thought-separating flames. A pure-natured mushroom would never be able to produce such an evil ability. Any life form that was heavily injured and in a near-dead state would think about their loved ones, family, and friends. Exceptions were very rare. The stronger the life form, the longer they would live and the more ties they would have in the world. The ability thought-separating flames would allow Lin Yuan to remove an entire life form's network of relationships. When the thought-separating flames extended the flames through the links of relationships, the new targets would form new centers that would continue the effects of thought-separating flames. This would cause the network to extend to both direct and indirect participants. Moreover, thought-separating flames would also be useful when Lin Yuan was trying to find a mole in a group. If there were 2 moles in a 1,000-man team, he would only need to catch one of them. They would think of their partner before they died, causing the flames to be transferred to their partner and allowing Lin Yuan to catch the other spy. The engulfing flames heart mushroom was a bag of tricks for interrogation purposes. Strengthened spores might seem like a triggered ability and not considered strong, but it could actually be linked to the exclusive skill crumbled parasitic cycle and lead to a lethal reaction. Crumbled parasitic cycle involved the engulfing flames mushroom sacrificing its fungi to remove an equivalent amount of energy from the target's body. The energy would be removed in a continuous cycle, causing harm to the target from the inside out. Strengthened spores would raise the deadly effects of crumbled parasitic cycle. It would also allow the fungi to become more strongly rooted in the target's soul, preventing it from being removed. If a phase ability was linked to an exclusive skill, its level would shoot upward. Phase that could link their abilities and exclusive skills were stronger and more treasured than other phase. Almost every ability could boost another ability or exclusive skill, allowing the ability's effects to be stacked on top of each other. The platinum ability, Truth Colony, added another mechanism to the engulfing flames heart mushroom's questioning abilities. Every time Lin Yuan asked a target a question and the target gave a precise answer, a truth mushroom would be grown. The truth mushroom was similar to truth serums used to interrogate suspects in Lin Yuan's previous life, forcing them to give accurate answers. This specifically targeted stubborn targets whose lips remained sealed even if they were on the brink of death. The diamond ability, false colony, and truth colony's abilities were direct opposites. Every time a target gave a false answer during questioning, a false mushroom would be grown. The false mushroom would allow a target to hide their thoughts and prevent them from giving true answers. This allowed the engulfing flames heart mushroom to gain the ability to resist probing. This ability was important to any faction and was definitely considered a foundational ability. When he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, he could feed a false mushroom to every white-clothed follower and feel assured that Sky City's secrets would not be leaked. Lin Yuan had rescued the white-clothed followers and nurtured them. They swore their loyalty to him on their willpower runes. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would never hurt Sky City's prophets. Furthermore, the Praying Universe Soul Whale was another protection level for the white-clothed followers. Even if they died, their souls would remain. Once the Mother of Bloodbath's sacred source lifeform became stronger, Lin Yuan could use the Jasmine Lily to work with the 10,000 medicine hot spring and mold new bodies. This would be especially effective because the Jasmine Lily had reached myth breed and gained new abilities and exclusive skills. The engulfing flames heart mushroom was very timid and did not react much to Lin Yuan's praise. After all, how much intelligence could a little mushroom have? Lin Yuan ordered the engulfing flames heart mushroom to activate the world cleansing and begin its evolution to myth breed. The aura of a Diamond X/Fantasy V Fae exploded forth from the engulfing flames heart mushroom's body, and a hole opening immediately followed this in the sky. Violent gales barreled out from the hole. Inky black clouds formed in the sky, and black hail fell out. Every piece of hail was in the shape of a water chestnut and was very lethal against fire-type phase. Just like Rememberling, the engulfing flames heart mushroom was useless when it came to defense and could not handle a single attack from the world cleansing. A single attack would immediately damage its roots. This was why functional-type myth breed phase were very rare in the wild. This was a result of natural selection. Unless the functional type phase could find a strong source of support when they evolved to myth breed, it would be very difficult for them to survive the world cleansing. If factions obtained more functional type phase, they would definitely grow stronger. Just like how he protected Rememberling, Eternal Source flicked his finger, and a green and gold screen appeared to block the falling black water chestnut-shaped hail. After absorbing the world grace, the engulfing flames heart mushroom's body shrunk until it was only half the size of Lin Yuan's pinky fingernail. The flower patterns on its cap caused the engulfing flames heart mushroom to resemble a pillbug that was about to release its stink at any time. The engulfing flames heart mushroom's appearance was just as beautiful as it had always been, and the color of its cap was even more brilliant than before. However, its beauty could only be enjoyed if it was placed under a magnifying glass. Just as Lin Yuan was about to begin examining the engulfing flames heart mushroom, he suddenly felt a special energy gathering around it. It was very similar to the energy that had gathered around Chimey. This was a voice spirit type energy. Could the engulfing flame's heart mushroom have transformed after its bloodline evolved to myth breed and gained voice spirit type abilities and exclusive skills? When he looked at its true data, Lin Yuan saw that it was now called the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom. The suzerain ability, Interrogation Soul Flames, raised the engulfing flame's heart mushroom's interrogation abilities. Interrogation Soul Flames. After confirming that the target has made more than 3 false statements, the target can be asked a question, and the soul with fungi rooted in it will be sacrificed. The target will have to tell the truth through the voice spirit form. Rather than saying that the engulfing flame's heart mushroom was capable at interrogation, it would be more accurate to call it an executioner. Interrogation Soul Flames could be used in conjunction with Crumbled Parasitic Cycle when Lin Yuan had exhausted all other interrogation methods and the target's will was strong enough to continue to give false answers even after consuming the truth mushroom. The fungi and target's soul would be sacrificed, and the target in a near-dead state would have to tell the truth through the voiced spirit form. This was another link between an ability and exclusive skill. With Interrogation Soul Flames, Lin Yuan could receive whatever answer he wanted. There were times when a question could clear up a cloud of doubts. Heart Mushroom Sky Questioning was specifically meant to clear up doubts. Heart Mushroom Sky Questioning. When a judgment cannot be made on an issue, one can be staked to question the sky and ask for a positive solution. When Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds to develop, he would not have as smooth of a time as when he developed in the main world. Inevitably, he would encounter danger, obstacles, and challenges. Using Heart Mushroom Sky Questioning, Lin Yuan could tap into the roots of the sky and carve out an opportunity. This would allow him to make a judgment on a matter he alone could not decide on. With Lin Yuan's intelligence, he was always able to come up with ways to get himself out of sticky situations. However, the guidance from Heart Mushroom Sky Questioning would be good to have around. After evolving to Myth Breed, the Sky Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom's intelligence was still low. However, it could react appropriately to Lin Yuan's words now. Fungi-type phase were just like plant-type phase in that they could change form once they reached Myth 3. The Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom had reached the stage where its intelligence would skyrocket. In a few months, it could communicate normally with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was excited to see what the little mushroom would grow into so he could see what kind of personality it had. After all, it was already evident that it had its own wicked intentions. The Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom used to resemble a button. But now, there was no way that it would be able to function as a button. Just as Lin Yuan was about to return the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, it leaped onto his head and made itself comfortable on his hair. Lin Yuan could sense that it really wanted to be with him. He had no objections to this and would not be burdened in any way by keeping it with him. The Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom weighed around the same as a large piece of dandruff. He would not feel any discomfort by letting it rest on his head. Blood New Moon had brought the Mother of Bloodbath to the Heavenly Family Cottage's headquarters to help it further tap into its Heavenly Family Fey bloodline. Lin Yuan remembered that the Mother of Bloodbath loved resting on his head when it first became his path protector. He had not seen the Mother of Bloodbath in some time and missed it. He wondered if the Mother of Bloodbath's bloodline would have improved significantly once it returned from the Heavenly Family Cottage. Now that Lin Yuan was done evolving the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom, he turned his attention to Purple Afterglow. He used his finger to beckon Purple Afterglow over, and it immediately flew over to land on the tip of his finger. The light from the sunset engulfed the earth and slowly became one with Purple Afterglow's body. It was likely that such a beautiful sight had never appeared in the Sand Island continent. Although Purple Afterglow had many issues, its appearance was nothing to be scoffed at. Ever since Purple Afterglow made its appearance on Star Web, it occupied the first place on the ranking of the most beautiful fays. It fully deserved this position. It was unlikely that any butterfly species fae could compete with Purple Afterglow when it came to beauty. Perhaps only the content of legends and mysteries yet to be discovered stood a chance of being compared to Purple Afterglow. Purple Afterglow, it's your turn to evolve. You have to do your best. Rememberling and the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom's bloodlines improved after they evolved to Myth Breed. I will call the kill food sky butterfly over later, so it can watch you evolve. Lin Yuan did not like to give his phase pressure but felt that some pressure was necessary. Otherwise, Purple Afterglow would be too laid back. It was so laid back that it might not be willing to do its best during its evolution. Purple Afterglow's mellow character did not come from meeting the kill food sky butterfly and gaining access to Lin Yuan's almost endless supply of top resources. Even if this were not the case, Purple Afterglow would still act this way. This was largely related to its personality. But regardless of Purple Afterglow's many flaws, its beauty was sufficient to convince others to overlook them. They might even start to see its flaws as virtues. Purple Afterglow did not have much passion or motivation because it knew from long ago that this evolution would very likely lead to an improvement in his bloodline. Purple Afterglow had felt its bloodline pulsing ever since it evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V. It was very smart and knew that it was of no help to Lin Yuan during combat. Lin Yuan never relied on it for fighting. Thus, its individual strength would be irrelevant to Lin Yuan. Purple Afterglow's attitude reminded Lin Yuan of children from families of generational wealth. Since they could not help their elders, they decided to take a back seat. But when it heard that Lin Yuan would bring the kill food sky butterfly over to watch it evolve to myth breed, Purple Afterglow's motivation immediately sparked to life. After all, a man needed to look impressive before his wife. Purple Afterglow had always been beneath kill food sky butterfly when it came to power, and this vexed it endlessly. Every time they were together, it would have to fly under the kill food sky butterfly. Luckily, the kill food sky butterfly always looked at it with adoration. Otherwise, Purple Afterglow's pride would prevent it from being together with the kill food sky butterfly. Now that it would evolve to myth breed, this was a good opportunity for it to properly demonstrate its capabilities. Lin Yuan summoned the kill food sky butterfly, and while the couple was flying lovingly around each other, he used true data to check on the unlocked Purple Afterglow. Fey name: Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly, Fey species. Flash Butterfly species / Scaled Butterfly species. Fey grade: Diamond, 10/10. Fey type: Spiritual / Soul. Fey quality: Fantasy V. Abilities: Silence Scale Powder. Special scale powder with the ability to silence is released, and any target that comes into contact with the scale powder will be unable to use spiritual power abilities. The scale powder will also be absorbed into the target's spiritual power. Each time the target uses spirit chi, their spirit chi will end up cracking. Flashing Scale Dance. Its images will be formed from the scale powder released into the air. It will be able to flash back and forth between itself and the formed images. While it is traveling, it can absorb energy from its surroundings to quicken the production of scale powder. Scale Light Butterfly Image. Scale powder in the wings will be used to refract light. When light fills its reflection, its charm will be boosted, and it will gain absolute control over butterfly species phase. Beautiful God Hallucination. When a target is attracted and sees one as a beautiful god, one will be able to adjust according to the target's features and pick a life form to turn into the target's definition of unsightliness. If the target and the life form have a positive connection, it will disappear momentarily. The target will attack the life form if they do not have a positive connection. Species Praised Beauty. When attracting a target and receiving its worship, the target species will also be affected and instinctively feel positive about the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly. Beautiful God Cutting Wings. Flap its wings to produce sequential cutting attacks. A special Beautiful God engraving will be formed on the target's body. Every engraving requires 16 cutting attacks to be formed. The target with a formed Beautiful God engraving will trigger its own emotions to the greatest extent. Anything related to energy will be prevented from moving in and out of the target's body. Exclusive skill: Scale Powder Halo. The scale powder has strong reflective abilities, and the reflection will affect the target that lays eyes on the powder. The target will start to feel dizzy and experience temporary blindness. Soul Beauty Goddess. By activating the power of the spirit and soul, the beauty will be increased to a limitless level. The target will be attracted and fall in love. The target will want everything of the object of its love on its own body, and the target will want to collect everything connected to the object of its love. Lin Yuan understood Purple Afterglow's personality and did not use it for battle. All he wanted was to nurture it in the best way possible so that it did not get in the way of Morbius evolution. Besides, functional type phase, attack, and defense type phase were no longer of much use to Lin Yuan. When it came to power, Lin Yuan could rely on Green Vine and fused with Dark Blue and the Abyss Red Lotus. Suppose Lin Yuan fused with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, which had evolved into a Satan, or the Purple Demon, which had evolved into an Emperor Sea Demon. In that case, he might not achieve as much power as when he fused with Dark Blue and the Abyss Red Lotus. Nevertheless, he would still be much stronger than the phase he had contracted. The phase that Lin Yuan contracted would not greatly help Lin Yuan now, aside from their special abilities. Lin Yuan never held much expectations for Purple Afterglow, but it turned out that the abilities it gained came with special functions. It was a special Fae with abilities that other Faes could not replicate. For example, the elite ability Flashing Scale Dance could be linked with the normal ability Silent Scale Powder. Its effects did not seem strong, and butterfly species Faes might see the highlight as being able to absorb energy from the surroundings when traveling to quicken the production of scale powder. However, being able to form an image of itself from the scale powder in the air was an extremely strong method of attack and control for Purple Afterglow. No life form would remain unmoved when it saw Purple Afterglow's shining image filling the sky. This sight would only further bolster Purple Afterglow's beauty to even greater heights. Laying eyes on one beauty and a group of them would have a vastly different effect on those afflicted by lust. Being able to flash back and forth from its images would elevate Purple Afterglow's agility and allow it to flee from danger. The silver ability, Scale Light Butterfly Image, and Flashing Scale Dance would give Purple Afterglow amazing attraction capabilities. However, Scale Light Butterfly Image raised Purple Afterglow's attraction abilities to a greater extent than Flashing Scale Dance did, as it would allow Purple Afterglow to refract light from its scale powder to form a giant image of itself that other lifeforms could look up to. Purple Afterglow's already incredible charm would be further elevated. Lin Yuan could not imagine the effects if Purple Afterglow's charm was further magnified. Additionally, Scale Light Butterfly Image would allow Purple Afterglow to gain absolute control over butterfly species Faes. From now on, it could take control of any butterfly species Fae with ease, just like it had done with the Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies. The gold ability Beautiful God Hallucination was just a way of killing through beauty. Beauty would be used to attract and adjust to the target's features. Using beauty to adjust to a person's perception was much more effective than trying to achieve an objective level of beauty, as it was too reliant on desire that might not be lasting. However, one's individual perception of beauty would never change. By adjusting to the target's features, Purple Afterglow could turn another life form into the target's definition of unsightliness. If both parties were linked by a spirit chi professional and contracted Fae relationship, the target would not act under the influence of Beautiful God Hallucination. But if they did not have this relationship, they would definitely turn on each other, regardless of how well they got along. Lin Yuan pondered over the utilization of Beautiful God Hallucination, and his eyes lit up as it would be able to meddle with contracts. The extent of this meddling was varied. When used, the ability would cause a spirit chi professional to immediately lose the protection of his Fae, leaving him as exposed as a fish on a cutting board that could be filleted according to the wishes of the knife wielder. Even spirit chi professionals with a wealth of battle experience would be rendered helpless when they were suddenly faced with such an obstacle. The platinum ability, Species Praised Beauty, was even more ferocious. Purple Afterglow could affect the target's entire species while attracting it. The target's entire species would instinctively feel positive about it. If Lin Yuan needed to make a deal with another species in the future, he could capture one of its members and instruct Purple Afterglow to use Species Praised Beauty, so that the entire species would become agreeable before he made a deal with them. This would allow him to establish a closer connection with this species. Purple Afterglow's influence over other lifeforms was largely related to its genes. The more admiration the species had for Purple Afterglow, the more positively they would feel about it. When he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, he would be able to use Species Praised Beauty to trade for many unexpected things. If he could build a good relationship with the native factions from the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan's future exploration would be smoother. The diamond ability that Purple Afterglow gained was called Beautiful God Cutting Wings. It was not easy to use this ability successfully even once, as strong targets could easily avoid the cutting attacks. Moreover, the target had to sustain 16 cutting attacks before the beautiful god engraving could be successfully formed. It would be very difficult for Purple Afterglow to strike an enemy 16 times successfully. But if the target was unconscious or incapacitated, it would be easy to strike it 16 times. Beautiful God cutting wings did not cause damage from the cutting attacks but the maximum magnification of the target's emotions that the beautiful God engraving triggered. This would work well in conjunction with species' praised beauty. The beautiful God engraving that was formed from beautiful God cutting wings would also be able to seal off all forms of energy from entering and exiting the target's body. This involved not only the vitality within the lifeform's body but also spirit chi, elemental energy, source-type power, faith power, and more. This meant that once the beautiful God engraving was successfully formed on the target's body, it would be reduced to a cripple until the beautiful God engraving was removed. The beautiful God engraving not only prevented energy from entering the body but exiting as well. The target would have no choice but to use its body to defend itself against enemies. It could induce feelings of positivity in other species as well as block energy from entering or exiting a target's body. Purple Afterglow was just incredible. Lin Yuan was powerful and had the power to take on numerous enemies. The captured enemies needed someone to watch them. If they did not, they would definitely cause trouble. This would be a waste of Lin Yuan's subordinates. But when Purple Afterglow used Beautiful God cutting wings to create the Beautiful God engraving on a target, Lin Yuan would not have to assign many subordinates to watch over these enemies. Lin Yuan had suffered for more than 10 years after arriving in this world. But once he became a spirit chi professional, he struck the jackpot and reached the peak of creation mastery. Using genius, he also passed the test to become a Class 2 creation master and became the Moon Empress disciple. Since then, everything had been smooth sailing for him. This was largely related to Lin Yuan's own power, but the protection from the Moon Empress could not be ignored either. The Mother of Bloodbath had saved Lin Yuan many times, and it was the Moon Empress who had placed the Mother of Bloodbath as Lin Yuan's path protector. Otherwise, the Myth 2 Mother of Bloodbath and D-rank Spirit Chi professional Lin Yuan would never have been able to cross paths. Once he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, there would be no one to protect him. He would need to protect himself. At that time, Beautiful God cutting wings would bring Lin Yuan a fair amount of convenience. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly and Purple Afterglow flew around each other in the sky. They looked like a flash of baby blue chasing after a streak of beautiful sunset purple. This breathtaking sight caused the desert outside of the Seaberry Federation to look romantically dazzling. However, Purple Afterglow was not purely enjoying itself as it flew around with the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. It was also securing its own bloodline. Once it sensed its relatively secure bloodline, Purple Afterglow stopped in midair. When the Kill Food Sky Butterfly saw this, it did not cling to Purple Afterglow and dutifully put distance between them. It did not want to obstruct or disturb Purple Afterglow. As Purple Afterglow flew around in the sky and dispersed its scale powder, it made for a beautiful sight. Suddenly, a thick stream of purple light burst out from Purple Afterglow's body and stained the sky purple. All the people in the cities near the Seaberry Federation fell to their knees instinctively after spotting the purple-stained sky. They placed their palms together and began to pray earnestly. The Seaberry Federation was considered relatively weak in the Sand Island continent. The people there lived lives so laboriously that those from wealthy federations would never be able to imagine such a reality. The people living there did not have any pastimes. A day that they did not spend working would be a day where they had to go hungry. They did not know what it was like to hope for anything. All they could do was place their hopes on intangible gods. The purple sky was the most beautiful phenomenon they had ever seen. There was not much common knowledge to speak of in a federation where the average lifespan was only 20 to 30 years. This sight caused many people to think that a god had descended on the Seaberry Federation, and it happened to be in the same direction as the tents that had been providing food to the people of the Seaberry Federation. The people from the Seaberry Federation prayed with gratitude to this god and unknowingly increased their rate of supplying faith power to Lin Yuan. As time passed, the purple in the sky did not fade and only became more concentrated. There was a golden gleam within the purple that seemed to form thousands of wispy streaks. As the light danced around, every cascading wisp of light was surrounded by tens of rainbows. The Seaberry Federation was enveloped in a beauty that could be appreciated in both heaven and on Earth. This beauty radiated from the very spot where the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift had once opened. Even the insect queens guarding the entrance of the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift became lost in this magnificent sight. The kill food sky butterfly stared at purple afterglow with gentle adoration. Lin Yuan smiled at this. He now knew why purple afterglow said that its bloodline could take a step forward. As he looked at this natural phenomenon, Lin Yuan could be certain that purple afterglow's bloodline was transforming. As purple afterglow continued to release its aura, a black hole appeared in the sky. Crimson flames burst out from the hole and became entangled with the purple and gold sky. Eternal Source proceeded to protect purple afterglow like he did with Rememberling and Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom. Once the red flames were extinguished and the world grace landed on purple afterglow's body, it started to grow longer. Its wings became more flowy, and a layer of purple and gold light now bordered them. It looked as though there was a backlight shining on purple afterglow's body. The beauty of a butterfly species Fae depended on its shape and scale powder. There was not much relation to its patterns. Color came from the scale powder, and too many patterns on the wings would cause the wings to look messy. This would be akin to attaching many accessories on an amazing piece of material. Just as Lin Yuan thought that purple afterglow's scale powder had turned purple and gold, and that its evolution was complete, two sets of illusionary wings sprouted from its body. The wings were 1.5 times larger than its body and flapped in tandem with its actual wings. Lin Yuan used to struggle to come up with the words to describe purple afterglow's beauty. But once the illusionary wings grew out, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that it seemed to resemble the guard of a butterfly species, the arch. The purple and gold coloring completely overhauled purple afterglow's beauty and refreshed Lin Yuan's assessment of beauty. Lin Yuan hurriedly used true data to check on purple afterglow and saw that its name had not changed. It was still called the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly. According to Morbius, only the most beautiful entities in the world could be considered beautiful gods or goddesses. The names that Morbius gave all of its fays came from their bloodlines. The Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly was the only beauty goddess butterfly in the world, so Morbius saw no need to change its name. The illusionary wings that Purple Afterglow gained after evolving to myth breed did not even reach the top 3 of its merits. However, Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly's type had changed from its initial Flash Butterfly species / Scaled Butterfly species to Beautiful Goddess Butterfly species / Beautiful Goddess Butterfly genus. This meant that it was no longer a Flash Butterfly species at all and could pass on its new bloodline. The suzerain ability that Purple Afterglow gained was called Beauty Assessment Plundering. Beauty Assessment Plundering. When one's beauty stupefies a species and takes over that species' assessment of beauty, it can set the standard with its own beauty and become the definition of beauty for that species. Besides itself, the species will not see any other life form as beautiful. It will detest and be repulsed by life forms that previously met their standards of beauty. Lin Yuan was first stunned when he saw the description of beauty assessment plundering. He suddenly felt that it could be effectively linked to species-praised beauty. Species-praised beauty would attract a target and utilize beauty to earn that target's worship. It would then influence the target species and earn positive feelings from that species. Beauty assessment plundering would turn Purple Afterglow into the standard of beauty for the species once it takes over their assessment of beauty. This ability did not seem strong, but once Purple Afterglow took over a species' assessment of beauty and altered it, the species would feel repulsed toward entities that previously met their standard of beauty. This would not only make it more challenging for the species to procreate, but might even cause the species to go extinct. A species might go extinct due to its definition of beauty. Purple Afterglow, this male butterfly, was looking more and more like the death demon concubine beast. After observing Purple Afterglow's suzerain ability, Lin Yuan started observing the exclusive skill it had gained. The exclusive skill Purple Afterglow gained from reaching myth breed was Beauty Reaches Every Species. Beauty reaches every species. Each time it receives the recognition of a species and becomes their standard of beauty, its charm will be eternally strengthened. Beauty reaches every species was very simple, but Lin Yuan was whooping with joy to himself. Purple Afterglow's beauty could be considered to be at the peak of the main world. But this might not be the case if it were in the sky beyond the clouds. There might be even greater beauty out there. Some of its abilities would be useless if it were less beautiful than its target. However, beauty reaches every species would allow Purple Afterglow to continuously increase its charm and attraction. Because of this, Purple Afterglow would not have to worry about being less beautiful than another species in sky beyond the clouds. Even if it were not more beautiful now, it would not stay on the losing end after it increased its charm. Purple Afterglow seemed very laid back, but it was very prideful when it came to its own beauty. When it arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, Purple Afterglow would definitely try to become the most beautiful life form there. Now that Purple Afterglow had evolved to myth breed, Lin Yuan did not have any other phase that he needed to evolve. Lin Yuan had been spending most of his time in the dimensional world. Due to a lack of moonbeams, the merciful star peony's evolution had slowed. Moreover, just like the acid corrosion queen bee and ethereal jellyfish, the merciful star peony needed to comprehend a willpower rune from nature. Lin Yuan did not know when the merciful star peony could evolve to myth breed. Gray was able to evolve to myth breed. However, a higher priority for it now would be accumulating power rather than evolving. Lin Yuan was willing to give Gray the chance to accumulate power. After all, accumulating power would never turn out to be a disadvantage. Lin Yuan would be happy if Gray could become more mature and resistant to temptation before it evolved to myth breed. The sea burial lotus flower was a carcinoma fae that Lin Yuan had nurtured into a fairy. It had expanded Lin Yuan's horizons. Silver Corona was currently only diamond grade, but the sea of bone lotus flowers it had created would even be able to reduce a group of 100 myth breed phase into fertilizer. The 16 class 3-dimensional rifts had been spitting out waves of alien beasts for the past year. Yet, it had not been enough for Silver Corona to reach Diamond X. Lin Yuan intended to take Silver Corona with him to the sky beyond the clouds so he could test its limits. He might be able to use Silver Corona to create a forbidden area that terrified even the native factions of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan only gave himself a week to rest. Once he was done allocating the Samsara realm dictators and providing Su Iran with resources, his break would come to an end. He intended to return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone to fuse with and take control of the alien insect world's tome. That way, he could absorb energy from all 5 major dimensional worlds the next time that he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus. When Yu had been communicating with Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper, Lin Yuan learned from their correspondence that she had not found the broiling rock continent, where peace was located, but she could sense their stronger link. This meant that peace was located to the west of the Grotto continent. When Yu was very skilled at governance and excelled at military organization, as well as the allocation of resources. With Dazzling Silver and the other 4 Samsara realm dictators, when you managed to find 3 continent vein cores for Lin Yuan within the short span of a few days. This delighted Lin Yuan. Every continent on the other side of the Barren Sea had powerful federations. The continent vein cores could be found in the strongest federation of each continent. Once the Moon Empress created the major federation union, the federations would automatically hand over their continent vein cores. The Moon Empress had already told Lin Yuan she would handle this personally, so he did no need to worry. Lin Yuan never had to worry when the Moon Empress was handling things. Frankly, Lin Yuan thought Morbius would evolve soon after Purple Afterglow evolved to myth breed, and its grade would also increase from Diamond to Suzerain. However, Morbius said it would need to sleep for around 10 days before its grade would be increased. Lin Yuan went to sleep full of hope. He looked forward to the accumulation meant to take on Tower Cannon as well as Morbius evolution to myth breed. Before he went to sleep, he contacted all of the subterranean Samsara realm dictators and instructed them to gather the land imps. They would then leave the subterranean world and move from the Iron Hammer Federation to Thick Soil City. Thick Soil City was very close to the underground palace where the space tunnel was situated. It would make it easy for Lin Yuan to organize the land imps if they gathered at Thick Soil City. 7 days would be just enough time for the land imps to travel. Once he woke up, He would need to command these millions of land imps and organize them around the Radiance Federation. It would become the center around which the defensive fortifications would be constructed. He would build a fortress that could remain standing amidst the ocean of dead spirits and even fend them off. While Lin Yuan was sleeping, in a time-worn castle, a woman with an icy demeanor yet gentle eyes knelt in the vast hall's center. Her unwavering gaze fixated on a mural behind an ornate chair, the artwork in gradual flux, its details burgeoning with vibrancy. Just a day earlier, constellations of stars had materialized around the colossal whale adjacent to the imposing figure at the drawing's core. Simultaneously, the mushroom had dwindled in size, its intricate patterns multiplying. 2615 Conflict in the Azure Federation. A butterfly with an exquisite form had two illusionary wings sprouting from its back. The circle around this imposingly dependable figure also started to spin. It was as though something was about to happen. But when she saw this, the woman with the cold expression but gentle eyes started to bow sincerely and chant softly. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes and landed on the white jade floor of the vast hall. The totem god is finally about to evolve to the second form. It is now certain that Lord Saint has awoken. The woman's expression suddenly hardened. The 8 ants from Tower Cannon are probably going to wake up from their slumber soon as well. The cheek of them to wake up at the same time as Lord Saint. I hope the mortals from this Class 3 civilization won't impact Lord Saint. Otherwise, in spite of Lord Saint's order for Epic God Palace not to affect the mortal world, we will have to step in to eliminate this Class 3 civilization. Suddenly, the kneeling woman froze. She had been thinking about other things while praying to the totem god. This was a grievous sin. The woman hastily started slamming her head to the ground to make up for her sin, leaving large pools of crimson and gold blood splattered all over the white jade floor. The crimson and gold blood glinted with inexplicable life and contained laws related to the cycle of 4 seasons. The sun had already risen and set numerous times outside of the hall, but the woman had yet to stop trying to repay for her sin. Sky City had been started by Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu. The first one to join Lin Yuan was Lu Jie. Lu Jie was Lin Yuan's retainer, but his presence had always been weaker than Wen Yu's. Wen Yu was the manager of Sky City, while Lu Jie managed the white-clothed followers. At first, Lu Jie was busy training the white-clothed followers. But eventually, the training reached a checkpoint and Lu Jie no longer had a role to fill. He became rather free. Lu Jie did not want to become the mooch in Sky City, so he had been trying to improve himself in terms of his governance skills. Wen Yu had been beside herself with work, so Lu Jie could not ask her to teach him when she was already this busy. Luckily, Lin Yuan had taken by Qinghuan in so Lu Jie could learn from her. Now, he could stand on his own 2 feet to a certain extent. Ever since when you started managing the business related to the dimensional worlds, Lu Jie took over the governance side of Sky City. At first, Lu Jie was very stressed, but he pulled himself up by the bootstraps, and after holding on for a month, he finally became accustomed to the job of managing Sky City. He also learned just how difficult Wen Yu's job had been. After leaving the Midnight Palace and dealing with most of his tasks for Sky City, Lu Jie headed straight to Thick Soil City to help manage the land imps. Ta Lei had been growing rapidly, but he was still too young. It was only with Su Iran's help that he managed to secure his position as the city lord of Thick Soil City. Ta Lei was already strained by managing Thick Soil City's day-to-day affairs. He did not have the energy to manage the land imps as well. Su Iran was busy with the mountain of work required to manage 2 giant continents. Even if Ta Lei wanted to ask her for help, he could not bring himself to do so. As such, he could only turn to Lu Jie. Ta Lei could not have gone to Lu Jie for help and insisted on taking on the task himself. After all, Luolan's people were helping to deliver the land imps, and they would definitely have the land imps under control. The leader of the land imps would not dare to step out of line. However, Ta Lei was afraid of inconveniencing Lin Yuan. Since he could not get in contact with Lin Yuan, he naturally got in contact with Lu Jie instead. Ta Lei was much more familiar with Lu Jie than he was with Wen Yu. Lin Yuan had brought only Lu Jie with him when he went to the Startling Lines continent to train. Once he received confirmation that Lu Jie was coming to Thick Soil City to help, Talei was finally able to relax. Lin Yuan had left a special diamond Fei storage box with both Lu Jie and Wen Yu. Each of these diamond Fei storage boxes contained a large amount of item-storing walnuts. The item-storing walnuts were meant to enable Lu Jie and Su Yiren to utilize the space tunnel in the basement of the Return from Faraway mansion. Although there were not enough item-storing walnuts in the diamond Fei storage boxes to allow Lu Jie and Wen Yu to travel between the Radiance Federation and Grotto Continent, it was enough to allow them to travel between the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines Continent more than 10 times. By the time Lu Jie rushed to Thick Soil City, the first batch of land imps had arrived. Lin Yuan needed so many land imps they had to be sent in batches. Lin Yuan had emphasized to Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow that a Samsara Realm dictator had to lead each group of land imps. In order to prevent the leading Samsara Realm dictators from coming up with any schemes, he also assigned 20 Turning Will Realm dictators who were fully subservient to him to watch over these Samsara Realm dictators. The Samsara Realm dictator leading the first batch was named Dark River. Dark River was a female Samsara Realm dictator who came from the South Mine District. Her looks ranked in the top 3 among the female subterranean dictators. Her bloodline was that of the Bright Stone Witch and was considered to be extremely elite. Yet, when Lin Yuan conquered the subterranean world, he had not paid any special attention to her. This had left her very dispirited. Dark River believed that with her features and background, there was no reason not to favor her. Not only did she have beauty, but she also had brains. Otherwise, she would not have been able to take over the richest mine district and reigned over it this entire time. Dark River had decided that by hook or by crook, she would leave a good impression on Lin Yuan when she headed to the main world to deliver the land imps. Alas, she was disappointed to find that Lin Yuan was absent when she arrived. Lu Jie had not left a strong impression when Lin Yuan was conquering the subterranean world. Although Dark River did not know who Lu Jie was, she could sense that he was very weak. He could not even compare to the relatively more ferocious apostles. The subterranean world was similar to the other dimensional worlds in that nothing mattered more than power. Given Lu Jie's power, he could not gain the respect of the Samsara Realm dictator Dark River. Although she looked down on Lu Jie, Dark River dared not show how she truly felt because she knew that Lin Yuan trusted Lu Jie. Otherwise, he would never have left such an important task in Lu Jie's hands. Mountain Furrow, Rock Underworld, and Hollow Earth had repeatedly told the subterranean dictators about how important this task was to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could enable Samsara Realm dictators to reach the afterlife realm. This ability left a deep impression on all the Samsara Realm dictators of the subterranean world, Dark River included. Since she could not perform in front of Lin Yuan, she could ensure she at least received the basic treatment deserving of a Samsara Realm dictator. But if she earned Lin Yuan's ire, she would not only miss out on the chance to reach the afterlife realm but might even lose the benefits given to Samsara Realm dictators. Dark River was well aware of what her place was. Lu Jie was able to smoothly manage and organize the land imps. But there were just far too many land imps, and collating them all was impossible. Lu Jie mulled over this situation and decided to use Bai Qinghuan's plan. He decided to organize the land imps according to their strength. Those who were stronger would manage the weaker ones. This way, Lu Jie would only need to manage the few strongest land imps. This would allow him to commandeer all of the land imps when he was organizing the relocation as well as for future tasks. The dictator land imps could not be used to build the base. Even if they were assigned such a task, they had to be in charge of special roles. Otherwise, it would be a gross waste of their talents. Thus, Lu Jie separated the dictator land imps from the rest, and they became a special team. These land imps who had attained extremely strong faith power would finally be allowed to become leaders. Lu Jie chose 30 of the strongest land imps and assigned the rest to them as their subordinates. Lu Jie told these 30 land imps in a stern and serious voice, "You are being allowed to lead the teams of land imps because we trust you. From now on, you will be able to receive 1 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade Elemental Pearl every month. If you perform well, you might receive additional rewards." The 30 land imps almost exploded with delight when they heard what Lu Jie said. Normally, they would never have the right to touch resources like Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan usually only gave such resources to the Samsara realm dictators. Lu Jie had not made these decisions on his own accord. He had communicated extensively with Lin Yuan before he made these decisions. It was Lin Yuan who had decided to use heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to motivate the land imps. However, Lin Yuan had not provided a structured plan, and Lu Jie devised one according to Lin Yuan's goals. A total of 8 to 9 batches of the land imps had arrived. The more than 200 elite land imps would be sufficient to complete the task to perfection. Lu Jie worked day and night in Thick Soil City. In his spare time, he communicated with Duan He and told him to return from training with all of the white-cloth followers in tow. The main world was being shaken, and Tower Cannon's Sleeper's revival could begin any time. It was not appropriate for the white-cloth followers to continue training in the wild at such a time. Moreover, Hu Quan had built the framework of Sky City on the floating island Whale's Back. He did not lack subordinates or spiritual ingredients, but he did lack labor. The white-cloth followers would be just right to fill this gap. If the white-cloth followers joined the building of Sky City, it would also be considered an accumulation of power. Since Lu Jie found out that Lin Yuan's objective lay beyond the main world, he also changed his personal aim. He now also saw the world beyond the main world as the direction that he needed to work toward. After the Imperial meeting ended, the Moon Empress did not use the name of the Radiance Federation to establish the major Federation Union. Instead, she established it jointly with the Azure Federation and Freedom Federation. She sent invitations to every Federation's Imperial Court, sending the main world into an immediate frenzy. There was no way that any Federation could go without joining a Federation started by the 3 major Federations. The royalty of the other Federations were all shocked that the meeting that established the major Federation Union had been held in the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation had been the strongest of the 3 major Federations all this time. By all accounts, the establishment of the major Federation Union should have been done in the Freedom Federation. There was no reason for it to have been held in the Radiance Federation's royal capital instead. The other federations had many doubts about the Freedom Federation's lack of protest, and they began to guess the reason behind their compromise. This did not fit with their style at all. However, these federations did not have the courage to ask the Mirror God and God of Fools about the reason. They wondered whether something had happened between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. But regardless of what the reason was, this matter allowed all the federations of the main world to know that the Radiance Federation would be the one sitting on the throne of the main world from now on. Otherwise, the Freedom Federation would definitely have fought for something that directly involved authority over the main world. The meeting of the major Federation Union was being held hastily. After receiving the news, all the federations gathered their people and rushed to the Radiance Federation. Once the major Federation Union was established, the structure of all the main world's federations would be altered. It was highly possible that a new ranking of the federations would replace the one established by the competition among the Federation envoys during the major Federation meeting. Hence, every federation intended to give their all in this matter that involved their potential benefits. The leaders of the federations on good terms with the Radiance Federation were all jumping with joy to themselves. The federations who had not interacted much or had no experience with the Radiance Federation were all planning ways to curry favor with the Radiance Federation. The federations who had ties to the Freedom Federation's members of royalty were all discussing in an attempt to find out more about the situation. The collaboration between the other federations and the Freedom Federation's royalty were all personal. They rarely collaborated in the name of their federations. But when they contacted the Freedom Federation's royalty, none of the federations received a reply. There were rumors that all of the Freedom Federation's royalty had rushed to the Radiance Federation upon hearing the news and were acting very strangely. Given the circumstances, despite the lack of response from the Freedom Federation, the royalty of the other federations could guess what had happened. The 12 aristocratic families of the Azure Federation held a meeting that lasted for 2 days. For the first time, there was a difference in opinion. The Azure Federation was not fully united, and each of the 12 aristocratic families had their own individual sources of profits. When their prophets did not interfere with each other, they were very willing to respect each other's opinions. But when there was a serious involvement of their prophets, the aristocratic families were willing to clash violently with each other in order to preserve their personal profits. It was said that 80 years ago, there were not 12 aristocratic families but 14 of them. However, 2 of the aristocratic families disappeared after a clash over profits. The internal battle in the Azure Federation had shaken up the entire main world in the past. There were both benefits and drawbacks when it came to structuring a federation around families. The benefits were that such federations would be more concerned about a federation's development than federations under the control of royalty. A family would be deeply rooted and intertwined with the federation, making them pay more attention to the development of the federation. However, once there was a split in opinion among the families, the conflict that should have been about the federation strategy would become one about the family's personal issues. When families fought, their priority would be to secure their own profits, and they were willing to fight to the death for them. Such conflict was the most evident among Fays. Whenever 2 species fought, it always resulted in the death of one of the species. The 12 aristocratic families all had Fey bloodlines, giving them their beast patterns. There were already signs of daggers preparing to be drawn at this Azure Federation Imperial meeting. You decided to ally with the Radiance Federation and gave up on remaining neutral between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. I didn't oppose this and went with your decision. We lost all the formidability of a major federation by following the Radiance Federation's lead completely in the matter of the Freedom Federation. But I didn't point out any doubts either. The favor that we owe the Radiance Federation can be said to be repaid. But now, you are suggesting we submit to the Radiance Federation. Yin Tong, what are you trying to do? An elder wearing a long blue robe with cloud patterns, as well as a leopard crest on his chest, stroked his beard and said seriously, Lu He, watch what you say. Take a look at where you are. You will have to take responsibility for every word you utter in the Azure Federation's Imperial Court. There are 3 things wrong with what you just said. Let me make things clear for you now. Firstly, you willingly participated in the vote during our Imperial meeting to decide on forming an alliance with the Radiance Federation. No one coerced you through marital power. This was your voluntary choice. Therefore, you cannot claim you merely followed along. When you made your decision, it was in favor of the option most advantageous to the Azure Elf Cat species. Furthermore, the Azure Elf Cat species greatly benefited from aligning with the Radiance Federation within the Freedom Federation. If you have doubts about this, then the Azure Elf Cat species should relinquish these profits first. Secondly, you mentioned that the Azure Federation has repaid the Radiance Federation for their past assistance. This is entirely incorrect. Repaying the Radiance Federation remains an ongoing obligation for us. The Azure Federation found itself in a position of utter vulnerability when confronted with a crisis. The Freedom Federation explicitly refused to aid us during this critical juncture. Even when other federations boasting Class 5 creation masters observed our inability to handle the situation independently, they chose to remain passive observers. The Radiance Federation extended their helping hand precisely when we needed it most. Surely you recall what would have befallen the Azure Federation had they acted differently. Witnessing the fate of Fresh City in the Freedom Federation due to the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift serves as a stark reminder. The Radiance Federation rescued us. How could we ever repay such a debt? Our only chance to consider it repaid is if we, in turn, rescue them from a crisis. Have you lived so long that you've forgotten the fundamental principles of human bonds? Yin Tong, a man of few words, left Lu He utterly speechless with his recent statement. Beads of sweat formed on Lu He's back. Not swayed by Lu He's expression, Yin Tong continued resolutely, Lu He, our centuries-long camaraderie speaks volumes about our mutual understanding. You accuse me of aligning with the Radiance Federation, yet aren't you the one consistently favoring the Freedom Federation? Is it not because of your ongoing dealings with certain members within the Freedom Federation? We convene here to resolve this issue, sparing niceties. Objectively suggesting that the Freedom Federation should be our ally over the Radiance Federation is nothing short of ignoring reality. However, if your stance is driven solely by personal gain, it reflects poorly on your character. Lu He, I've conveyed all that's necessary. The floor is yours for rebuttal. Lu He's lips twitched when he heard what Yin Tong said. He wanted to bite back but could not come up with a single word. Everything that Yin Tong had said was true. Although Yin Tong seemed to be pointing the finger at him based on principles, he was not wrong. If he tried to rebuke him, he would only be making specious arguments. With so many people here, specious arguments would be exposed immediately and have no practical effect. However, Lu He could not remain silent. If he did not make a statement after being cornered by Yin Tong to such an extent, nothing he said during future imperial meetings would carry any weight. With this thought, Lu He was about to speak when Fong Lingzhan patted him and said, "Old Lu, one should always set one's sights as far into the future as possible. I'm sure you're aware of this. The Freedom Federation is no longer the wielder of control. The one in control is now the Radiance Federation. Otherwise, why would the Freedom Federation have agreed to the Radiance Federation's request and handed over so many resources? They even allowed the Radiance Federation to depart safely. I am also working with a few of the Freedom Federation's royalty, but I agree with Yin Tong's proposal." Fong Lingzhan was the leader of the Azure Soaring Eagle family, ranked among the top 3 of the 12 aristocratic families. It held a lot of sway in the Azure Federation's imperial court. Moreover, Fong Lingzhan was right in that the Azure Soaring Eagle family had always staunchly supported allying with the Freedom Federation. He could only be changing his attitude now because he had considered the current situation and knew that the Freedom Federation was no longer the superpower they used to be. However, the others did not agree with Fong Lingzhan. There were a few aristocratic families who were firmly against supporting the promotion of the Radiance Federation to the head of the major Federation Union. Because of Yin Lin, Yin Tong knew the most about the Radiance Federation out of the people present. It was impossible to persuade the stubborn. Since they could not be persuaded, Yin Tong did not bother to do so. Since we can't see eye to eye, no one can make decisions for another. So, let's not speak on behalf of each other. Let's head to the Radiance Federation together so we can save ourselves from this senseless argument. If your minds aren't changed even after you arrive at the Radiance Federation, you can make your stance clear to them then. I don't feel any opposition toward this. But I suggest that you go and take a look at the Freedom Federation's reaction first. Otherwise, if you end up impacting the Azure Federation's profits, you will sin against the Azure Federation, which will be recorded in the history books. You will also end up erased from the Azure Federation, just like what had happened to those 2 families. That is my solemn warning for you. Yin Tong immediately ended the meeting after saying that. It had not been Yin Tong's intention to be so abrasive, but he saw no other option. If they had to argue to the point that a victor emerged, no one would be willing to back down, and the consequences would be irreparable. This was not what Yin Tong wanted. These old men were stubborn, but none of them were fools. They would definitely understand their circumstances when it came to such small matters. At that time, the Freedom Federation's reaction would definitely change the minds of these old men. The time of the Freedom Federation had passed. It was time for the spotlight to shine on the Radiance Federation. Given the circumstances, all the smart people would know not to resist, as there was no way that it would lead to a positive result. Lin Yuan finally woke up from his slumber. The first thing he did was take out his phone to check the time. He saw that he had been sleeping for almost 9 days. Although he had woken up, Morbius was still asleep. Once Morbius woke up, Lin Yuan could witness Morbius evolve to myth breed. Lin Yuan did not have to sleep again and could properly address all his business in the main world. The Grotto continent was in Wen Yu's hands, so there was nothing for Lin Yuan to be worried about. The Moon Empress was handling the major Federation Union. What Lin Yuan needed to do was use the land imps to build the base in the Radiance Federation. Before Lin Yuan went to sleep, he left the matter of handling the delivery of the land imps to Lu Jie, and he had great faith in Lu Jie's competency. Indeed, Lu Jie had not disappointed Lin Yuan and had delivered the land imps in batches to the Radiance Federation. There was no way that the land imps could be delivered through the space tunnel. After all, Lin Yuan did not have enough item-storing walnuts to support such a method of transportation. Luckily, The startling lines continent was not far from the Radiance Federation, and the island whales could be used for long-distance deliveries. Lin Yuan had already informed the Moon Empress, and the Radiance Federation had sent more than 30 island whales who were already waiting in the Great Lush Federation's harbor. All Lu Jie needed to do was move the land imps to the Great Lush Federation's harbor once. He had taken stock of them in Thick Soil City. By the time Lin Yuan woke up, almost 40 million land imps had been delivered to the Radiance Federation. As such, there was no need for Lin Yuan to head to Thick Soil City. He could sit tight and wait in the Radiance Federation. He needed an extremely large space in order to organize these land imps. It would not be easy to find such a space. When the Moon Empress found out about Lin Yuan's plan, she made advanced preparations and dug out 6 mountains near the royal capital. These 6 mountains were the Radiance Federation's royal capital's most famous vacation spots and were usually bustling with activity. Visitors from other cities always paid them a visit. But special times called for special measures. The 6 mountains were not large enough to house all of the land imps. However, the land imps could alter the ground of the 6 mountains and create expansive underground spaces where they could reside. Lin Yuan instructed the land imps to clean up the environment around the 6 mountains before they began building the underground spaces. He had already prepared all of the resources. Once the land imps arrived, they could immediately begin working on the mountains and changing the environment of the Radiance Federation so as to prevent the dead spirits from breaching the Radiance Federation's ground. Lin Yuan's idea seemed like a pie in the sky, but not only would the land imps be able to fulfill Lin Yuan's plan, but they would even go beyond what Lin Yuan had asked in order to curry favor with him and demonstrate their value. Once Lin Yuan was certain that the land imps had started working and could carry out his request, he immediately headed to the Radiant Moon Palace. It had been a long time since Lin Yuan had the chance to sit down and have a good chat with the Moon Empress. Both of them had been busy, but the invitations for the major Federation Union had already been sent out. The Moon Empress could take a good rest for the next few days before the royalty from the other federations arrived. The Radiance Federation's establishment of the major Federation Union should be extremely joyous. However, none of the Radiance Federation's royalty looked happy because they were all aware of Tower Cannon's evil scheme. With this impending disaster that was approaching the main world, the Radiance Federation's members of royalty were all doing their best to protect the Radiance Federation. Resources were rapidly being stocked up. The Radiance Federation's royalty were not stingy with their personal resources, and this especially applied to Cicada Song. Cicada Song had distributed almost all of his resources to the 32 city lords so they could develop the city guards to the maximum extent. This would not only involve increasing the city guards' power but also increasing their numbers. This would also ensure that every reserve guard obtained a platinum fey. If the dead spirits invaded the cities, the reserve city guards would be the main pillar of strength that protected the Radiance Federation's citizens. The Radiance Federation's royalty all released their own resources to elevate the Radiance Federation's overall power, and the top resources given out by the Moon Empress had also allowed the royalty's own power to increase significantly. The veteran and top factions of the Radiance Federation had also improved substantially. Now that Lin Yuan was back in the Radiance Federation, he should be helping the experts whose phase needed help overcoming their world cleansings. However, it was urgent that Morbius evolved its grade and quality. Once Morbius evolved its grade and quality, not only would the spirit chi crystals be produced at a faster rate, but the amount of spirit chi contained in each spirit chi crystals would also increase. Lin Yuan had just arrived at the foot of Leaning Moon Mountain when he heard Morbius' voice in his head. "Partner, I can evolve at any time. Before I evolve, you will need to find a place for me that is completely empty. This evolution will cause a rather large commotion. I can promise that this evolution will benefit both of us significantly." Lin Yuan was delighted and immediately used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to travel to a remote location at the border of the royal capital and ascending Dragon City. The mother of bloodbath and endless summer had evolved here. It was also here that Lin Yuan had obtained the kill food worm from the cage of Brahma insects Fan Jenny. Eventually, the kill food worm had evolved into the kill food sky butterfly and found a partner in purple afterglow. Lin Yuan felt slightly sentimental now that he was back here. Now, he was going to witness Morbius' evolution here. Lin Yuan always felt that Morbius was very special. He could not regard Morbius under the same lens that he viewed everything else. Regular phase would never have an exclusive skill when they were only normal grade. Even after reaching diamond grade, Morbius could not see its own species on true data. The section was still filled with 3 question marks. He did not know if Morbius would finally be able to see its own species after it evolved to suzerain/myth. Frankly, Lin Yuan did not want Morbius to see its own species too soon. The later that Morbius gained access to its species, the more powerful it would be. Each time one of the spirit-locked phase evolved, Morbius' abilities changed when it evolved. When Lin Yuan first acquired Morbius, its exclusive skill, Spirit Lock, involved nurturing phase within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. These nurtured phase couldn't possess a higher grade than Morbius itself. Morbius grade couldn't evolve independently. Rather, it would only advance through the evolution of the Spirit-locked phase, gaining their initial abilities. However, Morbius couldn't acquire abilities through its own evolutions. As Morbius grade increased, it could nurture another phase each time without any alteration to this grade increment method. However, when Morbius reached silver grade, Spirit Lock underwent an improvement. Now, there was no longer a restriction preventing Morbius from gaining abilities through its own evolution. It was at that time that Morbius gained Spirit Chi condensation. After it gained Spirit Chi condensation, a stone bowl appeared in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Periodically, a Spirit Chi crystal would be formed in the stone bowl. At the time, this was Lin Yuan's only way of obtaining Spirit Chi crystals. Later, after Lin Yuan used the Pure Land of Bliss to heal the Mother of Bloodbath when it evolved to Myth 2, he accidentally allowed the Pure Land of Bliss to absorb the Mother of Bloodbath's world grace. From this, he obtained numerous Spirit Chi crystals. Even until now, Lin Yuan could not be certain if this was because of the Pure Land of Bliss or because of Spirit Chi condensation. Although Spirit Lock no longer prevented Morbius from gaining new abilities, it could not gain a new ability every time it increased its grade. Morbius' gaining of abilities seemed to be coincidental. When Morbius evolved to Diamond grade, it gained a new ability called Spirit Lock Filling. Spirit Lock Filling's effects would fill an empty Spirit Lock slot so that Morbius' evolution or improvement would not be affected. The ability could also be used for multiple grades. If a Spirit-locked phase grade had reached the limit, Spirit Lock Filling could be used to remove the limit so that Morbius' evolution would not be impacted. This ability greatly increased Morbius' margin of error. There was also no urgency for Lin Yuan to find a new phase to Spirit Lock now that he had contracted the Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom. He could just use Spirit Lock Filling to fill the empty slot. Lin Yuan had 2 endless gems he had not used to unlock the Spirit-locked phase. One of them came from the subterranean world, while the other came from the alien insect world. Presently, Lin Yuan did not have any good options for Earth or insect species phase. Lin Yuan did not want to force matters when it came to spirit-locking phase. When he spirit-locked a phase, he had to ensure it would help with Morbius grade evolution and integrate perfectly into Lin Yuan's combat system. Lin Yuan intended to wait until Morbius evolved to Sovereign/Creation before he picked a phase to Spirit Lock. After all, he had no idea how long he had to wait before Morbius could evolve to Sovereign/Creation. Lin Yuan had become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. A-rank Spirit Chi professionals needed to cross an enormous gap in order to reach S-rank. This was not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time. Lin Yuan told Morbius softly, "Partner, let's begin. Do you need Eternal Source's help when you are evolving?" Morbius said cheerfully, "Partner, based on my memory, we are in a Class 1 world. The world cleansings that appear in Class 1 worlds won't be able to affect me, so there's no need for you to worry. I said that I might cause a large commotion because I will be undergoing my evolution while containing the auras of 6 spirit-locked phase. The auras of the 6 spirit-locked phase will definitely alter the world cleansing. However, there is no cause for concern." Once Morbius was done with its explanation, Lin Yuan felt his wrist grow hot, and Morbius started spinning as it flew off from Lin Yuan's wrist. There were 10 endless gems embedded in Morbius indentations. The treasures from the dimensional worlds had been produced after Morbius tempered the energy from the endless gems. They could not be produced simply from piecing two endless gems together. Otherwise, powerful lifeforms from the dimensional worlds would already have formed contracts with the treasures and used them to take over the dimensional worlds. Morbius had looked plain when it was on Lin Yuan's wrist. But now it looked extremely extravagant. There were intricate patterns carved all over Morbius, and it seemed as though they could form the totems of all the creatures in the world when they were pieced together. The patterns were so intricate they were almost hypnotizing. But when one focused, every line would become extremely clear. When Morbius released its aura, a hole larger than that of regular world cleansings appeared in the sky. Lin Yuan looked at the hole and saw that there were smaller holes within the large one. The small holes were all overlapping, and one could not determine where they ended. It was impossible to tell where each one started and ended. At that moment, the holes were all spewing the world-cleansing dark clouds, flaming clouds, lightning-filled clouds, poisonous clouds, lava, hail, thunderbolts, and rocks. Every type of world cleansing that Lin Yuan had seen and not seen yet were all crashing down towards Morbius. All 10 endless gems on Morbius' body lit up simultaneously. They started absorbing the attacks from the world cleansings according to their individual types. Eternal Source used his aura to create a 500 square kilometer cage around the area. Otherwise, the shocks would be throughout the entire Radiance Federation. Normally, a phase world cleansing would not last more than 2 hours if they had no one helping them and they had to endure all the attacks on their own. However, Morbius world cleansing lasted 5 days and 5 nights before it finally ended. The world grace of other myth breed phase always appeared as a white mist of energy. But once Morbius was done with its world cleansing, a waterfall of white fluid flowed out from the hole. The fluid-like world grace crashed down on Morbius like violent rapids. Lin Yuan almost bit through his tongue when he saw that. Although he had already done all he could to quell the commotion that Morbius was causing, he had not expected Morbius' world grace to be so startling. Morbius rapidly absorbed the waterfall-like world grace. Morbius was like a black hole, gobbling all of the world grace. But the white fluid world grace was just the beginning, and Lin Yuan soon realized something was wrong. The world grace pouring out from the hole turned faint gold before intensifying into a deep gold. It took 3 days before the world grace stopped pouring out from the hole. Once Morbius was done absorbing the world grace, the rust-colored light around it exploded. Lin Yuan saw that cracks had appeared on Morbius. Morbius' shape as a bangle had not changed, but a larger and collar-like Morbius had appeared. The collar-like Morbius had 13 slashes, dividing the collar into 14 sections. The collar was very plain and did not have many accessories attached to it. But the rust-colored light made the plain collar seem quaint and stylish. The collar and bangle spun around before returning to Lin Yuan's body. At that moment, Morbius, who looked similar to Lin Yuan, appeared in a spirit form next to him. This was the first time that Morbius was appearing in the real world. Previously, it could only maintain its form in the spirit-lock spatial zone. Morbius looked at Lin Yuan, who was close by, and patted Lin Yuan's left shoulder forcefully, just like Lu Jie would do. "Partner, I can meet with you in this human form even if you're not in the spirit-lock spatial zone. Breathing the air of the real world feels much freer than holing up in the spirit-lock spatial zone." Lin Yuan touched Morbius' right shoulder and forcefully patted it. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Morbius looked like a set of twins. Lin Yuan could tell that Morbius was very happy and could not help but smile. "Partner, will you be able to slowly gain a tangible body as you continue to increase your grade and quality?" Morbius was silent momentarily before it said with uncertainty, "That is possible, but I can't say for sure what will happen after my evolution. The spirit-lock spatial zone has been locked. A small portion of the world grace I absorbed is being used to strengthen the spirit-lock spatial zone. The renovation will take at least a month. I do have a piece of good news, which is that Klein Hub will also be strengthened alongside the spirit-lock spatial zone. Once strengthened, Klein Hub will become large enough to transport Sky Sea. I have moved all of the life forms in the spirit-lock spatial zone to the vicinity of the pure land of bliss. They won't be affected by the renovation of the spirit-lock spatial zone. I also intentionally used some of the world grace to temper the elemental shellfish in the spirit lock spatial zone. The elemental shellfish will probably provide you with a pleasant surprise. While Morbius was speaking, Lin Yuan used true data to check on it. Fey name, Morbius. Fey species, unknown. Fey grade, suzerain, 1/10. Fey type, mystery. Fey quality, myth I, abilities, true data. All complicated information that is invisible to the eye is turned into data. Information that is turned into data might contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. Calm mind, passive ability. Effects of calm mind can be improved according to the phase grade. Calm mind can stabilize the mind and has a certain probability of resisting negative conditions. Spirit chi condensation. Gather the spirit chi in the air and spirit lock spatial zone. The gathered spirit chi will form spirit chi crystals that can enhance phase and source type life forms. Spirit lock filling. An empty spirit lock slot will be filled, and Morbius evolution and improvement will not be affected. Multiple grade slots can be filled, and a spirit-locked phase evolution limit can also be removed. Exclusive skill. Spirit lock. Morbius spatial zone can be used to nurture phase. The initial grade of the Fey that Morbius spatial zone can nurture must not be higher than Morbius grade. Morbius isn't able to increase its grade by itself, so its grade will be increased along with the phase grade that it nurtures. Pure Land of Bliss. The Spirit Lock spatial zone will produce soil that is great for recovering near-death phase injuries. The grade of Morbius and the dying Fey will determine the phase recovery time. Klein Hub. Swallow and bind the dimensional hub that connects to the dimensional world into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. During the binding process, the life forms and items in the Spirit Lock spatial zone will enter the connected dimensional world. However, the dimensional world's life forms will not be able to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. 14 totem seeds. The seeds of 14 totems can be given to 14 separate species. The 14 species will use their faith and power sources to incubate the totem seeds, enabling them to grow into totem trees. The species will then be engraved on the neck as totems. Once a species is carved onto the neck, the entire species' lifeform rank will be raised and given a unique totem ability. Normal Spirit Lock: Jasmine Lily, but of Mountain Jade Suzerain I/Myth I, Elite Spirit Lock: 5-Clawed Spirit Dragon. Suzerain I/Myth I, Bronze Spirit Lock: Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly. Suzerain I/Myth I, Silver Spirit Lock. Praying Universe Soul Whale. Suzerain I/Myth I, Gold Spirit Lock. Perfect Touch Wisteria. Sovereign 2/Creation, V. Platinum Spirit Lock. Sky Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom. Suzerain I/Myth I, Diamond Spirit Lock. Spirit Lock Filling. One use only. Lin Yuan immediately looked happy when he heard what Morbius said. Morbius' words were nothing but good news to Lin Yuan. After Sky Sea evolved to Myth Breed, its body became so large that Lin Yuan could not transport it back to the main world through Klein Hub. After taking control of the Freedom Federation's royalty, Lin Yuan could use the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift in the Freedom Federation as he pleased. But if he used the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift to transport Sky Sea, he would end up exposing the secret of Sky Sea. It was true that the Moon Empress had taken control of all of the Freedom Federation's royalty. However, many people were still in the Freedom Federation, and he could not be certain that Tower Cannon did not have spies hiding there. Lin Yuan did not want to expose the secret of Sky Sea and give Tower Cannon a chance to target it. But if Klein Hub became large enough that Sky Sea could be transported through it, Lin Yuan could bring Sky Sea to the main world with no issues. Hu Quan could then continue building Sky City on Sky Sea's back in the main world. This would save Lin Yuan the effort of having to enter the Marsh world periodically to deliver resources to Hu Quan. Besides increasing the size of Klein Hub and the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Morbius evolution also refined the elemental shellfish in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. There were more than 50 elemental shellfish in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It was likely that the elemental pearls produced by these refined elemental shellfish would break through the current limits of the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls. These highly pure elemental resources would allow Lin Yuan to increase his subordinates' powers when it came to water, earth, wind, and fire elements. It was even possible that their bloodlines would be evolved. Once Lin Yuan arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, these elemental pearls would allow him to rapidly break ground and launch his plans. It was a shame that phase like the ice-sealing frozen carps and wood-building winged sandflies, which could also produce highly pure elemental resources, did not produce resources in the same way that the elemental shellfish produced the elemental pearls. As such, there was no way to evolve them in the same way. Lin Yuan had the element well and could further raise the purity of the elemental pearls. The flower calamity beautiful devil would be blessed in the future. With these extremely pure types of elemental energy, there was a high chance that the flower calamity beautiful devil would evolve again. Lin Yuan had not had the chance to reach the peak of his happiness when Morbius' new exclusive skill, 14 totem seeds, caught his eye. He also understood that the ring on his neck was a result of 14 totem seeds. 14 totem seeds allowed Lin Yuan to gain 14 totem seeds that he could choose to give to 14 different species. The species he chose would use their faith and sources of energy to nurture the totem seeds and grow them into totem trees. When the totem trees were grown, the species would be added to the totem carving on his neck. The entire species' life rank would also be raised, and they would gain a unique totem ability. As of now, Lin Yuan did not know if there was a relationship between the totem abilities and exclusive skills. But he believed that an ability from Morbius would not be weaker than an exclusive skill. For now, Lin Yuan did not know which species he should give the totem seeds to. After thinking about it for some time, he picked the mermaids and 100 questions beasts. The 100 questions beasts could gain creation master abilities after evolving and could also be nurtured to teach other life forms. This made them worth nurturing even when he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan chose the mermaids because he could be considered one of them. If he gave a totem seed to the mermaids to nurture into a totem tree, Lin Yuan would also gain a totem ability. This way, he would be hitting two birds with one stone. When Morbius saw Lin Yuan using true data to check on it, it said with a smile, "Partner, my true data ability became stronger after I evolved to myth breed. I will be able to display the data of all life forms of the spirit fire level and below." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The strengthening of true data would improve Lin Yuan's ability to check on other experts. True data also allowed Lin Yuan to assess whether the target possessed power beyond the spirit fire level. No matter how skilled at masking the target was, Lin Yuan would be able to see through them with ease. Morbius' evolution had caused a large commotion. Luckily, Eternal Source was there to release his afterlife realm aura and block out the outside world. This kept the commotion from alerting the royal capital and ascending Dragon City. Moreover, all of the world cleansing and world grace had landed on Morbius and had not disturbed the surrounding environment in the slightest. After the evolution, Lin Yuan did not linger here and left with Morbius. He rushed to the Radiant Moon Palace using node transportation. Morbius was done with its evolution, and Lin Yuan could finally have a good chat with the Moon Empress. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan did not know that something big had happened in the sky beyond the clouds. This event had shaken up many of the sky beyond the clouds factions. The sky beyond the clouds was split into 4 universes: North, South, East, and West. There were millions of factions in the 4 universes. The experts from the 4 universes had all witnessed 1/3 of the fates of the 4 universes being drained in the short span of a few hours. The hour was the most insignificant unit of measurement to the lifeforms from the sky beyond the clouds. The sky beyond the clouds minions went into seclusion for centuries. If they came out before a millennium had passed, it would be considered a short period of seclusion. This event went beyond the understanding of many factions, and the holiness of honor-absent palace looked toward the dome in the direction of the East universe. A taboo legend surfaced in his mind as he looked at the cascading stars. The legend alluded to the winds of change. Once the legend came to pass, there would be 14 species left that would become the pillars of every world. The elder from Fairy Institution, which was located in the South universe, was in his treehouse. He palmed the jade-like fruit in his hand as he mumbled, "If the legend is true, we fairies must secure one of the seeds." This event did not cause any obvious changes to the sky beyond the clouds. It only generated topics for conversation. However, A large hidden storm was brewing below the sky beyond the clouds. The factions with a certain amount of power were all yearning, fearing, and waiting for something. The Moon Empress had found out about how Lin Yuan had arrived at the foot of Leaning Moon Mountain a few days ago but left in a hurry due to an unknown reason. If the Moon Empress did not believe Lin Yuan could handle himself, she would have pursued this matter. She would be afraid Lin Yuan had encountered a problem he could not solve but was unwilling to ask her for help. But the Moon Empress now knew how capable Lin Yuan was, so she did not probe into the matter. Instead, she waited silently in the Radiant Moon Palace for Lin Yuan to come to see her once he was done with what he needed to do. Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress spoke for an entire day after he arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace. Next, he used the few days of free time before the major Federation Union began to take the Moon Empress to the subterranean and alien insect worlds to obtain their moons through her sacred source life form, Forage Moon. With the main world's moon included, Forage Moon had taken control of 6 moons. If the Moon Empress wanted, she could release 6 moons into the sky simultaneously and cause hell to rain down on Earth. The Moon Empress detected Forage Moon's current strength and recognized Lin Yuan's significant contribution to her newfound power, far more than she, his master, had ever assisted him. This realization left the Moon Empress feeling a profound sense of shame. Nevertheless, there was nothing she could do about it. He had become too formidable. Even if she did not want him to be strong-headed and wanted to insist on helping him, he was already astonishingly strong. Previously, the Moon Empress feared she would not have the power to stand her ground. But now, with Forage Moon, she could take on the Mirror God and God of Fools during the major Federation Union. Even if she did not already have them under her control, she could retain control as the head of the major Federation Union. In the evening, Lin Yuan returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion. Lu Jie would bring the last batch of land imps to the Radiance Federation tonight. When the land imps were being gathered in the subterranean world, almost 40,000 vain land imps had been discovered. There were only 40,000 vain land imps in the entire enormous subterranean world. This showed just how lucky Lin Yuan had been to have encountered Heavy Mountain in the Class 3 subterranean dimensional rift in the Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan did not instruct Rock Underworld, Hollow Earth, and Mountain Furrow to send the 40,000 vain land imps to the Radiance Federation. Vain land imps were much more capable of building than land imps. However, Lin Yuan felt that the vain land imps' talents would be better used digging up and tapping into mineral veins. The 40,000 vain land imps could work with the other subterranean dictators and apostles to rapidly discover and harvest from the mineral veins. The 10,000 river rock willow could also help to locate the mineral veins. Due to the existence of the mine-birthing well, the subterranean world would never run out of mineral resources. Even if a large proportion of the mineral resources was harvested, the mine-birthing well only needed some time for its effects to work before the mineral resources in the subterranean world's mineral resources would be replenished. The mineral resources in the main world were limited. The Radiance Federation store of resources was only equivalent to that of one of the subterranean world's 4 mine districts. This was an undeniable fact. Even if the major Federation Union could progress smoothly and the other factions were willing to follow the Radiance Federation's lead, they would not be willing to cough up their own mineral resources to help the Radiance Federation build up their defenses. It would be better if the Radiance Federation drew on the subterranean world's supply to source for resources for their defense. Lin Yuan had not yet asked Hu Quan to draw up a blueprint for the Radiance Federation's fortification. Firstly, Hu Quan's focus was on the construction taking place on Sky Sea's back. The construction of Sky City on Sky Sea's back was the foundation of Sky City itself. Secondly, Hu Quan's skills lay in intricate designs and beautification rather than defense and fortification. There were many Class 5 spirit craftsmen in the Radiance Federation, and the Moon Empress had already gathered all of them. When the Class 5 spirit craftsmen understood the situation and learned of its urgency, they decided to carry out the building of the defenses in 3 stages. The first stage had already been completed within 5 days. Before Lu Jie returned to the Radiance Federation, he had handed over his work to the Moon Empress, who then held a discussion with Lin Yuan. For the past few days, The land imps had already created many 50-meter thick metal-type stone boards as per Lin Yuan's request. There were layers of metal spiritual ingredients within each metal-type stone board. 3 layers of crushing soul gold formed a thick mesh at the bottom that water could only penetrate. The land imps were gifted at combining metal with metal, metal with stone, and stone with stone. Once the final batch of land imps arrived, they could get into full swing. Some of the Radiance Federation's royalty suggested they should wait until the major Federation Union began before they started building the base. That would demonstrate their formidability to the other federations and show them just how powerful the Radiance Federation was. However, after their discussion, Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress had decided against this. The Radiance Federation's formidability was already on display. Even the Freedom Federation had submitted to the Radiance Federation, so there was no need for the Radiance Federation to further demonstrate their formidability. Time was required to enable safety. The other defensive work could wait to be built right before the disaster broke out. But the metal and stone boards had to be laid down first. The land imps would not cause much disturbance to the Radiance Federation's regular citizens while working underground. All they would feel was the occasional tremor. The land imps quickly spread out, beginning at the royal capital and fanning across various locations within the Radiance Federation. Thousands of land imps positioned themselves at the Federation's city borders. The unique metal-type stone boards were laid both inside and outside the territories. As the metal-type stone boards covered every corner of the Radiance Federation, their deployment extended beyond its borders. Upon Lu Jie's return to the Radiance Federation, he reassumed leadership over the land imps. Immediately, he scoured the markets, selecting cooking ingredients to bring back to the return from faraway mansion. It had been a considerable amount of time since Lu Jie had last prepared a meal for Lin Yuan, and he felt a sense of unease over the delay. Once back at the return from faraway mansion, Lu Jie set about preparing a meal for Lin Yuan. Afterward, he had plans to journey to the Midnight Palace to establish contracts with the remaining insect species carcinoma phase. He intended to control these phases to combat the dead spirits effectively. As long as he didn't restrain these carcinoma phase abilities, they would reach their full potential. The insect species carcinoma phase Lu Jie sought to command possessed the remarkable ability to consume soul fire, dead aura, bones, and toxins. These dead spirits would serve as a delectable feast for some of these phases. The thought of this filled Lu Jie with excitement. This meant that Lu Jie would use his power to protect the Radiance Federation he loved. Furthermore, he wanted to show Lin Yuan how much he had grown. For dinner, Lu Jie made grilled seafood, red braised meat, ribs, and passion fruit roasted beef. Since he and Lin Yuan were the only ones in the return from faraway mansion and Lin Yuan did not have as large of an appetite as when you did, Lu Jie did not make too much food. Lin Yuan was never the type to waste food. It was actually the opposite, as Lin Yuan was very frugal regarding food despite possessing numerous resources that would allow him to create batch after batch of experts. Since Lin Yuan liked eating meat and all of the dishes were meat dishes, Lu Jie used fresh jujubes to make a jujube punch to serve as a drink and dessert. Lin Yuan had been very busy. Aside from when he was sleeping, Lin Yuan rarely had the chance to have a proper meal. Lin Yuan usually filled his nutritional needs with the soldier ration radish leaves so that he would not have to use up his time eating. Now that he was getting to eat Lu Jie's food again after such a long time had passed, Lin Yuan was filled with contentment and bliss. Little Flower and Little Grass were studying in the Spirit Chi Occupation School in the royal capital. There happened to be a summer camp now, and Lin Yuan had registered for both Little Flower and Little Grass to attend. Qin Luin had been sent to Qin Yu's side 2 months ago, so he no longer lived in the return from faraway mansion. Luckily, there were still 200 questions beasts that Lin Yuan had yet to evolve in the return from faraway mansion to manage the place. The return from faraway mansion was running smoothly, and Master Hongxin was living right next to the return from faraway mansion. Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Lu Pinru, and Tanran had already started participating in the qualifying rounds as the Dome Guild Club reserve team. They needed to pass the qualifying rounds before they were given the ticket to participate in the S-Tournament's elimination rounds. It would be easy for the 4 of them to earn the ticket to participate in the S-Tournament. All of them were disciples whom Master Hongshin had taught personally. Not even the main members of top factions were always lucky enough to have a pinnacle class 4 creation master as their master. Lu Pinru and Wenyu had created a fashion brand called Pinru's Home. The brand was considered a luxury one and used luxury resources like elemental pearls, jade-textured wood, and various types of gems to adorn the clothes that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce then sold. Sometimes, the top custom-made clothes were also auctioned off on StarWeb. As a result, Lu Pinru was swimming in money. Lu Pinru was the only one of the 4 who had joined Sky City. After dinner, Lu Jie put the dishes away and sat beside Lin Yuan. He looked at him with a slightly worried gaze and asked, "Lin Yuan, is there really no way to reverse Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan?" Lin Yuan did not reply to Lu Jie immediately. Instead, he handed Lu Jie a hot cup of 3 treasures tea and said, "Big brother Lu, if there was a way to reverse this, I wouldn't be sitting here now." 2 years had passed since Lin Yuan became a spirit chi professional. He had been reborn into this world and would be turning 19 years old soon. Even if he had turned 19 years old 2 years ago, it would be impossible for him to stop Tower Cannon's plan. There was no way to reverse death aura in the ground that had seeped into ley lines, as they would have immediately corroded them. Even if Lin Yuan found out about this 19 years ago, all he would be able to do was do his best to set up defenses for the main world so that he would be able to prepare for Tower Cannon's plan in advance. Lu Jie's lips curled upwards when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Lu Jie could imagine what the apocalypse that involved all the life forms that had ever lived in the world turning into dead spirits would look like. Such an apocalypse would last for thousands of years and might not end even after more than 10 generations had come and passed. The 6th epoch would begin with the apocalypse, and it would last long into the progression of the epoch. Lu Jie did not want to see such a day arrive, but there was nothing he would be able to do about a situation that even rendered Lin Yuan helpless. When he saw the expression on Lu Jie's face, Lin Yuan handed him a jujube. "Big brother Lu, we have the ability to make change happen if we put in the effort. The only thing we can do is to face this crisis bravely. Luckily, we won't be going into this crisis completely vulnerable, but with advanced preparations made." Morbius regained some of its memories after it evolved to Myth Breed. This allowed Lin Yuan to understand what a Class 1 world was and how a Class 1 world could be promoted to a Class 2 world. The key point to promoting a Class 1 world to Class 2 is to combine that world with all the dimensional worlds that it was linked to. Once a Class 1 world was combined with all the dimensional worlds it was linked to, its class would be promoted. The key to combining the main world and the dimensional worlds was the treasures of the 5-dimensional worlds that Lin Yuan possessed. If Lin Yuan wanted to, he could help the main world promote to a Class 2 world. Since that was the case, Lin Yuan wondered if he could combine the main world with the 5-dimensional worlds after the Sleeper's revival plan began. The dimensional worlds were separate from the main world's ley lines. Thus, their ley lines would not be affected by the death aura after they combined with the main world. Moreover, the dimensional lifeforms would also be able to effectively take on the dead spirits. Otherwise, given the number of humans and fays in the main world, there were far too few of them to be able to confidently take on the dead spirits. This was why the Moon Empress was filled with despair and negativity when she learned about the Sleeper's revival plan. Lu Jie nodded seriously. Since he could not prevent the disaster from happening, he could only do what Lin Yuan was doing, which was to try his best. When Lu Jie went to the Midnight Palace, Lin Yuan left to observe the land imp's work, so he could assess the current situation and estimate how long it would take before the Radiance Federation's defenses were completed. Wenyu was not the only one of Lin Yuan's subordinates skilled at governance. Bai Qinghuan was also talented in this area. However, their specific skill sets were different, as Wenyu was skilled at resource allocation, while Bai Qinghuan excelled at setting up attack and defense mechanisms. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to bring Bai Qinghuan back from the Great Lush Federation. Wang Keiji, the Class 5 creation master, came with her. Bai Qinghuan had been assisting Jin Qianxuan in the Great Lush Federation and managing the harbor's construction. Bai Qinghuan had given a fair amount of input for constructing the harbor. She insisted that it had to be large enough to host 6 island whales. When Lin Yuan found out about this, He praised Bai Qinghuan but did not call for her and assign her to different tasks. This had left her feeling rather disappointed. Bai Qinghuan had noticed some time ago that Lin Yuan did not care much for the Great Lush Federation. He was only concerned with the Great Lush Federation because of the harbor. Aside from providing resources, he basically allowed the Great Lush Federation to do whatever it wanted. No matter how much she achieved in the Great Lush Federation, Lin Yuan would not notice it. Bai Qinghuan had the thoughts letter paper and could contact Lin Yuan. But she could never find a reason to do so. She could not contact him just to ask him to pay attention to her. Just as she was reaching her wit's end, an opportunity appeared in front of her. As an official member of Sky City who had sworn her loyalty to Lin Yuan, she had learned about Tower Cannon's plan. Hence, she knew just how important this task that Lin Yuan had given her was. It just so happened that this was a task that she excelled at. Bai Qinghuan did not make any promises to Lin Yuan. She intended to prove her value to him with the completion of the defense setup. When she found out that Lin Yuan wanted an estimate of how much longer it would be before the metal-type stone planks were finished being laid down, Bai Qinghuan told Lin Yuan about her calculations. Young master, based on the calculations I made according to the real-time circumstances, it will take around 35 days before all of the metal-type stone planks are done being laid down in the Radiance Federation, even with the 45 million land imps involved in the project. This is because there are hard rocks in many places in the Radiance Federation that the land imps need to clear away before they can lay down the metal-type stone planks. Additionally, the metal-type stone planks need to be created, and it takes time to both create them as well as transport the materials. Aside from laying down the metal-type stone planks, building a metal wall around the entire Radiance Federation will only take 10 days. The wall will be built outward, and there will be 9 walls in total. The metal-type stone planks can also be laid down below the walls to prevent the dead spirits from invading externally. Lin Yuan nodded. Bai Qinghuan's estimated time was shorter than what Lin Yuan had in mind, so this was good news to him. Lin Yuan really liked someone like Bai Qinghuan, who could provide detailed answers to every question, as well as anticipate what the person's next question would be. When Bai Qinghuan was done answering Lin Yuan's question, she bit her lip and asked Lin Yuan seriously, "Young master, we have built defenses underground, but I think that we need to cover more areas. We should also set up effective defenses for the sky. All of the dead spirits will indeed be rising from the ground, but some of them who are able to fly will be able to cross the seas and oceans to attack the Radiance Federation when we least expect it." Bai Qinghuan's question was one that Lin Yuan had been ruminating over but had yet to come up with a good solution for. They could separate the ground by using metal-type stone planks, but there was no way to build defenses for the sky. Furthermore, the Radiance Federation was so expansive that Lin Yuan did not have enough experts under him to cover the entire area. But once he found out how he could promote a Class 1 world to Class 2, Lin Yuan saw a way out. Lin Yuan could use the Radiance Federation as the center as he began combining the 5-dimensional worlds with the main world. This would ensure no dead spirits rose in the vicinity of the Radiance Federation. If these dead spirits wanted to reach the Radiance Federation, they must first cross the 5-dimensional worlds. This would greatly diminish their numbers. The dimensional life forms would kill the dead spirits that could fly. Dimensional life forms were very proficient at reproduction. For example, the alien insect species would even use each other as food. The dead spirits might consume the dimensional life forms for sustenance as well. This would give Lin Yuan the time to continue building the base even after the Sleeper's revival plan began. The dead spirits below the Radiance Federation would be killed first, and the other federations could choose to rebuild themselves within the 5-dimensional worlds so they could team up with the Radiance Federation to take on the dead spirits. This would address the issue of the lack of land as well. This was the only plan that Lin Yuan could come up with that would solve the issue. "I have a way to solve the issue of the attacking dead spirits. Hurry up and lay down the metal-type stone planks in the Radiance Federation." Bai Qinghuan was rather shocked. She did not know what Lin Yuan's plan was, but she did not care what his plan was. All that she cared about was that she would be able to show her worth to Lin Yuan. Bai Qinghuan was unempathetic by nature and did not care what happened to the main world. She was only staying with Lin Yuan, so she could earn his praise and become more important to him, so he would treat her better. Young master, I will make sure to do a good job. Many of the spirit craftsmen had negative opinions about the plan to lay down metal-type stone planks. They felt that it would affect the harvesting of underground resources. The spirit craftsmen had reached class 4 and 5 but were very short-sighted. Land imps that were class 10 and below would have trouble breaking through the metal-type stone planks, but those above class 10 would be able to easily break the metal-type stone planks to harvest the underground resources. It would take tens of thousands of years to kill all of the dead spirits that rose up due to the Sleepers' revival plan. However, the human world would not stop developing either. They could only stand a chance of solving their development issues with time. I only asked the spirit craftsmen to devise plans but did not discuss my decisions with them. Young master, I can't be bothered to give them an explanation. We might not even be able to survive, but they are trying to talk to me about harvesting and developing resources. Lin Yuan shook his head vexedly when he heard what Bai Qinghuan said. It was unlikely that anyone's heart was blacker than Bai Qinghuan's. Bai Qinghuan seemed to be complaining about the spirit craftsman. Still, she was actually asking him to give her full authority over the construction of the Radiance Federation's defenses so that she would not be restrained by anyone else. However, this matter was of paramount importance. Lin Yuan could not allow Bai Qinghuan to call the shots on everything. He needed someone of substantial authority who would be able to restrain her. You don't have to mind what the spirit craftsmen say. You can make the decisions as you see fit. Bai Qinghuan was happy when she heard this because she knew that Lin Yuan had understood the meaning behind her words. But quickly, Lin Yuan's tone changed. Cicada Song, a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty, oversees city management. He's quite visionary. You'll be collaborating with him. If you excel, he'll inform me. Bai Qinghuan, remember, this world is vast. Our current home is just a fraction of it. If you perform admirably, I might even take you to the sky beyond the clouds with me. Bai Qinghuan had been worried when she heard that Lin Yuan would send her to work with a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Working with a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty would place many more shackles on her than working with the spirit craftsman. She could ignore the spirit craftsman, but the Radiance Federation's royalty could all be considered Lin Yuan's elders. There was no way she could ignore what they said. The member of royalty that managed the Radiance Federation cities had to have clear opinions and plans for every matter. Bai Qinghuan knew that once she started working with Cicada Song, she would have to discuss every decision with him, and that the final decision-making power lay in his hands. However, what Lin Yuan said next caused all of Bai Qinghuan's worries to evaporate. He made her a sincere promise, and this allowed her to see light in her future. If someone who yearned for a chance was promised a bright future, he would definitely do everything he could to grab onto the opportunity. This summed up Bai Qinghuan exactly. Bai Qinghuan worked hard to fight for the chance to gain authoritative control over the construction of the Radiance Federation's base because she wanted Lin Yuan to see her capabilities. She fervently prayed that Lin Yuan would give her a chance. She was very afraid that Lin Yuan would not be able to see her contributions and that all the merit would be attributed to the spirit craftsman. This was why she had intentionally discriminated against them. But now, Lin Yuan promised that if she did well, he would take her with him to the sky beyond the clouds, allowing her to remain by his side. This was what Bai Qinghuan dreamed of. If she remained by Lin Yuan's side, it would mean that she was part of Sky City's upper echelon. Furthermore, given Lin Yuan's power, he could bend the main world to his will. But he would have to encounter many challenges at the sky beyond the clouds. Bai Qinghuan was skilled at military strategy, so Lin Yuan would definitely have to depend on her abilities. She would also have more chances to demonstrate and increase her worth. Young master, I will complete the building of the base once I've run every decision past Cicada Song. Nothing will go wrong. Lin Yuan waved his hand to gesture to Bai Qinghuan to head back, so she could continue her managing duties. The last part of Bai Qinghuan's response was amazing in a strange way. By saying that she was going to run every decision past Cicada Song, it was as though she was saying that Cicada Song would be able to sway her decisions. It seemed as though she was pushing all the responsibility to Cicada Song. The last part she mentioned about how nothing would go wrong seemed to emphasize this intention. Intelligent people were able to grasp your meaning easily, so speaking with them did not require much energy. But when speaking with overly intelligent people, one would have to constantly wonder if more meaning was hidden between their words. Lin Yuan had remained in the Radiance Federation these past few days, but he had dispatched out Zhou Luo Endless Summer, as well as Duan He, who had just returned with the white-clothed followers. Although the Radiance Federation had called for and was hosting this meeting of the major Federation Union under its status as one of the 3 major federations, there were still some federations that were not going to be participating. Hence, it would not be realistic to try and obtain all of the continent vein cores from the major Federation Union. Lin Yuan instructed these people, who made up the backbone of Sky City, to lead the tens of Turning Will Realm dictators in collecting the continent vein cores from the factions of the federations who were not able to participate in the major Federation Union. Some of these federations only had 1 or 2 Class 4 creation masters, much less a Class 5 creation master. There was no way that they possessed the continent vein cores of the continent where they were located. In such situations, the member of Sky City would have to search for the continent vein cores on their own before bringing it back. Lin Yuan was almost done making all of the necessary preparations. All he needed now was time. He could only hope Tower Cannon waited a bit longer before they began their Sleepers revival plan. Since all Lin Yuan needed to do from now on was come up with plans and strategies, he did not waste time and focused all of this time into nurturing his phase. Lin Yuan was continuously evolving his phase so that he would be able to promote to S-rank Spirit Chi Professional as soon as possible, and because he wanted to provide the cities with more bronze-grade high-quality phase so that the city guards and reserve city guards would all be equipped with the best combat tools. Lin Yuan continued evolving his phase as he waited for the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to be unlocked. Due to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone being closed, Lin Yuan had to evolve his phase in the outside world using his own physique, and this took much longer than when he evolved his phase in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. According to his calculation, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would be opening in another 2 days. At this moment, Lin Yuan received a message from Wen Yu. "Wen Yu, young master, I found an extremely dry and hot area here on this side of the Barren Sea. However, it is not technically considered a desert but more like a grassland. The ground is fertile, and there is a high concentration of mud. The ground has just hardened because of the extreme lack of water. This environment is very similar to Peace's description of the broiling rock continent. When the Astronomical Parliament can sense its members and their general location, but it cannot pinpoint exactly where the members are. I have a few strong Turning Will Realm dictators with me. I don't want to use such top combat power in searching for peace. This will affect the speed of my search for the continent vein cores. When young master, I hope you can assign some apostles to me so they can search for peace and take her back to Skybearer City in the Grotto continent." Normally, When you did not like troubling Lin Yuan. However, she could tell which matters were of extreme importance. Currently, the most important matter to Lin Yuan was the search for the continent vein cores, and everything else came after. When you felt that Lin Yuan was extremely kind for being willing to expend effort into searching for peace. Peace would be crushed by guilt if she found out that the search for the continent vein cores had been impacted because of the effort spent searching for her. When you believed that with Peace's talent, she could only serve as a leader in the main world at best. There was no way that she would be given the chance to leave the main world with Lin Yuan when he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Even if she did go to the sky beyond the clouds, she could not offer any help. By contrast, talents like Su Iran and Yin Lin would definitely be able to accomplish significant achievements when they went to the sky beyond the clouds. After reading Wen Yu's message, Lin Yuan felt he needed to travel back to the Grotto continent through the space tunnel. Once the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was unlocked, Lin Yuan intended to send a large group of his subordinates to the other side of the Barren Sea so the exploration and search for the continent vein cores could be completed as soon as possible. Lin Yuan did not want any entity on the other side of the Barren Sea the chance to fuse with any of the five-dimensional worlds. Even after they expanded to the other side of the Barren Sea, it would remain the most remote and desolate place in the main world. Chu Xi had stayed with Wen Yu to train with her. Lin Yuan intended to leave Chu Xi with Wen Yu as it would benefit her greatly. When you could bring Chu Ci back with her once they were done exploring the barren sea. Now that thick soil city's operations were on track, Lin Yuan called Listen back, so he could take charge of allocating the resources. There were specialists in every field. Next to Wen Yu, Listen was the most capable of Sky City's members at resource allocation. Without Listen, it would be a struggle for Ta Lei to manage Thick Soil City. Luckily, Listen had brought with him Qin Yu, who had been by his side for some time. Qin Yu would remain with Ta Lei to support him. Before heading to the Grotto continent, Lin Yuan went to the martial arts hall where the spirit chi professionals from various factions were waiting. They were waiting for help to evolve their phase. Although the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's resources could not be accessed, Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss, was separate and could be used. After the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was expanded, it could easily accommodate all the Spirit Chi crystals. After Morbius evolved to Myth Breed, the Pure Land of Bliss size increased to almost 500 square meters. Lin Yuan could simultaneously help many phase to evolve their grades. Thus, he could accumulate Spirit Chi crystals much quicker than before. Eternal Source could fend off every world cleansing by flicking his finger. Thus, Lin Yuan would deal with the world cleansings quickly. However, it still took an entire day and a half before Lin Yuan finished absorbing the World Grace and Creation World ley lines. This harvest of Spirit Chi crystals far exceeded Lin Yuan's previous batch. After all, the strength of the experts in the Startling Lines continent could not compare to that of the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan was certain that he would be greeted by a giant harvest the next time he entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. At that time, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope would have a lot of work to do. After helping the Radiance Federation's experts successfully overcome their world cleansings and trials of world creation, Lin Yuan went to the space tunnel near the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan had opened the space tunnel that connected to the Grotto continent because he wanted to give the Radiance Federation a way to harvest the resources from the other side of the barren sea. However, one trip required an immense amount of spatial-type spiritual ingredients. Thus, regardless of what they found on the other side of the barren sea, the cost would not even out. As such, Lin Yuan used the space tunnel himself. But Lin Yuan did not see this as a waste, as he would be able to obtain the continent vein cores from the Grotto continent on the other side of the barren sea. The continent vein cores added to his tangible power. The more continent vein cores he obtained, the higher the chances of victory for the Radiance Federation's experts. Furthermore, Lin Yuan could not leave Bei Su to fend for himself. Lastly, the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacles could be regrown, but it took a long time. After traveling through the space tunnel to arrive at the Grotto continent, Lin Yuan was once again hit with the pains of long-distance travel. When he regained clear consciousness, Lin Yuan continued seizing every moment to evolve phase as he waited for the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to open. Lin Yuan told Wen Yu that he was headed to the Grotto continent but did not call her back. Wen Yu was drawing up a map while she explored the other side of the barren sea. Lin Yuan would follow Wen Yu's map to send the apostles and dictators to Wen Yu. The Spirit Mother Federation was always closed off and never associated with the outside world. Although there was a Class 5 Creation Master in the Spirit Mother Federation, they had no Spirit Mother envoys. The Spirit Mother Federation had missed the major Federation meeting and was considered unique for a Federation with a Class 5 Creation Master. However, after Bupa told the Spirit Mother about the circumstances, the Spirit Mother decided to head to the Radiance Federation to attend the first major Federation Union meeting. Waluan did not have any special feelings for the Violent Wind Federation. But when the Violent Wind Federation received the invitation from the Radiance Federation, they rushed to the Radiance Federation after weighing the pros and cons. Suiran, the ruler of the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent, also rushed to the Radiance Federation. But she intended on heading to the Iron Hammer Federation first to meet up with Luolan before they traveled together. Recently, all the conversations on the Thoughts letter papers had been related to the major Federation Union meeting. When Wen Yu became certain that she had found the broiling rock continent, she told Peace about this, finally setting Peace at ease. The messages on the Thoughts letter paper seemed calm, but Lin Yuan knew this was just the calm before the storm. While he was gathering information about Tower Cannon had to also be accumulating information about him and the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had also sent a message to 8th page apoptosis so he could contact 7th page war and 3rd page eternal sin. Every member of Tower Canon possessed somewhat different information. There was a chance that 7th page war and 3rd page eternal sin possessed information that 8th page apoptosis did not know about. While Lin Yuan was keeping the thoughts letter paper away, Morbius' voice rang out in his ear. Friend, the spirit lock spatial zone's evolution is complete. Go in and take a look. Morbius' voice always appeared in Lin Yuan's head. But this time, Lin Yuan heard it in his ears. Lin Yuan turned and saw Morbius standing next to him.